Hello and welcome to the final of Gymkhana GRiD, the European Gauntlet. We've had an absolutely amazing day here yesterday at Santapod, and that's going to continue today into the finals. Here to tell you a bit more about it are the competitors themselves.
Here what you can see is two drivers competing on the courses, head-to-head, trying to get through the courses as quick as possible, and whoever gets through the entire thing and back to the start, the quickest is the winner.
It's fun to drive because it's a huge challenge, because it's not just a matter of jumping in the car and going full speed or driving a full commitment. It's a challenge to find the fastest way around the course, so that makes it fun.
This weekend it's all about going sideways in a buggy that I've never driven before.
It's easy to spin around. You need to be careful with the handbrake, you know, and don't slide too much, get traction and get momentum out there.
And try and go as fast as possible, but put on a good show for the crowd is something that I've never had to do before.
And of course, any motorsport, any racing is always fun because there's a chance you might win. So with the opportunity to win makes it fun. It's not so much fun if you lose, however.
So let's have a look back at the action from yesterday, the first day of two here at the final of the Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet. It was the last chance qualification for those riders and drivers who haven't made it through into today's final already. It was a little bit wet and it was a little bit slippery, but if anything, that was an absolute leveler for the all-wheel drive and the rear-wheel drive. The more power you have in those cars, the more the back wheels are going to slip around. And as you can see here, huge drifts from these guys. It really was a test of skills. As we went through into the afternoon, the sun started coming out. We had a beautiful sunset. And as things started drying out, the action really hotted up as we moved towards the head-to-head top 8 knockout. So Ken Block took a few guys out, almost quite literally, in the Hoonigan vehicle. Had a little bit of a mishap there. Said almost did everything perfectly, but in the slippery conditions, it is very difficult to hold on to grip on that 800 horsepower beast that he's been taking out on the track.
Really disappointing to me because I've had no issues, you know, with this car. We've had no damage on it really over all the things we've done with it, and all of a sudden, all it takes is a tiny little bit of water and...
Hey, this is England.
Yeah, I know. And I'm from Southern California.
Big ride tomorrow.
I hope so.
Well, welcome to the UK, Mr. Ken Block. Unfortunately, yes, we do have quite a lot of precipitation over this side of the Atlantic. Well, as the evening progressed, we went into all the way through to the finals, and here the rear-wheel drive final here, and we actually had a win from the underdog. Came third in qualification, and that was Richard Dolby Smith. We move over into the all-wheel drive final from Lewis Jones and Andy Stevens. Was hotly contested, and it was Lewis Jones who took the win, who's gone through into today. A top seed from our last chance qualifiers. So there you go, welcome to Gymkhana GRiD, the European Gauntlet final. My name is James Thorne and I'm joined by Gerard Deander, absolute legend of voice and motorsport in general. How you doing, dude?
Good, that's a huge intro. I just talked about it.
I think worthy.
Oh, come on now. But, I mean, hey, no, just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I'm just super stoked to be here. Glad to be back at Santapod Raceway. Just a historic track in the whole UK British scene. We were here 4 years ago. I was here 4 years ago. But take a look at this monstrous track, no pun intended, the Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet. There's no swords, there's no knives until the trophies are given. If you haven't seen these trophies, we got to show you guys up close and personal, but we pay it off later. It's an exciting day.
So there's the course that we've got laid before us for the action today, but let's take a little bit of a recap of what's happened already today here at Santapod. A beautiful sunny day, and it couldn't almost be more perfect after the rain that we had yesterday.
Exactly, you took the words out of my mouth. Yesterday it was kind of unfortunate, obviously seeing Ken Block hit the wall, the driver's not getting, you know, the ideal conditions, but now it's brisk, but the track stays hot. So thank you for joining us online. Yeah, so you're seeing a wide variety of vehicles. It was rear-wheel drive practice out of the gate, and that's Mr. Cross there. But then our #1 qualifier, Richard Dolby Smith, and you know, he's real serious competitor.
So yeah, a few little mishaps here in the practice and in the qualifying rounds as well. So still a little bit slippery from yesterday, still a few puddles out there, but it is the big equalizer, you know, like it doesn't matter how much horsepower you've got. When it's wet, it's about grip. And that means if you've got a faster car, if anything, you've got to be even more gentle with your throttle foot, as you can see there.
Yeah, Dean Newport Hall hitting the tires there in that S15, a great looking car, but another great looking car, the debut of the Hoonigan Gymkhana Escort. It's piloted by Formula Drift competitor, 4th overall in Formula Drift, Ryan Turk from New Hampshire. But as we go on board, I love all these different angles. We are inside the head Hoonigan in charge's vehicle of the Hoonicorn, but just shaping things up was rear-wheel drive practice.
Yeah, epic to see that car out there. It is, of course, the world premiere. You may have seen it on YouTube, but it's the first time that car has ever been debuted in front of a live crowd.
Right there, we're riding with Luke Woodham, who is our defending Gymkhana GRiD champion. He got the overall victory last year. That's rear-wheel drive. Now, in all-wheel drive, Ken Block, the Hoonicorn, I would have to say, you know, the kind of the big star in the building. I mean, he just has millions of views online. He has WRC finishes. I mean, his resume has quickly, you know, from founder of DC Shoes, that's kind of a thing of the history, right? It's obviously part of his DNA, but racing and ripping and tearing is now on his resume.
And hooning. So he is the end-of-level boss today. Whoever takes the win in the all-wheel drive section of this competition, they're going to go head-to-head in a bit of a showcase against Mr. Ken Block in that 800 horsepower vehicle that you're seeing right
I like
there.
your end-level boss. I just have visions of Super Mario Brothers or just any video game, and it's like, oh, I gotta bring all the weapons, right? But
Yeah.
you know, I'm having
How
some
many lives have you got left?
Exactly. You have all full heart level. You know, it was a great video game analogy, and this is similar to video game. I mean, it's really cool to see these mirrored courses. I'm hearing murmurs that lane 1 is faster than lane 2, but you know, we'll see overall. This was another rear-wheel drive vehicle, that Japspeed S15. This is Paul Smokey Smith, BDC champion 2012, and Smokey for a reason. He's building a new vehicle, but this is his vehicle that he's piloting here today. Now, we don't have just 2 classes. We have rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, and the buggies, and some notable names, James.
Oh, the buggies. They've been absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's a new class, and we basically wanted to give a showcase of not just professional drivers and monster athletes, but a range of athletes and indeed like superstars from across the board. So we've got downhill mountain biker in there. We've got FMX racers. Yeah, all sorts of people from all different walks of life, all competing in those buggies. And as you can see, those things are absolutely insane. They are, in essence, Honda Fireblade motorbikes. So 1000cc litre engine with a motorbike gearbox in there as well. They're absolute monsters. It's an on-off throttle. It's an on-off clutch as well. And we've seen some of our superstars out there competing in that category.
The way these vehicles navigate through the course is quite different from, you know, the chassis vehicles, right? These are, you can see the exposed suspension. They don't have as much, not body roll, but they absorb, you know, you see the body roll, but they keep the tarmac where the rubber meets the road because of the suspension. But some of these names here, Shayne Lynch, you know, Shayne Lynch, who's obviously famous from Boyzone, Riku Takho, who competes in WRX and World Rallycross, Nic Hamilton, who races BTCC himself, but no coincidence, he is the younger brother of Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 champion. Steve Beat, you know his world, right?
The multiple-time downhill world champion mountain biker. So what's making those buggies exciting is actually the people behind the wheels.
Right.
And Andre Villa, multiple-time X Games FMX motocross rider. You know, these guys are used to 2 wheels, so it's really cool to see them out on the 4 wheels.
Yeah, and Liam Doran as well, the British bomb. He's doing double duty as he is racing in the buggies and in the rear-wheel drive class. So I was talking to the number 62 there earlier, just here at lunch, Andy Stevens. This is his first time driving that car in the dry. It was really cool talking to him and getting kind of his insight on the course today. 35, that's James Steven. He is in that, I know you talked about that livery there, having some trouble. So these guys in the all-wheel drive class, to have enough horsepower, last night the wet was actually kind of a bit of a gift, you know, because if you don't have enough horsepower or you're not used to kind of getting that all-wheel drive car to rotate around, when you get that grip, it could cause you to halt up if you're wrapping around an obstacle.
Yeah, and one of the things we're yet to mention are the penalties that you can get when driving around this course. It's not just about getting around the course in the fastest time. If you clip any of the obstacles, you get a 2-second penalty. If you don't drift around that first corner, if you don't let the back wheels skid out, then you also get a penalty for that as well.
All right, so penalties, obstacles. This is a look at today's timetable and schedule. We are going to rear-wheel drive seating. That begins at 12:40. All-wheel drive seating, that's at 14. top 16. Right now, you know what? This is a whole schedule. It's all busy, but you just want to stay tuned because, look, Ken Block, Ryan Turk, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. So many things happening. All killer, no filler. That's what I like to say. So first up, rear-wheel drive seating. That's going on right now. Exactly what are we looking at here, James?
So head-to-head, these guys are going to be running simultaneously. I beg your pardon, it's not head-to-head yet. This is all about the timing. So each driver will go around course 1 on the left-hand side, then they'll switch over, they'll go around course right, and it's the cumulative time of both of those runs that will give them their final time. So it's the quickest times are going to go to the top of the seeding, slowest times to the bottom, and all to play for as well, because the better you do in qualifying, the easier your life's going to be once you progress through to those knockout rounds. The faster you are, the slower the person you're going to be hedged against in the knockout head-to-head.
All right, so on deck right now at the start line, Adam Elder. He's in that number 1. He calls that car the Terminator, the S13, and Richard Dalby Smith. So maybe we call him the Predator? I don't know. Is it the Predator or the Terminator? We'll see who gets the victor. But again, this is just
call it the Alien. Alien versus Predator.
Alien versus Predator. You can call me the Alien. It's no big deal. They're all monsters, right? Here we go. So on the left, again, the Terminator S13 of Adam Elder. Looks like he's a bit out front, wraps it around that Corbeau seat, nice and tight. As you're seeing, Richard Dalby Smith, now he was our number 1 qualifier from yesterday. He had to fight to get the LCQ, and he did really well. They call him the Hunter, so not too far off from the Predator, right? Because he'll take you out. Boom, headshot.
He was, from the offset, he was the one to watch. He was the highest seed qualifier, as his potential, and went all the way through to win the head-to-head round as well.
Let's call it the perfect round. Well, Adam Elder was a pre-seeded driver. Adam Elder, the 2000...
his potential, and went all the way through to win the head-to-head round as well.
Let's call it the perfect round. Well, Adam Elder was a pre-seeded driver. Adam Elder, the 2015 Fueltopia Barrel Sprint champ, so that's the FBS as they call it, and won the qualifying round to qualify here for Grid. So he's one to watch, but look at this. And there goes Elder, finishes it out. And Richard Dalby Smith still on course, obviously falling behind. So now remember, you can't. What'd you say? You can't count your chickens before you hatch,
Don't
right?
count your chickens before they've hatched. And
easy for me to say.
Of course, this is not a knockout round. This isn't head-to-head. It's literally just driver has to complete 1 lap of each side of the course to get an accumulative time. They'll all get to do that twice, and it's the fastest score that goes into their seeding. Simultaneously getting a time, and you'll see them swap over there. That's because every driver has to complete 1 lap of each side of the course to get an accumulative time. They'll all get to do that twice, and it's the fastest score that goes into their seeding.
Okay, so Richard Dalby Smith, Adam Elder, they'll alternate their positions and see how they fare. And we definitely don't count any chickens because none are here, but there are some penalties that we will be counting that will affect their overall time. That's why yesterday we saw, just a huge effort by one of the drivers. I can't recall exactly who it was, but they finished first both times, but then the other driver got the win because penalties, as well as he went the wrong way on the course. So that's another thing you need to take into factor. You look at the map, you're like, oh, it's easy, go around this, go around that. There aren't signs telling what to do. It's obviously memory. You got to remember exactly, go right around this, go left around that, and how many times as well.
Yeah, we had a long practice day here on Friday, and to begin with, a lot of the drivers were getting lost on the course. It's obviously very different being down on ground level to when you've memorized the course from bird's eye view from above it. But as time goes by, we're seeing more and more skid marks go out, and that's obviously a good indication to the guys as well. But still, every now and again, we will see a driver go a little bit off course, and if you deviate from the set course, you are given a DNS, so absolutely no time whatsoever. So that did throw us a couple of times yesterday. We were almost celebrating for a winner who'd crossed the line first twice, and it transpires that actually they had no time whatsoever. So DNS is not good. No deviation from the course. Also, as Jared was saying, you can pick up time penalties as well. And for each penalty, it's 2 seconds. And when we're talking about sub 1 minute laps, that's actually 4% of your overall time, which is a huge amount. That can really set you back. So 2 seconds per penalty, and a penalty will be given for anybody who touches one of the features out there. Been in interrupted by some Hoonigans out there.
Yeah, right.
Also, there's another penalty that can happen around that first corner. There's a mandatory drift, so you've got to get a bit of a handbrake going on. You've got to lose traction with that back wheel, and there's judges out there, and if you don't do that, that's another penalty. Sorry, you're going to introduce the next drivers to the course.
We're taking a look at these cars entering the Gymkhana GRiD Gauntlet, Coliseum, whatever you want to call it, the scrape and skid. That's Dean Newport Hall. He is in lane 2. And then coming all the way from Slovenia, Croatia, it's Marko Palagin, who is in a 100, I think he's saying, I don't want to misquote here, less than 200 horsepower. I think it's 165 horsepower in this Hachiroku, which is just an iconic car in the whole drifting culture and now obviously in Gymkhana culture. But he won the Austria round of the barrel sprint. So congratulations to him, and drove 27 hours to get here to compete. So
in that car.
We joked about that, but not in that car. So so here we go. So Marko out front. So this is a great example of run what you brung. Does horsepower equate to winning, or do you need a nimble car or require a nimble car? Right now, Marko looks like just a slight bit behind.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, horsepower and power counts, but it's also weight to power ratio as well. And although this has the least horsepower of any car out there, it's also the lightest vehicle as well. So he's really going to be able to flick that back end round, and you'll see that coming into play when it comes to the dishwasher. Down here as he's just coming into that double stack barrel, that is the washing machine, and you've got to do a full 720 round that, 2 full rotations, and that's where a nice lightweight car that's going to be kind of loose on the back end is really going to pay a bit of dividends. And you can see here, we're talking about it, and he's caught up.
Look at that precision driving.
Wow.
Marko catching up. Look at
wow,
this.
No way. Oh my word.
Wow,
that
look at
absolutely insane.
Woo, holding it down.
Yeah, getting a huge round of applause.
Yeah. Oh man, a great run there again from Croatia's own Marko, and that just goes to show you just light and nimble. You know, it's the tortoise and the hare, right?
Yeah,
and
it's not all about the power.
He was a Croatian tortoise there, but he eventually got the one. Let's take a look at it again.
So look, you can see straight off the bat, he's got the slower car out that long straight. He's really losing time, and when he comes to that like nimble section, as I say, the washing machine, you've got to get
the spin cycle, the dishwasher, whatever you call it.
Whatever you want to call it. You're just going round and round. Easy to get lost there as well. So sun's coming out, things are hotting up here for sure as we look out over the onto the main screen.
Beautiful monster girls there spectating from the top of the tower. How are we doing, ladies? You doing all right up there? I guess they're focused on the heroes right now. We're just talking about it.
Background noise by now.
So again, Dean Newport Hall and that great S15. And let's call it what it is. It's a drag race from the start. Yep. So that all-wheel drive, you're going to see that. They're obviously faster, but then when it comes to the obstacles, the spin cycle, you're going to dry yourself off and then head for the tractor barrel, the tractor tires stacked up there, and that's where Marko grabbed the victory there. So look at that.
Wow. So
yeah, go ahead.
A sub 1 minute, I think, there from our Slovene Marko. So David and Goliath going head to head. As I say, the underpowered, the underdog car we've got over on the right-hand side of the course there as you look out. But can he make it up again in those drift sections, the double stacked barrels and the double stacked tires? That's where that lightweight car comes into play. You can have all the horsepower in the world, but when it comes to those kind of situations, it almost makes life harder. If you're heavy-footed on your right foot, then the back end's just going to drift too much, and you're going to get way out of the line. You want to stay as close as you can. So almost neck and neck once again.
No, Marko's got a lead.
Wow.
I was going to talk about, you look at Dean Newport Hall, look at how big and long that car is. It's getting really disrupted. A lot of body roll, and look at Marko finishes strong once again. But again, assessing the obstacles. So you saw Dean more of a stylish, just drifting around. And yeah, there we go, 59 and 1 minute. So
there, you saw how much further ahead Marko was there, and by timing, it was only 1 second. So that just goes to show, if you get a penalty, a time penalty, how much further back that's going to put you in real time.
Yeah, so as the ladies and the fans watch on here at Gymkhana GRiD, we are live here at Santa Pod Raceway. There we go. Let's take a look at this again. So, a broken record, but Dean Newport Hall gets loose, and Marko, he just keeps it tight and right. Yeah, Marko, just a fine execution on the track. Remember, this is just qualifying, no knockouts as of right now, as we will get them seated up. Again, this is Sean Franklin and Danny Cross. We saw these two gentlemen last night in the LCQ. Danny Cross, definitely a guy to watch. He is he's running that SR20 DET and obviously the Skyline, running that RB setup. But Danny Cross, talking to him, he had a drift what you brung competition. He said his I think it was either his cams or I can't remember what it was exactly. His crank, something broke. So he has a new engine in that thing from, I think it's just about a week old. I talked to him this morning and he was like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He's stoked to be here, but he wants to put it down. So Danny Cross in the number 58, that orange DC Autos UK S14, and then the 14 of Mr. Franklin in the Skyline. There we go. So Danny Cross wraps it around. He is quite the jump as he's already around that Corbeau seat, and Franklin just navigates around it. All right, so Danny Cross approaching that checkered flag barrel. Nice job, about a 1, 2, 3, about a 3-second gap. Bringing around the Samco Urchin, the Asterix, the Asteroid, whatever you want to call it.
So this is a bit of a rerun of yesterday because both of these guys were last chance qualifications from yesterday. And yesterday, as we've said before, it was absolutely pouring down with rain. So getting used to these new conditions, they've had a bit of a practice earlier on today, but as things have dried up, it is a whole different kettle of fish. And of course, you're going to have so much adrenaline from yesterday to refocus, regain composure, and come into today's competition. It's going to be a real challenge for these guys. And
coincidentally, it was Franklin and Cross that went together, or went against each other in the semifinals B, and Franklin got the win. And that was the battle we talked about, where we saw Cross finish the line first, 105 compared to a 59, so 6-second gap there. But Franklin got the inevitable win due to Danny Cross getting some penalties. As we take a look at it again here, James.
So switching over the track, so as we said before, just to reiterate, each time is one side of the track, then the other, the two scores added together.
That disco ball is like a wrecking ball, just showing you just of the party that will ensue when the final trophies are given out in the party that happens.
Don't want to give too much away.
I know.
The pyrotechnics were spectacular.
Dude, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here we go. So Danny Cross, so by comparison, wants to keep it clean today. Now they're not knocking each other out. They're just grabbing their times, collecting seconds, or actually not collecting seconds. Obviously, like golf, you want to be the lower score, right? So Cross visibly quite a bit out front ahead of Franklin.
Yeah, we don't want to write Sean Franklin off just yet. As I say, it is all about times.
You can see the yellow, I don't know, what do you call them, fin dangles stinking out there around the Samco Asteroid.
In other racing, you were saying, they're actually features. You've got to clip that yellow bar that's sticking out.
Yep, so the clipping points are not required this particular event. I mean, the course is tough enough, and it's fun. You know, this course definitely, you know, just changing things up a little bit. That's the beauty of Gymkhana. You have this skid pad, this playground, automotive playground, so you can put different obstacles, different, you know, things that you can put out there and wrap it around.
So Sean Franklin, if it were a head-to-head, he would have missed out there, but actually came second yesterday, and it was Danny Cross that came third. So a bit of a switch around there.
All right, quickly expediting these two gentlemen as. Look at that, nice execution.
Perfect precision. And remember, you want to get as close as you can to be as quick as you can around those 720s, but a single touch is going to cost you 2 seconds.
All right, next up, Mike Newland in that number 69. Mike Newland, that S14 SRs from South Coast. And then in the 74 it looks like Paul Smokey Smith. So Paul Smith and Mike Newland, as Ken Block signing some autographs over in the Monster Energy Tower, and also as well as Steve Pete, he signed autographs. Ryan Turk's over there, so if you're in the building, head on over, grab an autograph from the head Hoonigan in charge, or as you said, mountain bike champion Ryan Turk, 4th overall in Formula Drift, and get the famous drifter Ryan Turk, get his autograph as well. So out here on track against 74, that's Paul Smokey Smith in that Japspeed Maxxis Tyres S15, and then in the S14, Mike Newland. And he won the Players Show earlier this year where the Hoonigan was on display, so he grabs the victory and will obviously grab a ticket to compete here. Paul Smokey Smith from Spalding, Lincolnshire.
Yeah, Paul Smith, the 2012 British Drift Champion. No stranger to getting that back end out, which is mandatory into that first corner.
Yeah.
Things drying up here is really going to pay dividends for those drift racers. There's a lot of guys with a background of drift, and it's really going to work in their favor. They've got those big, wide, slick back tires and very powerful cars, good for acceleration, and also you can make up for the fact that these cars tend to be slightly longer, and you can actually make them a bit more nimble. They're very easy to throw around because you can flick that back end because they've got so much power in those back wheels.
Nice job by Smokey.
It's a fairly even race here.
Oh, but look at that, the 69 of Mike Newland. He's in the spin cycle a bit quicker. And here comes Paul Smokey Smith. You can hear him stay on the throttle, but with that, you're losing traction. You want to grip up. Where there's smoke, that means there's loss of traction. You know, you're getting more wheel speed. It looks cool, but that's a purpose-built drift car. You know, I mean, you look at it, that car has seen competition before, and Paul Smokey Smith, he's like you said, previous British drifting champion, and Mike Newland, you know, you can't bat an eye on him as well. So obviously he is faster through the finish line. Also, it must be noted, you can see the white lines on the ground there at the finish line. They break the line, and they want to make sure they stop before the end of it. If their tire breaks the line, they will be docked another 2 seconds, just like a penalty you've seen on course.
So it's actually the tires that have got to remain inside that box on the finish.
Yeah, you can have a bumper hang, as they're calling it, but the tires need to maintain within that white and the white stripe box. All right, so let's swap them out. Switch swap.
Switcheroo.
Swippy swappy, flippy floppy.
Flippy floppy.
Yep. It's a very technical term. Flippy flopping. It's when two cars alternate the lanes. Yeah. I don't know if it goes. It might go over my own head.
I think that might be American English.
it is American English.
An Americanism.
Americanism. Paul Smokey Smith, Mike Newland, back to the start line. You can see they get counted down. I don't know if you can see it there on the big screen or at home. Remember, tell your friends they can watch. Text them, youtube.com/Monster Energy. We're live. Jared DeAnda here, James Thorne, your tour guides here for our live stream. Will be live on television later on when we get to the top 16. Oof. Oh, that's a big.
Yeah, Mike
big
Newland coming in a little bit too hot. A little bit too much speed through that first corner, but it's not cost him too much. It's looking fairly neck and neck here. Two guys very comfortable in those drift cars. And I love Gymkhana. I love the way it brings together all different disciplines, drivers from all different walks of driving, and they can come together here and compete on an even playing field. Nobody really has that advantage, and it's the same with the cars as well. You can come here, as we've seen before, you can come here with like a small Volvo or Toyota. It doesn't matter about horsepower. It's purely about finding grip, and it is skill of driving. I mean, you can have the biggest cars out there. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the fastest. So many different styles of driving have to come together.
Yeah, and again, just evidence strewn about the air. You could see Smokey Smith living up to his name, creating more smoke, but losing that traction. As you see, a 104 and a 101. Newland, even given that mistake there on entry, you saw that big sweeping turn. At the end of it, it comes to a halt. Let's take a look at it again here, James. So there, right here, right out of the gate, you see Newland.
Here's where he gets in trouble, just giving it a little bit too much, and you can see that counter steer, trying to straighten that car up, but he'd already just given it too much. But brings it all back together, makes up for it there on the second half of the course.
All right, our next car's warming up their tires. The number 19, Luke Woodham, and it looks like
so we've got Luke Woodham out there. who's our defending champion from last year. He's almost like the poster boy of Gymkhana. He's been racing in this style of driving since the very, very beginning, and he's kind of grown up with this series, and now he's really made a name for himself here, and that's helped with sponsorship. You know, if you get to this point in the competition, in the European Gauntlet, you get this live coverage. We are streamed live now. The number is close to 100 million people watching. We're also going to be going out live on TV later as well, and that's huge for your sponsors, and that's a really great bit of exposure. So that really helps these guys to pick up those sponsors, to get the money that they need to put into the cars and run for the whole season.
And a very unique car on the other side in that of lane 1. So we talked about Luke Woodham, but this gentleman, Dan Firminger, he is in a V8 Volvo. Now he's running the 1UZ, which is the V8 engine out of Nissans or Infinitis, harnessing about, what did he say,
264 horsepower, but he's got 100 pounds of NOS in there, so he's pushing it up to 364 horsepower, which is a lot of horses to be putting into a Volvo like that. And we saw it yesterday. It almost gave up the ghost. The engine's almost too big for the rest of it, and we had a bit of a dislocation of one of the drive shaft, but he limped around. Dislocated drive shaft. It's a painful thing.
Dislocated.
Yeah, he actually had a bit of a breakdown yesterday, but he was the lucky loser, and he got a 5th place yesterday, but it was enough to get him through into the rear-wheel drive finals here today. In practice, we saw him actually going head-to-head against the Hoonigan, the 800cc Ken Block vehicle, and he actually didn't come in that
800cc?
800cc? Beg your pardon? No, it's like 8,000cc almost. 7.7 litre or something.
I had to catch you there. It was funny.
So yeah, he didn't actually come that far behind. So we said it before, it's not all about the muscle, it's not all about the power, it's definitely about the setup and the driver.
But think about Luke Woodham. Last night he grabs the victory in the wet, in the buggy, you know, going against Liam Doran, and he is our defending Gymkhana GRiD champion, king of Gymkhana GRiD and the European Gauntlet. Not the European Gauntlet, because he won last year in Spain, but right now, look at him execute this. I want to see what kind of times we're looking at from Woodham. Keeps it between the lines there as Dan Firminger brings it down to, and 58.3. So a great time there.
I think that could be the fastest time that we've seen yet today.
Let's write that down. Let's write that one down there. 58.3. 58.3 there for Luke Woodham. Look at his eyes are on the. Thought he was all focused and in the zone, and he's saying, "Hi, Mom."
Hey, I'm on TV.
Yeah. So let's analyze Luke Woodham's run here. Out of the gate, he has the speed. Again, we talk about what is the perfect Gymkhana car. Is an S14, which is an iconic drift car, is it the perfect Gymkhana car? What do you think,
is it the Volvo 340?
I just got to chuckle. That car was never available in the States. So for me, it's like a Toyota Starlet is what it reminds me of, like our old Mazda, that hatchback where you get some high horsepower cars, rear-wheel drive, it's fun. And Dan, from what I understand, he's always talking some mess at drift competitions and always having fun. So I know we had some words here at lunch, so it was cool.
I like his intake on the rear windscreen there. It's an ode to the DeLorean as we're all celebrating Back to the Future at the moment.
Yeah, Mr. Fusion, right? You throw some beer cans and some banana peels back there. All right, Luke Woodham, boom, slingshots out of the gate, the number 19, a great number there as Woodham, look at that. So styly, like the drift style, but you're not seeing the smoke. Is that contributed to because the tires, they're less smoky, or is that because he's found that compromise of slip and grip? That might just be the answer there as Woodham brings it around.
Wow, this is really
dancing
tight.
with those cones. Yeah, but now, look at Dan. He's fighting back.
A lot of guys opted for slightly softer tires today to get that little bit of extra grip. Yesterday, most were choosing wet weather tires, obviously, a lot of surface water.
All right.
But Dan Woodham, look at him, like that is absolute perfection. That is a masterclass of how to drift around these 720 obstacles. Look at the front wheel inside, almost stopping there for a split second as he lets the back end catch up. That is some real precision driving, an absolute masterclass in Gymkhana. Remember,
Dan just throwing some flair in there.
Good style.
No bonus points for that. He saves it, does not cross the line as Luke Woodham. Look at that, 59.
That's consistent. 2 runs, and remember, it is the accumulative time of both sides of the track. So he is a sub 2 minute there. Both of his runs under 1 minute.
Luke Woodham, is he the guy to beat? The Woodham, the Ham of Wood. as Luke Japspeed Monster Energy S14 leaves the scene, the Nankang tires, the number 38 of Dan Firminger, as we take a look at it again.
Yeah, you saw his drift into that first corner. It was absolute perfection. Had a bit of handbrake at the end of the straight, set him up sideways, full drift the whole way round, and that's the kind of experience that pays dividends.
All right, coming out here on deck, coming out on track, we have Woodford and Liam Doran. Now, Woodford did add a turbo to his Miata, and now we have Liam Doran. Liam Doran just brought this car here for the first time. It's a SR-powered S13, and like I said, Woodford, we were quite impressed with the Miata. And look, if obviously the dry surface of the track is an indication of the weather, the top is dropped on Woodford's Miata, his MX-5, just to let you know, it's a beautiful day out here.
Yeah, he had the roof up yesterday for sure. I really appreciate seeing a Mazda MX out there. You know, that's the kind of car that's accessible for a lot of people out here, and it just goes to show you can get that car, you can tweak it out a little bit, you can weld the diff, and you've got yourself a competitive Gymkhana car. It really does showcase and highlight the grassroots nature of this event. And check that out. You know, he's brave into that first corner. He's got those small diameter wheels, which means you can undergear it, and then you've got the smaller wheels that make up for it and make it a fantastic drift car. It's very, very lightweight. But you know, you can. Oh no, he's just lost it a little bit there, just overcooking. Do you see the headlights come up there? I think he's just hit the flashers coming out the bonnet. Potentially that was just to slow him down a little bit. So potentially a throwaway run from Woodford, so he's going to be really going for that second run. But you know, all to play for. You never know what's going to happen. You've got to try and put down your best score, even if you make a mistake, because you never know what's going to happen. As was the case with Dan Firminger in that Volvo earlier. He had a breakdown, but he limped through the course, and it actually got him fifth, and he had the chance to fix his car, and he's here today racing again.
But you take a look at Liam Doran, that's who we've been focusing on here in that Junebug green S13, and Liam Doran, you know, don't count him out. He competes in WRX in the World Rally Championship. He's also four-time X Games medals, or four-time X Games medals overall, 2 of gold, and a nice job there. Oh man, look at that. Is Liam Doran crossing the line? Looks like he might, so we'll see. That obviously that's a 2-second penalty if he does. But we were, you know, taking a look at Doran. He just brought this car out here to have some more fun. And again, that drag race off the front, Woodford. Yeah. You saw him rotate a few times, and Doran, a great run for him on his maiden voyage in Gymkhana competition in a rear-wheel drive car.
Really interesting seeing them both go into that first corner. You saw Woodford taking a really straight line, very last minute getting that back end out very slightly, but then Liam Doran's got all the power, so he sends that drift off really early, just giving it a little bit of handbrake, and he's sideways before he even gets to the corner. So very, very different styles.
And Liam Doran, again, just picked up this car, and he just wanted to come have some fun out here. So, hey, maybe he's got a shot at grabbing a podium. So, here we go. So, just as I say that, look at that. Doran slow off the start. Obviously an issue here as Woodford out of the gate. Nice job here. Initiates at the point he needs to, around that Corbeau seat. See if Doran can catch up here as he wraps it around the bollard.
Yeah, I'm not sure quite what happened there, and I don't know if the timing is triggered by the car or whether it is a 3-2-1 and then the timing starts. I think it is off the countdown, so that little mishap, that little stall in the start gate is going to cost him when it comes to the timing.
Yeah, it's definitely off at 3-2-1, because so you need good reaction time. You don't want to jump it. That's what, like I was saying earlier, Doran was a bit upset yesterday. He made it to the finals in the buggy against Luke Woodham, and Doran thought that Luke Woodham jumped the light, but he didn't, so they didn't restart him, and Doran got the inevitable loss, as we talked about Woodham grabbing the victory in the buggies. And here's Woodford. So, man.
There we go.
The wood is all up in his face between the Woodford and the Woodham. Gotta love Liam, though. Liam, a fierce competitor, as we're hearing another car wind up just at the base of our announcer's tower, and this thing sounds insane.
Wow.
But not just yet. We're taking a look here again at Woodford and Doran. Woodford out of the gate, like we said. Doran, once he got it out there on course, he seemed to navigate properly, did a good job getting that car around the obstacles, and it seemed like a fairly good finish for both of them. Neither of them crossing the line. We'll see if Doran is eventually penalized. 2 seconds for crossing that line. So now out here on track, that is Baggsy Boy and Shayne Lynch. Now Shayne Lynch is in this VH45. It's a Nissan V8 with a twin screw supercharger attached to it. It sounds like a pissed off robot tiger. So I guess it's a very angry tiger. Sorry, I apologize. That term is different from what I understand in States and here. So I apologize for that. But as Baggsy and Shayne Lynch are going to go at it, and Baggsy, you know, he's been traveling the world. He's been competing in D1 this year. He's been competing. He won the King of Kings European Championship in 2014. 2010 BDC champion. Competes in D1 in Japan this year. Again, 4 rounds of that. So quite a busy fellow. And Shayne Lynch, if you don't know who he is, Boy Zone, and as well as he competes in many different driving sanctioning bodies as well.
I'm pretty sure everyone who's had a look at Shayne's car has just agreed it is an absolute beast. You got 800 horsepower, but then 600 foot-pounds of torque on that thing, and that means that at any rev range, you can put your foot down, and that back end is absolutely going to blow out.
So Baggsy right now, we're focused on him in lane 2, and now we take a shot at Shayne Lynch's car. Now Shayne hasn't driven this vehicle before; it just got completed. So you'll see this car kind of, you know, he's working out the kinks. He wants to compete in this car in Drifting Championship next year. That's to be decided which one specifically. But obviously, this thing has the horsepower as Baggsy rounds it out. One more turn of the wheel for Baggsy. Shayne goes around and puts a smoky bow on it there for Shayne Lynch. So a 103 and a 108. Not absolutely devastating runs there, but
nothing
still
to write home about, but I'm pretty sure that's enough to get them through.
Yeah, yep. So as again, we are seeing our rear-wheel drive competitors. This is all about seating. This is where they're going to land. As you see Baggsy just about a half a second ahead of Shayne Lynch, his Monster Energy teammate.
So a bit of a replay here. Baggsy on that drift car. You can see the back end here really lighting up. Heaps of smoke coming out of that car. That's what the drifters do best. And Shayne still with a formidable time. Back wheel's really lighting up as he comes through that final section. But as we say, it's all about the time. They're running simultaneously, but they're not at the head-to-head stages yet.
There's Baggsy and his S13. Running an SR, he's saying about 350 horsepower. And you were talking about those Razor Crazy Karts. He has a video that just came out with Razor and the Crazy Karts, so check it out. Coming in hot into that sweeper. Good initiation by both of them. Again, it's a mandatory initiation or braking of traction as they enter the left or right-hand turn, depending on which track they're on.
Shayne's just a little bit behind here, but he looks really good. I tell you what, his style's great. Not letting the back end drift too much. He's getting it straight as quickly as possible before putting the power down. But it's just not enough to keep Baggsy at bay at the moment. So Baggsy going pretty wide around the dishwasher there. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be set in stone. Is it going to be a sub 1 minute? I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to be hoping for. Huge amounts of smoke being lit up from that back end. Wow.
All right, so gaining some rounds of applause there. Look at it, both. That's what you call a hard park.
That was stylish that they did that. Do you think they worked that out together in the dressing room?
They high fives. They choreographed that. I mean, it's Shayne Lynch.
They're going to be off playing volleyball together. Tops off later, I think.
Yeah. Is that the top? Is that a Top Gun cameo reference?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so Baggsy, you can see him full pull for him, and it seems with every turn of the wheel for Shayne Lynch, seems like he is working that car's kinks out or put kinks in it.
So there you go, just highlighting the differences there as we see the replay. You want to get that front end as close as possible to those washing machines, the double stacked tire and the double stacked oil cans. That is where the race can be won or lost.
All right, so we are seeing Hadley Fallbrook step up. We are understanding that Buttsy Butler and his Soarer is not able to make it to the line, so Buttsy Butler will not run. So it's Hadley Fallbrook and Dmitriy Illyuk. Dmitriy Illyuk, Nissan S13, is from Ukraine. He's Eastern European Drift Champion of 2012. He's had this car since 2001, so this car has seen a lot of track time. And again, the S13, this car competes in drifting competition, so adapting the car, has he made the right decisions or, you know, changes to either suspension or even, you know, rim and tire setup? That could change things quite a bit. Here we go. So Hadley Fallbrook on lane 2 and Dmitriy Illyuk here in lane 1. As we take a look at Hadley Fallbrook, the late entry due to Buttsy Butler and his vehicle not making it to the line.
And Dmitriy is the Eastern European Drift Champion from 2013. So no stranger to getting that back end out.
And look at Fallbrook.
Whoa, wow, he's giving it so much beans, but you know, we've said it before and I'll say it again, giving it all the beans and bouncing it off the limiter. It's losing traction. I mean, it looks really impressive and it looks remarkably fast, but quite often it's the cars that look in control. There's not a lot of smoke. They're the ones that are actually putting together the fastest times.
So Dmitriy Illyuk with that one-piece front end. He's got the scoops, got the LED bars. As, man, look at this. Hadley,
wow,
looking very strong here. Yeah. You can see quite a bit of time between Dmitriy and Hadley. And this is what I was saying, is a Gymkhana purpose-built car and I don't know if Hadley's car is purpose-built for drifting or for Gymkhana, but as he's a late entry, he was at LCQ yesterday, so he got that final spot. But Dmitriy Illyuk, a purpose-built drift car, so kind of a big deficit there between the two drivers. As Dmitriy Illyuk, the question I have for you that stuck out for me is how many beans did he give it?
He gave it plenty.
All.
Almost all the beans.
No, you said all.
All the beans. All the beans is a lot.
That's what you said. He gave
you
it
know,
all.
You got to purchase the beans, and then you got to spend your beans.
Like garbanzo beans? You're talking pinto beans? Is it like, what kind of beans? Refried?
It depends. You usually find out the following day how much beans you've had.
This saying is foreign to me, literally. I mean, I've spent some time in the UK and have quite a bit of British friends, but I've all the beans.
The beans is the gas.
Okay,
that's like, you're giving it beans, that means like you're really revving it up. Like giving it full beans is bouncing it off the limiter. That's full beans.
Okay, I'm purely educating myself and our potential international fans that don't know how many beans you're giving, but you said all. Here we go, Hadley Fallbrook. Back to the action here as Dmitriy Illyuk.
Dmitriy is giving it full beans there. That is full till beans.
Oh, Hadley falls back. Now Dmitriy is on it and around the bollard. So Dmitriy, a little bit of fighting back here, but again, they're not battling each other. If you're just tuning in, or if you're here in person, youtube.com/Monster Energy. We are in a seeding because 16 drivers will advance on, but where they land, we'll find out who's going to be our number 1 qualifier. I got to say, Luke Woodham with those both sub 1 minute times are the fastest. Dmitriy slow around what is... Oh, wow. So Dmitriy completely...
he's got a huge lead.
No, Dmitriy just said, you know what? Over it. Bummed. Oh, I could see Dmitriy in his cockpit. No, he wants more. Maybe he gave too many beans on that first run.
Maybe he spent all his beans early on.
I think the beans were spent. I love Dmitriy. He's a great dude. He's another one that travels the world, just has fun. But yeah, unfortunately, the Ukrainian driver, Odessa, Ukraine to be exact, just some frustration. And that would be a DNF, a did not finish for Dmitriy Illyuk for him. But Hadley Fallbrook completes it as Dmitriy smokes him up. Now, we failed to mention that there are two qualifying runs. collective. But now we are getting to see a little impromptu smoke show.
Do you think he's a bit
from
upset
Dmitriy?
with his mistakes?
That was all the beans.
That was everything he had. He's all out beans. He's off to Tesco's to get some more.
All right, so as we see Dmitriy Illyuk, that concludes our first runs of both run a lap on course 1 and course 2. So that collective effort there, and now we're going to see them go at it again. They'll have a go on track 1 and track 2, grab another collective time, and to see where they land. Because we do have 16 drivers, all of them will make it in. Where they land is to be decided.
And of course, it's the fastest of the 2 collective times. The lap of course 1, the lap of course 2 added together. They're going out again, they're going to do exactly the same again, and it's the fastest time of those 2 times out on the course that counts.
Yep. So again, we are seeing our fans come in here, and you can see some sweatshirts, some beanies if you're not here and you're watching at home. As it's nice. Adam Elder and Richard Dalby-Smith, Rads, as we like to call him. He is from, what is it, Buckinghamshire? Would that be a proper place?
That exists.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Buckinghamshire.
Rads, Sir Rads III, I think they called him, from Buckinghamshire.
This is, of course, an abbreviation of radical.
Yep, hence the name. Richard Anthony Dalby-Smith, I think, is actually, so he has that name in it.
Richard Anthony Sir Radcliffe.
Yeah, right, here we go. So Elder is the other driver, Adam Elder in the Terminator, he's from High Wycombe, the 2015 Fueltopia Barrel Sprint champ.
And he's going simultaneously with our first place winner from yesterday's last chance qualifier.
But the Terminator there, that car number 1, seems that he's got the number. Adam Elder, he's got number 1. He qualified and is our champion of the FBS Fueltopia Barrel Sprint. And right now he's showing you why he came back from the future. Right, he's the Terminator. I mean, have you seen him take off his helmet yet?
Is that like one side of it's like no skin and just metal?
I haven't seen him take off his helmet yet. He's a beast. There we go, Adam Elder, bring it on home.
If he asked you to give you his clothes, would you?
No, sorry. Okay. Sorry. Look at that, 56.5. 56.5. The fastest time we've seen so far there. Man, blazing time from Adam Elder on his first run. Let's dissect this. Where
didn't he go wrong?
Right, exactly.
It's an almost immaculate run.
There's Rad, but what's crazy is Rad's at a 58. So that was a strong go.
Yeah.
2 of the fastest gentlemen here. But man, Adam Elder, the Elder in the situation, is as we are seeing our fans high atop the Monster Energy Tower.
They're here live, but still watching it on their
device,
on their little phones as well.
Yeah.
Hey,
there you are.
We're getting a little wave. Okay, people are waking up a little bit.
Yeah. I think that's Liam Doran watching from up top there as well.
So a little bit of a switcheroo. Is Adam Elder going to give us another sub 1 minute time? I dare say he is. He's got the consistency that can do it. Now, both of these guys super fast. Richard Dalby-Smith, yesterday's winner. Even if he comes through into that finishing grid behind, he's still going to have a very, very good time because these are 2 of the fastest guys out on the track.
Do you think that motivates them? You know, they know who they're going against?
100%. They know that each other are competitors and could well be seeing each other on the podium. So this is almost like eyeing each other up. Look, face to face there as they go into this final section.
Yeah. That would mess with me, man. You're going heading into each other. You're kind of looking at it. I mean, that would mess with me. But Elder keeps it calm, keeps it cool. Again, the Elder.
The Elder, the experience.
The experience, the wisdom. And look at that, 57.5 and a 59.3.
There you go, all sub 1 minute times. That is very, very fast and really is setting the standard for the rest of the field. Man. So that was the first of the second runs. We're not going to be seeing these guys again until potentially they go into the knockout round.
Marco Perger and Danny Cross. Danny Cross Again, it's Marko Apelagin from Slovenia, Croatia, and Danny Cross. You can see them entering on in as we take a look at the replay between the two drivers. Elder and Rads, as he's simply been known as acronym. Our fans cheering on their favorites. Maybe they have some skin in the game. They have some friends, some family out there on track. We are live here. James Thorne, Jared Deanda here, giving you play-by-play call as.
So this is the interesting race. This really sort of opened people's eyes a little bit to the differences in the cars. Danny Cross here, the Nissan S14. It's a big beast, a lot of horsepower, going against Marko in that Toyota AE86. Brought it all the way over from Slovenia. It is the least horsepower vehicle out there, but it is also the lightest, and it's very, very nimble. And even though here, look, he's way behind, but just you wait till those washing machines. That's where these races can be won, they can be lost, and we're going to be seeing our man Marko from Slovenia picking up a lot of time in the tighter, more nimble, more technical section of the course. So here it's all about the speed, the acceleration, and you can see him absolutely getting dominated here. But he's definitely going to be picking up time, as we saw in the first rounds. Yeah,
you see Danny Cross there, a little bit of bobble there, scrub some speed. But when he comes out of an obstacle, as you said, in those sections that are kind of a straightaway, out of the gate, and then when they go from the Corbeau seat into the Samco, you'll see them grab some more speed as well.
You know what? Danny Cross has played that absolutely perfectly, and I'm pretty sure he's hungry. He's looking across at that Toyota thinking there's no way I'm going to let him. I'm going to let him, even though this is just a showcase and it's all about timing. He doesn't want to be beaten. Look how tight this is. Okay, there we go. Danny Cross had something to prove there. You can see all the eyes moving towards the timing gates, and both of them sub 1 minute. That is so impressive.
You got to think there's more rubber being laid down. The asphalt's drying up. The conditions are just getting better and better, and more track time. As we take a look, we see inside the cockpit of Marko, but Danny Cross, you saw he caught up because, again, you look at him getting out of an obstacle. Danny Cross had the straightaway speed, but Marko had that nimbleness. So very, very good match between these two gentlemen, but they're not even going against each other. Right?
Let's make it competitive.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's always a competition.
Okay, so the switcheroo.
As Danny Cross inside of his cockpit.
He's taking course number 2. And Marko on course number 1. So immediately, once again, a huge lead from Danny through that straight.
Nice job by Marko.
Tell you what, Danny's got some really smooth driving going on here. Look how close he's getting to these features. He's not letting that back end drift out too far. He's letting the car straighten up before he gets back on the accelerator. Really smooth driving. Keeping that front end in really close.
I'm not for certain if you guys have autocross here in the UK, but I know autocross is really popular, you know, in the States, and the Hachiroku, the A86, it's a grip car. And autocross is basically you set up cones and navigate a course. It's not like a race course. You can do it in a parking lot. And the Hachiroku, the A86, is very popular in that world. And it seems that, you know, Marko isn't really causing that back end to slide out except out of the obstacles. And Danny Cross gets it across the line first. And here comes Marko.
It'd be interesting to know the difference in the time. Wow, look at that, 59s.
About a half of a second.
But just to put it out there, it's not always going to be the time that you see on that scoring board, because if there are penalties given to those drivers, that's going to add a little bit of time. So even if you see somebody coming through really, really fast, potentially there's going to be a little bit of time added if there were any mistakes made out on that course. So a little bit of a replay of the battle of David and Goliath out there. And yeah, there you go. You can see in comparison Danny's back end flying right out as Marko keeps it nice and straight. So Sean Franklin coming out in his Skyline R33. Yesterday's runner-up, going up against Dean Newport Hall in his S15. Won the Irish FBS qualifier which is how he qualified through to today's Gymkhana final and has driven over to the UK to compete today.
Sean Franklin, excuse me, in that R33, a fierce competitor. We just saw him again. This is their second qualifying run, or second seeding run, I should say. And away they go.
So Sean Franklin taking the lead. Look at that really wide drift. I wonder how much extra weight that whale tail's adding to that back end, because he definitely let it slide out then. Big, powerful machine. Precision driving there.
Dean Newport Hall, you can see him as they go and almost collide into each other. Cones just purely separate him, so if he got out of hand and got out of shape, you definitely get into a tussle as they wrap it around the checkered flag barrels and through the Samco asteroid. Looks like we have Dean Newport Hall slightly in the lead into the spin cycle.
Wow, look at that precision. Look how close that front wheel is to those barrels. That is absolute precision. Get your notepads out, because that is how you drive. Oh, he almost gave him the commentator's curse. God, Dean.
And there it is across the finish line. Dean Newport Hall, nice job, as Sean Franklin crosses across and parks it again. These guys coming in real hot across that finish line. 1:02 and 1 minute, 0.06. As we see again our fans hanging out, witnessing what is unfolding here.
So Dean on the right-hand side as we look out there. There he is in the black. And there again, you can see how close these guys are getting their front end to the barrels. I've seen closer. But those long wheelbase cars, very hard to maneuver around so tightly in that tight little space. Good stylish finish from Dean there.
Yep, and there you see, that's the FBS we were talking about, the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint. That's the sanctioning body and the events that lead up here into the Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet event, the finals.
So the switcheroo, they're trading tracks. And we saw a massive loss of traction there from Sean, hugely on the handbrake in that first corner. It's mandatory to drift, but you don't want to let that back end go too far, as you've seen there. A couple of guys, Sean earlier on, a little bit overcooking it in that first corner. Almost neck and neck here. It's great these guys going back to back on the same course. It is all about time, but just looking across the track at each other, it's going to give them some sort of indication of what their time's going to be like. And these two vehicles, fairly evenly matched. They're going to be absolutely buzzing off each other.
All right, so we are seeing Franklin bring it on home, but seems that Dean Newport Hall, bit out front. Dean getting out of sorts sometimes. Maybe you got to think these guys get dizzy. You know, I mean, obviously that could affect you.
Apparently Dean's an ex-ballerina and he's got that whole technique of like leading with his head.
Yeah, right.
No, I just made that up.
As Dean Newport Hall crosses first, according to the clocks, but according to the penalties, we'll find out later where they land in qualifying. To take a look at this again. Different angle here. Franklin gets the jump over Dean Newport Hall.
So getting into position now. We have Mike Newland and our poster boy of Gymkhana, Mr. Luke Woodham from the UK, from High Wycombe, the defending Gymkhana champion in his Nissan S14A. The 2015 Gymkhana GRiD winner. There he is, giving us a wave from his in-cockpit view. So the second and final chance to put down a good time. Luke Woodham did have the fastest time with that 58.3 earlier on, which has now been bettered by Adam Elder. Both these guys no stranger to the world of drift. Luke on the right-hand side there as we look out, going on board with him. You see how close that front end is. It really puts it in perspective with that top-mounted camera that we've got attached to his car there. And it really gives you a good indication of like how difficult it is to negotiate this course. We were saying a lot of the drivers took a long time to learn this course. And a few mistakes have been made, but now as people get used to it, as we move through into essentially day 3 of racing. Oh, we've had a little bit of a front end knock from Mike, so that's going to cost him a 2-seconder. But we remain with Luke Woodham. There you can see a little bit inside that car, lots of carbon fiber in there. Racing gear stick, racing handbrake, and sends it home. That was a blistering time. His fastest time in his first run was a 58.3, and we're going to see how that fares up in his second run there. A lot more rubber on the course. The tires are going to be a lot hotter as well, and of course, the more track time you get, the more used to it you're going to get as well, and that's going to make you faster. So Mike Newland and Luke Woodham now changing tracks. So we've got Mike Newland on track number 2 on the far side as you look out in car number 69. And Luke Woodham is going to be on the close side. So a little bit of a replay here. And you can see straight from the offset, Luke Woodham taking the lead. He's got a very, very powerful Nissan S14A. There's that nose clip that we saw from Mike Newland. That's going to cost him 2 seconds. He didn't actually knock that double stack barrel over, but it just shows you how hungry he is to get that speed. You want to get that front end as close as possible, but without touching it, because it's going to cost you a lot. Every little mistake you make on a sub 1 minute lap, a 2-second penalty is near on 4% of your time. So you really want to avoid making those mistakes. So on board once again with Luke Woodham. Hey Luke, how's it going, man? He's having a good time. Huge smiles from that man. He knows he's already put down a good time. Is he going to be improving upon that cumulative time that he got in the first round? Drifting so early, and it's what he's all about. One of the best grid competitors out there. And he's getting a lot of love from our cameras as well. One of the younger guys out there, he actually has been with Gymkhana since the very, very beginning, and he's risen. His profile has grown with the actual events profile as well. And he's getting some really good sponsorship, and you can see he's put together an absolutely brilliant car. So we're on Mike Newland now. So on board once again with Luke Woodham, and you can see the counter steer that he needs there, going into these double 720s. Lagging just a little bit behind Mike Newland. And I'm excited to see what the timing's like from Luke Woodham here. Little blip of acceleration into that finishing box. Coming in just behind him, Mike Newland. So not to write him off, it is all about timing. There you go, 57. So it's a little bit quicker from Luke Woodham than it was before. Just scraping on the outside of that 1 minute barrier that seems to be the leveler for our competitors out here. So a little bit of an overview of the course. Let's see a bit of a replay. Luke looking confident, coming in here 2015. He's the 2014 winner of the Gymkhana GRiD. So Dan Firminger and Paul Smokey Smith, the next 2 riders on course. So Dan Firminger in that super modded Volvo. He's got a 264 horsepower in there. It is on nitrous oxide. Gives him an extra 100 horsepower. He said he can boost that up to potentially giving it another 200 horsepower if he turns up that nose, but that's when things start falling apart, and that became apparent yesterday when he dislocated a drive shaft. So we're looking at Paul Smokey Smith here in the Nissan Silvia S15, the man from Lincolnshire. He's got a very cool looking Japspeed car coming out soon. He is the 2012 British drift champion, so he knows exactly what to do and how to control that back end. And look at that fluidity, such a smooth style. And looks like we've got some problems then from Dan Firminger in the Volvo 340, one of the most modded cars out there, besides the Hoonigan possibly and the Escort Mark II. Hoonigan cars that are going to be coming out later. So all eyes then on Paul Smokey Smith, our British drift champion from 2012, lighting those tyres up, putting in a wicked performance. Look at the size of that whale tail. It almost looks like his boot's open. Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll have a little tweak on that. Yeah, it was designed to keep the back end down, potentially acting as a bit of a parachute. So apparently clipped in the washing machine. So apparently there's going to be a little bit of a penalty added there. I don't know if that's a consequence or a result of that rear wing there, just flipping up slightly. Hopefully we'll get to take a little second look as we go into the replay. So where did that Volvo come unstuck? I dare say some mechanical failure there as he's just rolled off down into the pit lane, and Paul Smokey Smith just left to continue. As I say, dislocated drive shaft from Dan Firminger.
Here we go, we see, yeah, Dan unfortunately having issues. Oh, rotating around.
Oh, it's a blowout.
Yeah,
look, okay, his tyre's gone down. That's what it is. He's blown the tyre. Apparently, some of his tyres were popping off last year. He was hitting it. The corners coming in really, really hot, and sometimes those tyres just get really hot. They expand a little bit, and then they just pop off the edge of that rim. In mountain biking, they call it a fart. when you just lose a little bit of pressure, and then the.
Excuse you.
Bless you.
Well, Dan farted, not me. I mean, I was just saying, excuse you, Dan.
We're talking about beans. Apparently, that's too many beans.
Oh man,
potentially last night.
Way too many beans, and low PSI too, because I know a lot of the guys are running lower PSI to maybe get some grip.
Yeah,
and
of course, like the hotter it gets, the rubber expands. So you need to check on your tire pressures those whole times. So we're actually going to wait for Danny Firminger to sort that tire out before we bring him back out onto the course.
And we're here. Again, this is James Thorne, Jared Dienda. Thank you for joining us here online. Tell your friends to join us at youtube.com/Monster Energy. And remember, tag at Gymkhana GRiD. If you're watching, hashtag Gymkhana GRiD as well. So keep the conversation going.
If you're local, there's still time to come down here. I think tickets sub £20.
All right.
You can get yourself out here and come and watch it live.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Hey.
There you go. Look at that personal invite. James Thorne. He'll even buy your ticket.
Yeah, we can bring you up here. Maybe do let's do a contest on YouTube. Apparently, we're getting a good bit of feed on there, a little good bit of feedback. So if you've got any questions, potentially we could run a contest and we could have a guest presenter to come in with us.
I'm with it. I'm cool with it. Well, let's take a different perspective as we ride with Dan Firminger in this very unique vehicle, and taking a look here with Dan and his Nanking tires. And it's such a unique car. Look, he's got the LED light bar, like you said, 350 horsepower with nitrous. So look at that. Ooh, yeah. So what's called is a competition timeout. They're allotted 5 minutes to get it back onto the start line, and this will round out his second qualifying run. Remember, this is just for placement. This is seeding because they've already qualified. We have our 16 drivers, but where are they going to land? Who are they going to do battle against? Because your number 1 qualifier goes against your number 16, number 2 against 15, 3 against 14, so on and so forth.
There is actually a slightly different matrix drawn up today. It's as they do it in the Olympics, so it's not going to be as simple as 1 versus 16 and so forth. There is actually a little bit of a matrix going on there, I think. It starts with 1 versus 16, 8v9. So you see, like, oh, is that the middle of the pack? Am I wrong? Are you right?
I'm right.
Oh, okay. We'll go with that then. Well,
yeah, 1 versus 16, 8th versus 9th, but they're going a little bit out of order, basically, instead of going 2nd versus the 15th. But, yeah, like you said, Smokey, a little bit of active arrow there as he is right there waiting on the start line for Dan, and we are waiting for our driver to get back to the start line. Yeah, how we doing? Thanks for joining us out here. Again, a little pause in the action. This is Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD, European Gauntlet. James Thorne, Jared Dienda. Give me play-by-play. We will be live later on television. And again, stay tuned. So yeah, the competition timeout being utilized. We still have plenty more drivers. All right, so it seems that he is leaving the pits and making his way back to the start line. We are just hearing word from the pits. Hadley Fulbrook there on the start line, and then we got that signature Mazda MX-5. Rob Woodford, he's got the drop top there. It's a beautiful day. Look, he's got his hat on, chilling. Is that? Oh no, I thought it was a beer in his hand. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Obviously, he's not drinking driving, but it's a nice day. So. There he is, back up to the line, the Volvo, the number 38.
Yeah, quick pit stop, time to just get his helmet back on. Just allowed 1 5-minute timeout for a car repair, which you can call at any time. So there we go. You can see actually running a pretty low tire pressure there as he's drifting on that outside back wheel. You can see it kind of folding under a little bit. Obviously a fine line between keeping grip and actually allowing a little bit of air to leak out from the seal there. I think what may have caused that is going through a little bit of a dip. You can see as he's coming round in that drift, that offside went down a little bit of a bounce, and that may just have been enough just to lose a bit of pressure out of that tyre. So a fine line between keeping them inflated and running them low, which is going to give you a nice amount of grip.
Yep, it happens in the drifting world as well. So it happens quite a bit actually because the low tire pressures, they want to get that grip. All right, so Smokey with that active arrow looks like a smile. He's got wings now in the back. He's got wings on wings on wings. So Dan Firmiger and Smokey about to finish out this seeding run, the second half of it. And still a couple more drivers left.
That looks pretty cool. I don't mind that actually, that new wing feature. I am Batman.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Woodford and Fulbrook, they are next, and they are on deck. And Woodford, again, in that Miata, and Hadley Fulbrook, a late entry due to Buttsy Butler, unfortunately not able to run. So, all right, we are ready to go. Okay. Green light means go. Here we go.
So that Japspeed absolutely giving it. Super customized, that Volvo on the right-hand side as we look out there. It's got a crazy engine underneath that hood. Probably one of the most modified cars. Probably had the most garage time of any car out there as well. And it's holding its own against Paul Smokey Smith there. Paul actually a little bit behind here. Obviously, it's only an indication of the qualification times. They're not actually racing head-to-head.
Yeah, you have to think about does the resistance of that wing modification on the fly, does that affect, obviously some wind resistance?
Well, it is going to be acting like a little bit of a parachute, but my other question would probably be, is he ever going to get up to enough speed that does actually come into effect and give him a little bit of downward force on the back wheel? I know as a youngster modding out our cars, we were basically making sheeps in wolf clothing.
Wow, look at Dan coming in hot, hard parks it sideways. And Paul Smokey Smith brings it on in as well.
Yeah.
So Dan Firmiger, fun driver to watch, had the issue, competition timeout, 5 minutes allotted, 101 and 105, so not too shabby from these guys.
Yeah, pretty close to that 1 minute barrier. I think that is pretty much the barrier to break. So a bit of a replay here, that Japspeed car just really taking off in that straight, and we know it's got more power, but I really enjoy watching the modified cars taking something simple, taking something that you'd probably go shopping in with your kids in the back seat and making it go hella fast and turning it into a Hoonmobile. Nice bit of style there as well into that finishing block.
So our fans staying warm and getting hopped up on Monster Energy as the action continues here. The disco, the on-track disco. That's Hadley Fulbrook. Hadley Fulbrook, again, a late entry. And Rob Woodford.
Yeah, Rob Woodford bringing out that Mazda. He's got the roof down today. It is a nice day. I think if he was going out for a gentle cruise in the countryside, it'd be top down. Long hair flowing underneath that helmet. Again, I'm stoked. He's one of our last chance qualifiers that's through from yesterday. Stoked to see him come through.
Yeah, he was the last chance qualifier.
He was.
As we took 5 and now we took 6.
Well, he was 4th, and then it was the Volvo that limped over the finish line to come through in our lucky loser, as it were. We were only supposed to have 4 spots, but then One of our Austrian compadres, was it, couldn't make it today, so we actually opened up an extra space from our last chance qualifier.
Right. All right, so there we are. Coming on down the pipe. Woodford in the sweeper to the left. Oh, and look at that. We're seeing a deduction there from Hadley Fulbrook. Saw penalty, saw the flag being raised. You have our officials on either side of the course. They are indicating that penalties and blocks be moved, or cones, or an obstacle. And Woodford, again, did throw a turbo at the MX-5. Oh, not a good execution. So
a little bit of a slip up there.
Will that offset the penalty from Fulbrook? Remember, even though they're on course together and not competing against each other, kind of competing the rest of the field. Nice. I like seeing the drop top because you see him working the wheel, feeding the wheel. Sometimes they look cool, calm and collect, feeding it. Sometimes it looks like they hit a beehive and they're swatting away bees. That's what we call bees. So Hadley Fulbrook pulls it across before that of Woodford. But the penalty will be assessed for sure. I saw that one. I saw the checkered flag go up on the opposite side. They're in lane 2, so 59.4 for Fulbrook. A good job there, but obviously add 2 more seconds to that. So let's alternate the order and flip-flop as we take a look at it again there, James. So nice showing by Fulbrook. A good effort
Woodford,
there.
that's where he came a little bit unstuck. Just coming a bit hard, getting a little bit excited potentially. You know, he had a pretty good accumulative score from the first run, and coming in, you know, there's no point going in there and just putting together a safety run. What you want to do is you want to better that first run. So coming in hot, guns blazing, but just as you say, swatting away the bees and couldn't hang on to that oversteer.
Yep. All right, so let's switch lanes. Let's switch lanes here as Woodford on the left. Looking down the barrel of a gun from these 2 bullets, an MX-5 and an S14. Whoa. All right, here we go. Fulbrook. Hear those tires barking. That was not, he just was fighting that car. Oh, Fulbrook.
Yeah, he went into it with so much speed that all that car wanted to do was go swat sideways, and even with the most amount of horsepower on the planet, it would be struggling to pull that thing in a forward direction once again. Quite often going into a corner fast doesn't mean you're going to come out of it quick.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And when you're fighting that grip, you know, you get that understeer, and it's just, it's not good. Oh, nice job by Woodford. Oh, and Fulbrook dead in the water, as we see. Oh, a big mistake there in the spin cycle by Woodford.
Yeah, he went way wide there. I think you say in America, he came in hot.
Yep. So a lot of mistakes here by both drivers. And see that Woodford opened the door there for as far as time, but good execution. 102 and 104. You know, we're now seeing those sub minutes. So you know, you start looking at it. These guys, that particular run or that pair of runs, not the best we've seen so far.
We're actually going to have to wait until the end of this seeding round before we can see the order in which everyone is placed. But of course, these guys are battling it out to make life easier for themselves in the long run. The better your score, the higher your seeding. The lower the seeding the person you go up against in the head-to-head rounds later on. So it does pay dividends to get as fast a time as you can, even though you can't be knocked out of the contest.
A lot of Westlake smoke filling Gymkhana GRiD, the European Gauntlet. All right, so Dmitriy Illyuk and Baggsy.
So both these guys riding in the same model vehicle, I think.
Yeah, an S13 chassis, very comparable setups, SR setup, and yeah, these guys should put on a good show. I would say if it's a drifting competition. It's also fresh. I mean, in all honesty, these guys are fierce competitors in the drifting world, but quite a different game. It's all about grip and not so much slip by comparison to the drifting world, but we will see how they fare here, and we're seeing that for you, Poppy. Sticker on Baggsy's front windshield. And let's see how Baggsy fares. We saw some frustration from Dmitriy on his first go-round. We saw him banging on the wheel, some frustration. We'll see if he can complete and get a full pull here. If he can, and just as I...
Oh, hello.
Well, Dmitriy is just stranded on the start line. Baggsy's going to complete his run. Dmitriy finally leaving the start line as Baggsy continues the course.
So just a bit of a showcase here from Dmitriy then, giving us a bit of a drift showcase. Bit of a throwaway run. The time's definitely not going to be anything to write home about.
Yeah, poor Dmitriy having issues on both runs.
But still giving us a good showcase. He's come this far, and there is a big crowd out here today at Santa Pod. So he's giving the crowd exactly what they came for. Some smoking tires and a heck of a lot of noise.
Yeah, a real unique build here. He's got that one-piece fiberglass front end. He's got those rear scoops, obviously feeding the, you can see if you peek in those side quarter glass or quarter fiberglass windows, you can see some of his cooling essentials as Baggsy crosses the finish line. Dmitriy quite a bit behind, still having to navigate the tractor barrel. Obviously the painted tractor tires, the treads.
He's going round for a third. You see the flames licking out from under the bonnet. Those those manifolds ending just straight underneath the edge. You can see flames licking out from just behind those front wheels. That is absolutely awesome.
Dmitriy Illyuk from Ukraine, Eastern European Drift Champion 2012 in that S13. And Baggsy, quite a resume as well. That's where Dmitriy got a late start. Don't know exactly what's going on with his car. If it's not running 100%, needs to get some cough medicine or something to get that thing figured out. Remember, it's just where you land in seeding. You're already in the show. Just where and who are you going to go against? As Baggsy just barely parks it, gets his nose up in the mix, but just does a little bumper hang. No full tire over. Let's swap them up. Swap, switchy. Sloppy, Swami, Samsonite, I was way off. So here we go as Baggsy backs it in. Somebody's talking to Dmitriy down there, inquiring what's going on. Don't know if Dmitri's having issues with the start. Yeah, I think he needs further explanation on what exactly to do. Maybe it seems that he was a bit confused if you know, jumping the start or whatever, but there's a countdown. You'll see the flagger point to him, make sure it's all good, and on the start line you'll see a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then go. You'll see the green lights go. That is the protocol as far as pulling away from the start line. You can't see it from this angle, but if you're where those fans are in that Monster Energy tower, you could definitely see it. All right, so here we go. All right, finally, here we go. Let's see. I mean, again, not racing each other, but let's see some good full pulls from Dmitriy and Baggsy.
Yeah, it is an accumulative score. It's the 2 times added together. So for Dmitriy, this is just a bit of a showcase. It's not going to be anything special, but still good fun out there and great to watch. And if anything, he's going to be using this as practice for when he moves through into the knockout rounds, pure head-to-head. But remember this, if you are slow out here and you don't get a good time, you're going to go up against some of the fastest guys. That is how it works in the seedings.
All right, we're taking a look at Dmitriy as he enters into the spin cycle. Look at that, they are neck and neck right now. Oh, Dmitriy, a wide swing, loses some distance between him and the barrels. And Baggsy got the jump into the tractor tire barrel. One more quarter turn to loosen this nut that is Baggsy. There we go, nice job by Baggsy. Dmitriy brings it on home. Little battle. That's not my seal. That's my barking of the tires. By the way, I should really stop doing that. 103 wow. And one minute even from these gentlemen. 2 gladiators of the drifting world, changing things up and coming out and having some fun at the European Gauntlet that is Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD. Let's take a look at this run again. Got a good clean start there. Look at Baggsy using the whole course, getting up close to those cones. Good job around the bollard. This is Dmitriy around the Corbeau seat. Looking strong there, looking poised. And right there you can see Baggsy just a bit tighter by comparison to Dmitriy.
Dmitriy came in pretty hot there. He had to go quite wide just to keep himself inside that box. It is really tight in there. There's not a lot of space when you're moving sideways.
All right, looks like oh, what a bummer. We're hearing some news that Liam Doran, well, you know, stoked that Liam Doran's out there. We're finding out that Shayne Lynch in that V8 supercharged 370Z is a scratch. He's having major technical issues with the vehicle. Like I said, that car just got completed being built. So this is kind of an R&D session for him. He's using this because he wants to compete in that car in the drifting championship next year. So unfortunately, we're finding out that he's having some technical difficulties. Can't get the car back together. So that's a scratch for Shayne Lynch.
That's a shame. It's a big engine and, you know, so highly tuned.
It's not even about the engine so much. It's sometimes wiring, it's suspension. There's so many facets. I mean, I encourage you, each and every one of you, to really check out the vehicles. I mean, there's so many gremlins that could really jump up and really bite you. So this is the final seeding run for Liam Doran for rear-wheel drive in this class, in this category. Liam Doran competes in the WRX 4 X Games medals, 2 of which are the highest. That's gold. So Liam Doran, the British bomb, because at any moment he can just explode either on you or on his car. He's fun. Congratulations to him. He just him and his wife just celebrated their birth of their new daughter. So congratulations to him. He has obviously big things to celebrate here, and he has one more race in the RX Championship. As Liam Doran looking strong. I know earlier, you know, he has an SR under the hood, S13. I mean, this is just a classic signature setup. He had a crack in his manifold. Looks like he's worked it out. So I'm stoked to see Liam out here tearing it up. All right, Liam brings it around. And there it is, smoking him up. Tucking those back rims and tucking it on in across the finish line. Nice job by Liam.
I was taking a walk around his car earlier, and you can't even put your fingers between the arches and those tires.
As yeah, it's definitely that flashy, that stance finish. So as Liam will now alternate and go to the other side. This is a solo run for him. So this is the final rear-wheel drive seating session. Next, we have 8 cars. So you'll see, obviously, you know, them alternate the laps, but or alternate the courses, the lanes, and they'll have their 2 seating runs. Then after that, we'll do driver intro, and then we'll see where push comes to shove. Not about racing your other competitors, but the one competitor sitting right next to you in and behind the wheel of their cockpit.
So Liam, as you're saying, also has a WRX DS3, but it's on its way to Argentina, and he's going to be racing in November at one of the stages of the WRX Championships.
All right, here we go. Doran into the sweeping turn. Oh, take.
Oh, okay. It's like,
all right. Look,
okay.
He's grown 2 front teeth. He's grown 2 front teeth here, as Doran takes these cones as a souvenir home from Gymkhana GRiD.
Oh, he's got something trapped under the bonnet. He's got 2 trapped under the bonnet. Okay, he's got some crazy air scoops going on. He doesn't even care.
Yeah, look like he's grown some teeth, right? As Liam Doran.
That's a nice addition, actually. I mean, at least they're color matched.
Yeah.
He should take those into the body shop.
Right.
He can't even be aware of that, can he?
No, I mean he's now. Man, those things are going to be completely disintegrated by the time he gets across the finish line.
There's smoke coming out of the cones that are trapped under, and his back wheels.
Burning cones.
Wow, that was a long hold on the handbrake there as he comes into that final 720. Double twister route. That was a great showcase. Can we give that man a round of applause? What an awesome show from him.
Yeah, Liam Doran getting too aggressive out of the gate. He gets too close to the cones, takes them out.
Yeah.
That'll be quite a few penalties there, as we need to make sure we get those cones from Liam Doran.
Yeah, he's not even going to the pits. He's on his way to the dentist. Get those things removed.
Right. All right. So we'll have a cleanup there on aisle 1. As our fans just getting a bit of a chuckle here as we take a look right here from the start. Watch overhead, we saw him, and now boom.
He's like, I'll show you how to build a course. You don't want those cones there. Like, I'll put those over here.
He's like Pac-Man.
You want this one here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's just eating them like power pellets, but they don't give you any energy. They add 2 seconds.
Gymkhana, I thought this was Tetris.
Yeah, right.
I should have pushed everything together.
So Liam Doran taking out quite a few cones. I mean, it's about 5 minutes he's at it.
Okay.
So we've seen some great seating here from rear-wheel drive, and I got to say, Luke Woodham still looks like the guy to beat. Your defending Gymkhana GRiD champion.
Yeah, he had the 58.3 second. I think fastest time still Adam Andler, who's on that #1 plate.
Yeah, great showing out here from all the rear-wheel drive. And again, we are moving on to all-wheel drive in just a few moments here at Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD 2015, the European Gauntlet.
Peggy 12. Peggy 12.
All right, well, the disco ball is turning. The party continues here as all-wheel drive seating. We have 8 drivers. They'll have their respective runs. They'll have a go on the lane 1, then lane 2. A cumulative time. Yes, there is a competitor on the either side, again, on lane 1 and lane 2, and then they'll have another go. So they'll go to the back of the line, lane 1, lane 2. So they'll have 2 go-rounds on each lane. It is the best time to see where they are seated in the overall grade 8 here at Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet. I'm Jared Dienda, James Thorne, giving you the play-by-play action on this just epic day. It's brisk, it's cold, but the track stays hot, and it's going to get hotter as we progress through today's festivities. And again, we had 4 previous rounds, qualifying round, and we had some notable names. We have buggy competition going on. We have our top 4 there. So it's just a lot of fun, a lot of festivities going on today. Again, just completed rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive buggies, and then of course the Hoonigan and the Gymkhana Escort Mark II, driven by Ryan Turk.
Coming up, and we've had an absolutely epic time with the rear-wheel drive seedings. We've seen some amazing, blistering times. It's so different from yesterday. The time to beat is an accumulative 2-minuter, so that's less than 1 minute per side of the track. And now going into the all-wheel drive, I don't know what's going to happen. Are you predicting faster?
You know, I want to say no, because I think the wet actually helped the all-wheel drive guys rotate their car around. It got slicker so they could pull the e-brake, get around, stay on, throttle in, and just power through. But you got to look at some of these big names. Jake Archer, Dmitriy, like they're really big names to deal with. And, you know, again, the eventual winner of all-wheel drive goes against the hero. As you said, the big boss, like a video game, goes against Ken Block. And that's just icing on the cake, bragging rights if they beat him, obviously. And regardless, they're going against, just one of the most dynamic drivers and aggressive drivers and one of the most unique vehicles in the world, the Hoonigan. And then the rear-wheel drive goes against Ryan Turk in that Gymkhana Escort Mark II.
2 absolutely legendary vehicles with legendary drivers in them as well. What a treat to be going head-to-head against those if you make it through into the top spot.
All right, let's take a look at our rear-wheel drive seating results. Adam Elder with 154, but look at Luke Woodham, 154.7. Richard Dalby Smith, Danny Cross, Marco from Croatia, Hadley Fulbrook, Dan Fermager, and the Volvo, Dean Newport Hall. And then the remaining drivers as far as the 9 through 16. So look at that gap. You got about 6-second gap between 1st through 8th. As we take a look at the remaining drivers, Baggsy, Stephen Baggioni as Mike Newland, Sean Franklin, Liam Doran, Dmitriy Illyuk, Rob Woodford, Paul Smith, and Shayne Lynch unfortunately had to retire in that Japspeed 370Z. I'd love to see him get the car back together, but if, 1 in 16, if 16's out, Shayne Lynch, I would have to assume that he'll get a bye. So let's advance on to all-wheel drive action, which is a field of Subarus. Which Subaru is going to be the fastest and eventually go against the Hoonigan, the Ford of Ken Block. Now this guy, he has been watching. He's been watching from the side. This guy is loud and proud. He's fun. He's a fun-loving dude. And you got to look at this kamikaze team again from that of Jake Archer, Dmitriy Shribny, who he finished strongly last year, get the win, and then obviously Lewis Jones, who was our LCQ winner from last night in the wet. But now totally different, tarmac conditions. How are they going to fare? Oh, a little bit of a hiccup start there from the number 22. Which is Bucky, Jonathan Buck. And actually, it's funny, Archer was spotting for Bucky yesterday. So he kind of told him, maybe did he tell him too much or did he tell him just enough? Right?
We were laughing about Jake Archer in the 54 car there we're looking at there. The whole thing has been welded up. It doesn't have a boot. It doesn't have any rear doors either. It is basically a Subaru panel van. So he was getting a little bit of stick in the pits yesterday.
All right, so Jake Archer looks like he is strong out front. Coming into the spin cycle. See, you're not seeing the all-wheel drives get as the all-wheel drive class and the vehicles get as close and pirouette around the obstacles, but they need to allow themselves a little bit of comfort room because that could equally grip up and just shoot them towards that obstacle. You'd rather give yourself a little bit of a buffer and make sure you don't hit the obstacle, but get rotating around it.
Yeah, that's where you get the rear wheel cars, the back wheel spinning, and you can control with the front wheels. With the all-wheel drive, the front wheels are going to want to spin as well, and that's going to bring you further away from the center of your rotation, which is, of course, the obstacles we've got laid out there. So sub 1 minute.
All right, there we go. Jake Archer, I told you, he is one to watch, a 59.06. We'll see if that can be topped, but the notable times when you go sub 1 minute on this Gymkhana GRiD course.
So let's check that out again. Jake Archer taking the lead early on there. It is not about head-to-head racing. It is purely simultaneous racing. These guys both in absolutely epic form. Jonathan Buck there in the silver Subaru, giving us a lot of control, driving the saloon as opposed to what is essentially the panel van. And going very wide around those tractor tires at the end there. You need to get that front end in as close as you can. But once you get into a rotation that's taking you further and further away, the faster you want to try and go, the further away from that center of rotation you're getting. And then we just saw that coming into play there. So these two switching lanes now.
Wow, look at Jake Archer just getting the jump.
Yeah, it's got traction. You've got the slightly longer back end. It's going to add a little bit of weight to that back end, and it's going to put a bit more grip onto those back tires. He's almost lifting one wheel off the floor there, going so deep into those drifts. All those front wheels wanting to do is just drag you out of that drift. They've got amazing forward propulsion, but that is... he's just washed out. Yeah, we were talking about that back end slipping out.
Jake Archer going for it, but just gets a little too aggressive. Bit off more than he can chew as he made his way through the barrel alley as he approaches just the simple black barrel, the one lone black barrel as he approaches the spin cycle. Is he going to make up some time? Remember, he's sitting on a 59.06. Oh, and now a big mistake there from Bucky, Jonathan Buck. Oh, you can hear that. You can hear it bog down. Those boxer engines, the flat four, they sound so cool. But, another opportunity. Man, both these guys struggling a little bit. Bucky.
Yeah, big mistake from Bucky there. I'm not sure where he was going. Yeah. It looked like he almost stalled out.
Heading to Tesco as well to get some more beans. the comedy's in the repetition. All right, so Bucky and Archer back it up.
So almost throwaway runs, but, it is all about the seeding. They're not going to get knocked out no matter what their time is like. It's purely about seeding, but seeding does make a big difference. If you're fast, you're going to get hedged against a slower driver when you go through to those knockout rounds. So it's well worth putting in everything you've got to go as fast as you can at this stage.
James Steffen and Lewis Jones. And Lewis Jones, you can see him just flicking it in and backing it up in that Kamikaze Subaru. And yeah, you know, yeah. I know you like that graphic, that James Steffen, the high-vis orange with the flat 4 graphic. Let you know what's
you wouldn't
under
lose
the hood.
it.
No.
You wouldn't lose that thing. It's actually only the second day he's been driving that thing. It's been tuned up by Scottish all-wheel drive tuning. I love those pistons and crankshaft there on the doors. It's really cool bit of graphics there. A lot of these guys rewrap their cars, especially here for this weekend, because they know that they're going to be live streamed. We are live streaming right now. The number is close to 100 million people across the world, and that's huge for those sponsors. But yeah, James Steffen, he took the third yesterday in that orange Subaru. It's only his second day ever in that car as well. He drove it for the first time yesterday, so still getting used to it, but it's obviously got a lot of power, and he's going head-to-head against Lewis Jones on the far side there in number 17, that white Subaru. He was the winner yesterday. He was seeded in third place, but it was the underdog that took the win yesterday, and he actually took the top spot after only qualifying in third place.
Yeah, great showing there by Lewis Jones. And right now, looks like, look at that, Lewis, a slight lead. Oh, but then just as we say that, he checks up as he exits the barrel lane into the Samco Asteroid. And
yeah, this is a great hedging. I mean, especially from our last chance qualifiers. They had such a great day yesterday. It was absolutely brilliant. Oh, big washout there.
You thought he was going to air it out, right?
I mean, James, I thought he had the power. Did you hear him? He just like put his foot flat to the floor, was just praying that thing would go sideways. But you get so much grip from that all-wheel drive. All the wheels just wanted to push him forward. And yeah, he had to hit that reverse gear to get out of that one, unfortunately. So a bit of a throwaway run here from James, but as I say, it doesn't mean he's out of the competition. It just means the seeding, he'll be placed a little bit lower, could make his life a little bit more difficult, but you do get a second chance. It's best of 2 runs, and by 1 run, we mean the accumulative time of a run on track 1 and a run on track 2, which we're seeing here with the switcheroo.
Okay, so let's change it up. Lewis Jones, closest lane to us. As again, finishing first overall yesterday in the LCQ. So he's one to watch. But again, we had our pre-seeded drivers, Matt Miller, Dmitriy Illyuk from Ukraine, now lives here in the UK, and Jake Archer, who we just saw. But man, it's just hard. So many obstacles, so many rotations to just really dial it in and make it precise. Well, we saw Elder do it in rear-wheel drive. Who's going to be the standout here in all-wheel drive?
So the time to beat is 59 seconds, and that was Jake Archer, one of our pre-qualified. That is the standard that has been set in the fastest time. James off to a blistering start there. All wheels absolutely giving it. Hardly any loss of traction there on the back wheel there. So I'm wondering whether our judges are going to penalise him for that. Is a mandatory drift on that first corner, and I didn't see much of a back end going out.
They're a little more lenient on the all-wheel drive cars, to just get them to maintain that drift for that long a time isn't exactly the easiest. But look at James Steffen in the bright orange, the high vis number 35. You're seeing him hop around. Watch, he'll lift when he goes in on the inside back wheel. It's actually coming off the ground.
Yeah.
So you're seeing him grip up. That's kind of not what you want to do. I mean, because it'll bark around the obstacle. So you see exactly. Look at that far side.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, and there it just happens just as you said it.
So James Steffen. There we go with Lewis Jones. Lewis Jones has a good compromise of grip and slip, but just could be a lot cleaner. And like you said, the time to beat was 59.06. But that being considered, Jake Archer did have some mistakes on his second run. So again, will he get beat? Because it's not just about 1 run, it's about 2 and where you're going to land.
Yeah, it's a test of consistency, and of course nobody has the advantage. You may well prefer one side of the course, but obviously you have to drive on both sides. So here on board with James Steffen, around our checkered flag. Here's where he came a little bit unstuck, a little bit of a bounce, and there you go. The back wheels just just getting too much traction and just pushing him forward rather than getting that drift out. You've got to be really, really clever with your throttle control and bouncing between the clutch and the accelerator.
All right, well, as we get ready for our next pair, they back it in, these ESL teammates, Andy Stevens and Dominic Flitney. Andy Stevens is actually a newcomer. He's never driven this car on the dry and only rear-wheel drive. He's only driven it on wet, and so he doesn't have a ton of experience in all-wheel drive. So, and then not a lot in the wet or in the dry conditions. So he's thrown quite a conundrum, and now he's going against his teammate. So a lot of the cards are kind of stacked against him here. All right, here we go. The ESL vehicles leaving the start line. All right, so pulling through Flitney with the brighter wheels.
You can see Flitney as well here. Oh, so different to how it looked yesterday aesthetically. Those outside or inside rear wheels lifting off the ground. They're getting so much more grip than they did yesterday in the rain. And you were saying the rain almost was helping them along yesterday, especially in the tighter, more technical sections, allowed those cars to drift and get much more of a rotation in a shorter and smaller diameter circle.
And you can almost see Andy Stevens' style. He's really grabbing a lot of e-brake and getting that back end and swinging it around. See that now? How is he? In this is where it's really going to shine. You see him really working the wheel.
He came in pretty hot and pretty wide, but then as he progressed round, almost coming into his second 360, he was bringing it closer and closer, and that's exactly what you want to do.
Nice job. I had some words with Andy Stevens there in the athletes lounge, talking to him and his experience, and he was just stoked to be here and wants to do well, obviously, as all the drivers do, but he was stoked to be here. He was talking about having a conversation with Ken and basically driving and even techniques and how to rotate the car, you know, rear-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive.
So a little bit of a rerun of the two Subarus, almost identical builds that we've got there. Same model cars, similar tweaking as well, both on the same team, these two. So a little bit of a mistake there, but both with perfect form into those last 720s. Coming in nice and wide, bringing it in closer as they progress around there. So a bit of a switch sides now on the right-hand side. Andy Stevens, yesterday's runner-up in the last chance qualification. And Dominic taking the lane to the left-hand side.
And Flitney now closest to us, as ladies and guys, look, he's got an ESL sweatshirt on. Yeah, buddy. Kamikaze, well, he has an ESL. He should be cheering for the guys on course. Easy, it's a family show.
He's got a paddock pass on, so he knows what's going on.
Okay, so here we go. All ESL battle. Flitney, Stevens. Who's going to come out on top? Just with the fastest time.
So Stevens taking the lead there into that first corner. I've been informed there is no mandatory drift in that first corner for the all-wheel drive cars. Uh-oh, something's come unstuck a little bit for Dominic Flitney there, a little bit. Just car sort of, really sort of fighting back a little bit. Maybe got stuck between the revs there. Started just to judder a little bit.
Yeah, these ESL cars, very hard setup. You can see the suspension not really compressing. Let's see, right up close and personal. You're seeing, I mean, you would think they'd tug a little more tire, but now looks settled. Nice job by Flitney. Dom brings it around the track tire. Like I said, that hop.
Ooh!
Oh, bummer. There's not only a penalty, an insult to injury.
Yeah, there we go.
For Stevens.
Just see Stevens reversing out of those double stack tires. So 2-second penalty there, going out to Andy Stevens.
All right, back it up. That's a wrap for these guys, 105 and 104, and obviously they will assume their penalties. As our next pair can hear them revving up, we'll see if we get a shot at these ESL Subarus. We take a look. So Flitney.
Bit of a rerun here. Dominic on the inside, closest to us in the number 4 car there.
And Stevens, 62, as you see Flitney. Nice job around that double stack barrel. as right here, bummer for Stevens, brings it around. And you see him just barely give it a little smooch. All right, Matt Miller and Dmitriy Shribny. And Dmitriy from Ukraine now lives in the UK. How are we doing, everybody out there? He's the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint 2015 champion in the all-wheel drive class, and also the UK winner as Matt Miller. He was pre-qualified as well. This should be one heck of a battle. Both these guys pre-seeded in all-wheel drive competition. These guys are going to be really, really fun to watch. So this is the final run for the first go for our gentlemen.
So the only other pre-qualifier we've had so far was Jake Archer, and he did a 59-second, the only all-wheel drive car to break that 1 minute barrier. And if anyone else can do it, it's these two here, Dmitriy and Matt Miller, really giving it. You can see how loud those exhausts are, full race exhaust straight through, no baffles, pure racing sound. They sound absolutely incredible. I love those sound of those boxer engines.
Dmitriy, the guy to beat here on lane 2 currently, that Gymkhana SCR graphic on the side, the number 7 Kamikaze. Can't bat an eye at him as well, but look at Dmitriy just pulverizing the course with his Subaru. Dmitriy Shribny, let's see what kind of times we get here.
Wow, listen to that.
A near flawless run.
Dmitry's actually ripped up the graphic off the floor. He's hit it so hard with the tires moving so quickly. Coming a little bit unstuck there, Matt Miller at the end there. I wasn't sure if he had a little bit of indecision as to which way he was going. Check that out. That is the new fastest time for all-wheel drive vehicles, 56.8.
I told you, that guy is a killer. An absolute killer from Ukraine. Now living here in the UK, and again, the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint 2015 champion. What was that again, a 56.8?
Yeah,
unbelievable run. Let's take a look at where he can maybe better and make it even faster. Remember, he's got 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, he's got to switch it up now and go on the other side of the course, and he's got to keep it consistent. But, yeah, I mean, almost flawless driving. Check this out, into those 720s. He comes in wide, keeps the nose really clean, really nice and tight. Doesn't even need to panic too much on that finish section as well. Just rolls in, brakes nicely, way clear of that penalty that is impending if you go outside of that stop box.
All right, Matt Miller there. It says Boss Dog. So we'll see if the Boss Dog could take it all the way to the dog house. Japspeed, Kamikaze, SCR, Gymkhana, Forge. A lot of sponsors there on Dmitriy's vehicle. It says hashtag Team UK there. He's Ukrainian, so I don't know, maybe Team UK Rain.
Yeah, he just wants the crowd on his side, potentially.
I get it. No, he's cool, man.
We'll claim him. We'll have him.
He's
all right.
Dmitriy the Iceman. This guy is a stone cold killer.
Wow, did you see him hit into that rev range? Just a massive boost in his acceleration as he hit towards the end of that straight into that first corner. That was absolutely crazy.
Just how his car rotates definitely looks different than a lot of the other vehicles. It's a lot smoother. You're seeing it just come around a lot quicker, not really hopping around. You're seeing it really absorb the bumps, and look at that. Nice execution there. Because you got to think that's more of a hairpin turn right there and there as he navigates, zigzagging through here. But when he comes into, you know, the pirouettes here, the double barrel, the spin cycle, you see him not hopping around. It's really smooth. You see it squatting down, similar to that of a rear-wheel drive car. A quick little e-brake yank. And through, look at this.
Wow.
Great execution.
Oh, you see the flames.
What kind of time we're going to see? Make some noise for Dmitriy Shribny. And a 56.47. So back to back, he does better at 56.47 compared to that 56.8. Great execution by Dmitriy Shribny.
That was impressive racing.
Everybody's like, oh man, come on. Really? I got to go against this dude? Come on. 56.4 for Dmitriy Shribny. Let's take a look at near perfect run from Dmitriy.
I don't know if Dmitry's diffs are set up differently, but he's getting a lot of loose motion on those back wheels, really getting him nimble in those tight little sections. You know, the final 720s, bringing them into that finish into that finish box.
So some great runs there by Dmitriy Illyuk, Matt Miller, and like I said, you kind of got to get motivated. You got to think, and Matt's like, oh man, I'm going against Dmitriy. There's a good opportunity to really see what I'm potentially going to go against, see how he navigates it, and spotters. That's an element that we haven't really talked about. There's gentlemen that are up in the towers, potentially one of them. No, I don't see any headsets, but they do have some radios, and they'll talk and converse with the drivers and say, okay, you can tighten it up here, you can tighten it up there. You know, you're down this time, you're down that time. Can't really change too much, but it's good to just have conversation and communication and say, okay, you need to step it up.
I didn't realize that. They've got actually people watching them from above and giving them pointers about where to get tighter, where to get looser.
100%. It's a huge tool in drifting and competitive drifting, but it can be utilized here. It's used in many, obviously, different motorsports, ranging from F1 to NASCAR to obviously rallycross. So the spotter is a huge element of any form of racing. So it could definitely be utilized here. So here we are. This is the beginning of run 2. So each driver has a respective run on lane 1 and lane 2, accumulating time. So 2 go-arounds on either lane.
So
here we go.
Jonathan Buck on lane 2 on the right-hand side as we look out, and we've got Jake Archer on the left-hand side in that Subaru, what is now known as a panel van. Now, he actually blew his engine up very recently. He's on a borrowed engine, and he's used to a lot more horsepower. He's actually just running 300, and he's used to a car that's pushing way more than that. So he's doing really well. We've said it before, especially when it came to the two-wheel drive cars. It's not all about the horsepower. You can have David and Goliath in that start gate. It's all about the grip, and it's all about the control, and all to play for down in this tight little section. And he's absolutely killing it. He's got a little bit of additional weight on the back there. It's the estate version of that car, but it's giving him more weight on the back for acceleration. But look how controlled he is with those drifts around these 720s. Keeping it so close in the front there. As we heard from Jared earlier, you want a little bit of room for a mistake just in case. And look at that, an absolute masterclass. Just sat in that finish line, just waiting for Jonathan. Hey, man. Hey, man. Where are you? I've been here waiting for you.
Oh, dude.
Wow, a 58.8 seconds. That is really, really fast. But now it's about the switcheroo. Let's see if he can keep that kind of time consistent. We're going to take a quick little recap.
You take a look.
Little overview of that course. You see the only differentiation there is between the color of those first 2 obstacles we've got down there.
The bollards, as well as we are, again, we're going to switch them around. You can see Jake Archer. He kind of had a window of opportunity there. He opened himself up and clocked some time. On that left-hand turn, he swung kind of wide. He could have cleaned that up a little bit there for Archer in that kamikaze, as you call it, the panel van, the Subaru panel van. Subaru hatch.
It is Battle of the Subarus. Yesterday it was Battle of the Subarus. Today it's Battle of the Subarus. Definitely the Gymkhana car of choice for all-wheel drive. You'd think we were endorsed. We are not.
No.
Very much independent. So waiting patiently, Jake Archer and Jonathan Buck, having swapped over. So on the left-hand side, in number 1, is Mr. Jonathan Buck in that sky blue silver Subaru. Jake Archer really giving it. As I say, only 300 horsepower on a borrowed engine, but that thing really gives it down the straight. We are on board with Jake. I can see his fuel flap opening and closing there. His pit team are going to be shaking their heads. Did we forget to lock that thing off?
Yeah, no bonus points for that. No big deal. Is that a fuel filler?
Yeah, it's the fuel gap. Yeah, uh-oh. That's the second person to have opened up the doors or like turned their, inverted the rear wing to get a bit of extra downforce. He's probably going to be going faster if he's going left now. Yeah, he's got that wing like holding it in.
Look at Archer making up some time after a few simple mistakes there on his first run. Archer really tightening it up.
Oh, you spoke too soon, man.
It's
every time you pick someone up.
Unbelievable how many times that has happened today. Unbelievable.
Oh, no! It's back-to-back exactly the same mistake from Jonathan Buck.
Oh, Bucky.
Oh, painful.
Bucky.
So let's see
issues.
what those times come up. A little bit of a mistake there, but I'm thinking still less than 110. There we go, coming in 104, even with a mistake. That would have been clean sub 1 minute had there not been a mistake there.
So Bucky and Archer going against each other. Again, good friends, giving each other some insight, but like I said, did Archer leave a little bit of information in his back pocket, not sharing and divulging everything to Bucky yesterday, but here they are going against each other metaphorically, as they obviously are just going for times.
So perfect form there from Bucky. I don't know if we're going to see one of the mistakes from Jake here. Yeah, but just narrowly avoiding that mistake of bumping his nose into that double stack of tyres, which would have cost him 2 seconds, and he's definitely made the right decision there to pop it in reverse, just sort himself out and continue through. It's definitely cost him less time, but both making back-to-back mistakes on exactly the same feature. Jonathan Butler, we can see in the replay there, just coming in with his indicator on, just proving that he's going to be turning left into that finishing box that we've got there.
This is safety is the #1 priority.
So
right?
who have we got coming up now? So just pulling in on the left-hand side on the course #1 is car number 17, and the winner from yesterday, it was a standalone event. He came top of the podium, Mr. Lewis Jones.
And then on the other side, the 35 and that Team 1340 Subaru, the bright orange high vis, James Steven. Stefan or Steven?
We'll call him Steven. Yeah, it's his second day in the car. Freshly built, tuned up, Scottish all-wheel drive tuning. Tricked out that car. Some great new graphics on it as well. Only second day ever driving it, so still getting used to that thing. Took a third yesterday and off like an absolute rocket. Look at that thing going. Scottish horsepower there. So Lewis Stevens in that white Subaru, giving us a good showcase there of how you make that first corner. Good bit of rear wheel drifting. Lewis Jones' car, he did win it yesterday. It's really nicely balanced. There's not too much wheel spinning going on those front wheels. It is all-wheel drive. Obviously, it's pulling him forward, but so much control over that thing. Really, really smooth. Knows what it's got to do, performed so well in the wet, and here out in the dry, a lot more grippy. You've got to be a lot more on it as well. Oh, it looks like he was just trying to make a decision whether to go round it one more time. It's got to be really difficult to figure out how many times you've gone round full 720s. So James Stephens just pipping him there a little bit. It should be a pretty good time. These guys doing their little dance as they swap lanes. So a bit of a replay here. James Stephens really pulling away fast there. That was probably the lead that he maintained the whole way through that seeding round. You see not a lot of drifting going on there from James either. Keeping that car pretty straight. And nice work from both those guys there. Just wondering if we're going to get a bit of a sneak peek at the times. I don't think we're going to be enlightened this time. So round 2, and this time it's James Stephens who's lagging behind just slightly on that straight, giving Lewis the advantage into this one. As we keep saying, it's not head-to-head just yet. It's not knockout. This is all about the timings. But it's a great indication of how well they're doing. You put people on the track like this simultaneously, you can see James just hungry to pick up as much time on this as possible. Absolutely booting it at every opportunity. As soon as that car's going in a straight line, the foot is to the floor, giving it every single bean he's got in that engine. Those Scottish Highland beans. So these two pretty evenly matched right now. As I say, it's all about the timing, but it really is a good indication of who's going to be putting down the best time. So we've got that kamikaze tune-in from Lewis Jones in the white Subaru. And just pipping James to the finish line there. I dare say we're going to have pretty good times there. I'm not sure if they're going to break the 1 minute. Oh, it's exactly on the dot. So 1 minute and a 59 seconder there. Really, really hot times. So both those guys qualifying through from our last chance qualification that happened just yesterday. And these two got to be absolutely buzzing about that coming into it today. So here in the replay, James going nice and wide. Jones just trying not to lose too much traction there. Both really evenly matched. Stevens just drifting out a little bit wide on that last double stack tractor. So next up, getting into the starting position. Two very similar looking Subarus out there, both on the same team. Dominic Flitney and Andy Stevens. Andy taking a second place yesterday in a last chance qualifier. And Flitney with the matching racing suit and tyres. His crew yesterday was telling me he's a bit of a farmer. Last year got through to the knockout top 8, but couldn't actually compete because it was harvest time and he had to get home before it got a little bit dark, apparently. So on board with Andy Stevens. Huge drift around our giant chair, and I think Dominic just getting a little bit unstuck there, potentially a little bit of bean. So this run's all about Andy Stevens. And a little bit of a throwaway run from Dominic. So all about Andy Stevens, this one. Love the sound of those flat 4 engines. Absolutely growling those things at every opportunity. Keeping it in that revvy power band, quite low down for these Subarus. Great job from Andy Stevens. Massive mistake there from Dominic Flitney, but not too far behind. And a formidable run. So not far over 1 minute, and I tell you what, 1 minute 10, even with that huge mistake. He's done very well to cling on to it. So through in the state, Andy Stevens was in the lead from the very beginning there, but Flitney just making that mistake as he heads around that giant chair, has to pop that thing into reverse, and then losing out on valuable seconds. I dare say if he hadn't made that mistake, it would have given him very close to the 1 minute mark. But there have been a few mistakes from a lot of our drivers out today. So well worth giving it absolutely everything to try and bring down that accumulative time. So these two off once again. Wow, and you can see the slight difference in tuning there. Dominic Flitney pulling away from the offset, but Andy Stevens really like catching him up at the end of that straight there. And we're giving it a bit of an aerial view on the big screen just to show you how closely matched these two drivers are here in the seeding process. On board with Flitney here. Nice bit of all-wheel drifting. Giving it a huge amount of handbrake. On that handbrake so early into that checkered flag barrel. Getting that back end round as much as possible, straight back on the gas. On with Stevens here into the washing machine, the 720. 2 full rotations around the barrel into the double stacks of tractor tires. And once more out, going pretty wide, but still an absolutely blistering time from Andy Stevens. He's already in the finish box, just waiting for Dominic to catch him up. Awesome showcase and absolutely fantastic times there. Yet to break the 1 minute mark, but a 1 minute dead and a 1 minute 5 seconds. Absolutely killer times from those two, especially coming through from our last chance qualifiers. Of course, when you look back at our pre-qualified drivers, they're pushing the 56.8. Jake Archer had the 59-second run as well. So when you compare it to those two, they could be in trouble when it comes to that knockout round, but still formidable times and all to play for as well. The adrenaline's going to be flowing when they get put into their seedings and going head to head. And anything could happen. So checking out a bit of a replay here. Andy Stevens on the left. Dominic up on the right. Out here, it couldn't be as far different from yesterday. Yesterday, absolutely chucking it down with rain, and here today, all dried out, no more surface water whatsoever. Almost perfect conditions here for Gymkhana GRiD, the final of the European Gauntlet. So the final two to give themselves a time is Dmitriy Illyuk and Matt Miller on the left-hand side in the yellow Kamikaze, going against the SCR, who's on the right-hand side. Kamikaze, Matt Miller. These two absolutely smashed it in the first round. Can they improve upon their times? Yeah, Matt Miller, these are two of the fastest guys out here, pre-qualified already, both of these two. Look at that control. Keeping that thing as straight as possible, getting it as straight as possible, then absolutely booting it. We move over to Dmitriy. Look at that, he had that car absolutely dead straight, hit the gas, and absolutely booted it. These two are making an absolute racket out there. This is Hoonigan driving right here. This is Gymkhana GRiD. Listen to the noise of those Subarus. Those flat four open straight through exhaust, loads of smoke in the air. What an impressive run from those two. Dmitriy had that 56.8 seconds, and he's almost parked into the barrier. That is a cracking finish from Matt Miller. I think he'd fail his driving test if that was the parking section of it. Look at those scores, a 57 and a 59. So Dmitriy with the 57. His best score from the first round was a 56. We're going to get a little bit of a rerun here. You see Dmitriy on the right there, on board now with Matt Miller. Both of these two chucking those things around. They really know how to drive those cars. They're such beasts. They sound amazing. I love hearing that dump valve going as they're controlling it around those double stacks. Okay, let's check this out on the right-hand side. Matt Miller getting a little bit eager to get into that finish box, keeping it as tight as he possibly could into that final corner. I don't know, I'd have to ask the question whether that counts as a 2-second penalty. He was technically over the finish line before he hit that wall. Okay, so the old switcheroo. So we've got the old switcheroo. Dmitriy and Matt Miller just waiting for everything to get sorted, make sure everyone's happy. A little bit of a scrape. Bit of a scrape against that wall. Matt Miller just coming in a little bit hot. We just want to make sure everything's set. Obviously, we've got the laser timing triggers set across that finish box, and we need to make sure everything's aligned there before we get this next seeding race underway. Still at the point of the seedings. So we're going to be progressing through into those knockout rounds, but this seeding is so important, because as we move into those knockout rounds, it is going to be first place versus 16th place, so it makes sense to give it as much as you can. Having some scenic shots of our guys, our crowds on top of the Monster Energy big tent we've got up there. And I can see some posters there. I think a few of our fans out there, fans of Gymkhana, have had the chance to meet the original Hoonigan himself, Mr. Ken Block. He was doing some autograph signing with some posters earlier on today. Great to see so many people out here live watching this event and showing the support. Such a fantastic grassroots event that we've got going on here. It's 4th year this thing's been going now. And it's great to see some of those last chance qualifying cars coming out of the woodwork. Okay, so the course is set and we are off. Round 2, listen to those things. They are absolute monsters, tuned up as highly as possible. And 2 of the best drivers behind the wheels as well, Matt Miller and Dmitriy. the SCR tune-in versus the Kamikaze. Dmitriy giving it the crescendo of these two things, really raising the rev limit as high as it'll go. You can hear it bouncing occasionally. Power absolutely everywhere. These things predominantly known for their rally ability, but the weapon of choice here today, 100% definitely is the Subaru Impreza. There's a lot going on the floor, though. I don't know if there's some water potentially coming out of Dmitriy's car there. I can see a lot of liquid and fluid, I think, on the floor. To begin with, I thought it was maybe a glimmer of rubber, but I think potentially Dmitriy's losing a little bit of radiator fluid. Fingers crossed that's nothing to do with the actual engine system, and I'm hoping that is not oil on the floor. So that concludes the seeding for all-wheel drive. We're going to be back with you very shortly. A 56.9 from Mr. Matt Miller. That is absolutely blistering. So, Mr. Shayne Lynch, how you doing?
What's going on?
It's been absolutely wicked to be here and watch everyone racing. How's it been for you? You've had fun out here in the buggies. You've been out racing in a bigger car as well.
It's been a good day, actually, or should I say weekend, all in all. I've been here since kind of Friday, setting up, getting ready for this awesome event that we call Gymkhana GRiD. My car in particular, I always kind of come here knowing that we were not really a contender as such. We're just going to put on a big show.
Because the car that you brought here today, it's still in its infancy, right? It's a relatively new build.
It is. I mean, we kind of been trying to develop it over this last year, get ready for next year's season. When it comes to the grid here, we've got way too much horsepower, way too much torque, way too much everything. It's a, it's a drift car. It's built for high-speed transitions and drifts. To kind of slow it down or tame the beast, as to say, is a little bit difficult for us to do. She's a supercharged V8 monster.
Yeah, something like 600 pounds of torque.
Yeah, she got about 600 pounds of torque, which is just intense. So once I hit that accelerator, she doesn't really go forward. It just sits on the tarmac and just cannot grab a hold of it quite as like I would like it to do. So
I'm guessing pretty much you could take off in any gear and that thing's going to wheel spin.
Well, we designed the car pretty much to do that with the torque of the V8 to kind of go through the gearbox and leave it in a high-end gear. So when you're coming down into different transitions and stuff, we don't really have to worry about a gear change.
Yeah.
You just leave it there, you stand on the accelerator, and away she goes. So it's kind of designed to do that. So it's, you can put it pretty much in any gear and light it up.
Well, I think that's the beauty of Gymkhana is it is a big leveler. It's like a really tight course we've got here. You can bring along your 600 horsepower beast, but then you can also have, a 300 horsepower Subaru down there. We've had some pretty small cars, and they can hold their own. There's some good racing happening.
Without a doubt, I think we were trying to map our car actually to take a lot of power out of it, but it's just not designed. We just couldn't do it. So ideally, I'd love 300 horses. Without a doubt, it might actually get somewhere out there. But it's nice to see all the different types of cars, even down to the little Mazda. A little convertible thing out there looks cool,
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite cars. I think that really hits home, like the grassroots of Gymkhana. Like, you can pick those up on eBay with an already welded diff. Maybe they've done quite a few miles, but you're talking a couple of grand.
No,
and
absolutely.
You can bring that down here and you are competitive in that kind of car. I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, the great thing about this sport is you don't have to need the biggest budget and the biggest sponsors or the biggest anything. You can come here as an independent guy and come and contend against some of the best guys in the world, and it's fantastic.
I think one of the coolest things was the buggies.
Mm-hmm.
They looked like an absolute handful. It's a Honda Fireblade, so 1,000cc, 1 litre sports bike with 4 wheels. We've had a few celebrities out there, including yourself. What were those things like to drive?
Admittedly, I'm struggling, I have to say. I hadn't had the greatest testing session Friday or Saturday because we did some different issues. So I went out this morning and put in some bad runs, actually. I don't mind admitting that because it was shocking. I think I stalled a couple of times on the line, so it was a disaster for me altogether. They're a wild machine. Again, it's kind of almost like my Nissan Z. They've got so much power and so much grip. If you don't kind of enter into whatever obstacle you're going around correctly, it's so difficult. They've got so much understeer. They just want to push on. They don't want to go around a corner. So if you don't set up initially, then you got to struggle. And that's pretty much where I kind of fell off, really. I struggled setting it up properly.
So you were a bit of a DNS, some mechanical problems, engine failure, catastrophic, or?
No, it's nothing big, thankfully. But you know what? I think it's always the problem when you've got a van load of spares, every spare you can possibly have that will go wrong, except for that one little part, that one little part that you didn't bring.
Yeah, and that's always the way.
That's the way it is, and it's an alternator bracket that was specially fabricated for that engine, and we can't seem to get it fixed in time, so we're out.
That is a shame. Well, I'll tell you what is not a shame. We've got these two coming out for a bit of a demo now. Two of the wildest cars. Shayne, thank you ever so much. Good luck fixing that car, and good luck for the season ahead.
Cheers.
Thank you. So out on track now, as we clean up, I'm guessing that's some radiator fluid that got leaked out there, unfortunately, of I think, Dmitry's car. We've got the two Hoonigan vehicles out there. Two very famous cars. If you've got the internet at home, then you'll definitely have seen these two cars before. I think I can see Gerard Deander down there. He's got his headset on. Gerard, how's it going, man? Well, just give him a second to... oh, he's got a microphone. Okay, so I think we're going to get a bit of an overview up on the big screen. And this is how the all-wheel drive seeding has gone down. So Dmitry up there in the top spot. He was the UK winner of Gymkhana, and he has got an accumulative time of 1 minute 53, which is absolutely awesome when you consider breaking that sub 1 minute is something really special. So now here, anyone under 2 minutes has been absolutely flying. We've got Lewis Jones, all of these guys on Subaru. Lewis Jones, second in seed now, and he was actually our first place winner from yesterday's competition. So he's come through that last chance qualification process. I'm pretty sure he would have loved to have pre-qualified for this event, but he's come up through that last chance, and now here he is, second seed. So if everything goes to plan and people realize their potential, Dmitry shouldn't meet Lewis until the grand final, and that is what we are hoping for as things progress through the day. Matt Miller has also broken that 2 minute barrier, one of the fastest guys out there. We've got Jake Archer, all of these guys in the Subarus, but Jake Archer in that Subaru wagon panel van, the man from Birmingham. He actually got to race against Ken Block last year. He came second in the finals, and he got the honor of racing against the man himself. So Jake Archer there with 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Moving on into fifth place, Mr. Andy Stevens. He came second yesterday, was the runner-up, and here he is seeded into fifth. So that is our current standings, and we're going to be handing over to Gerard very shortly.
All right, everybody, if you can hear me, can you make some noise real quick? Gymkhana GRiD, make some noise! Can you hear me? Are you serious? Pump this thing up. All right, let's get some volume here. Can we get out? All right, I got to ask you again. Gymkhana GRiD, European Gauntlet, make some noise! Are you serious? Is that all you got? Sanapod, I understand this is like British racing legacy heritage. We got some amazing cars out here, including the Hoonigan and this Escort Hoonigan vehicle Mark II. Make some noise! There we go. There you go. I needed help. I needed help from Ken Block. All right, well, let's introduce you to our drivers who are out here competing today in rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive buggies, and of course, the hero cars and hero drivers. Starting off with rear-wheel drive cars, our LCQ. Starting with Rob Woodford. Then moving on to the V8 Volvo of Dan Firmiger, the rear-wheel drive SR S14 of Danny Cross, the R33 of Sean Franklin, and then our #1 qualifier and #1 finisher in the S13, he is Richard Dolby Smith, aka Rads. I want a nickname like that. All right, our pre-seated drivers in rear-wheel drive, our reigning Gymkhana GRiD king, he is Luke Woodham. Moving on right along, unfortunately, he had to scrap his car. Buttsy Butler can't make it, so Hadley Fulbrook steps into his position. Then you got the Nissan S13, a former British Drift champion of 2010. He competes in D1 in the Monster Energy S13. He is Baggsy. Then in the S13 from Ukraine, European Drift champion 2012, Dmitriy Illyuk. Then we saw him grab the fastest times in seating, that Nissan S13, the Terminator. #1, Adam Elder. Then look at this, coming to us from Croatia in the Hachiroku, the iconic AE86. He is Marko Palijan. Coming to us 2012 British Drift champion from Spalding in the 2JZ S15 Sylvia, Paul Smokey Smith. Then another pre-seated vehicle from the South Coast in the S14, the orange and black vehicle, #69, Mike Newland. Moving on down the line, the #18 in the black S15, he is Dean Newport Hall. Also rounding out the rear-wheel drive class, he was up there, but unfortunately he had to park it as well. Looks like our #1 qualifier will get a bye. We just talked to him, Shayne Lynch in the Japspeed 370Z. Looking forward to things from him next year. And also rounding out his debut in Gymkhana GRiD in the rear-wheel drive class, he is Liam Doran. All right, moving right along in the vehicles, we are seeing our all-wheel drive vehicles and our LCQ drivers. Starting off with Bucky, Jonathan Buck. Moving right along in the bright orange wheels, Dominic Flitney. His ESL teammate, Andy Stevens. In the Team 1340 Subaru, James Steven. And our #1 LCQ finisher last night in the Kamikaze Subaru, Lewis Jones. Our pre-seated drivers grabbing our 3 spots. Jake Archer, who got the victory over KB last year. Moving right along, the Japspeed Kamikaze Subaru of Matt Miller. And our defending champion, SCR from Ukraine, now living here in UK, Dmitry Shrimny. All right, talking about the buggies now and the drivers out here, mixing it up from a wide degree of driving disciplines and disciplines in general. He competes in the WRX Rallycross Series in a Mini. Now he's banging away on a 1000cc buggy. He is Riku Takho. And then he has a famous last name, but he raced himself in BTC and a variety of different motorsports. He is Nic Hamilton. Taking it to the 4 wheels, he goes 2 wheels. He doesn't even have a motor when he competes. 3-time downhill mountain bike champion. He is Steve Pete. And then rounding out the buggy drivers, he's a freestyle motocross legend. He has multiple X Games medals. He is Andre Via from Norway. Last but not least, we work our way from the back to the front. Last but not least, we have the Hoonigan Gymkhana Escort Mark II. Get this thing here in the background. Piloting this vehicle, 4th overall in the Formula Drift Championship, Ryan Turk. And last but definitely not least, the head Hoonigan in charge. He's piloting the Hoonicorn, this all-wheel drive, 845 horsepower beast. Roush Yates, naturally aspirated, #43, Ken Block. Look at Jake. Look at Jake. He's doing thumbs down. First off, I gotta talk to Turk first. Ryan Turk, you're out here putting on a show. What do you make of all this Gymkhana GRiD insanity? I mean, this is your first go at a real Gymkhana competition.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. You know, when I got the call from Canada Hoonigans I was going to be driving the Escort and piloting this thing in his first competition, I was super honored. And it's a phenomenal car on the Gymkhana course. You know, this course is very technical in a lot of ways that I'm not used to. So I was out there just trying to slide the thing around and having a blast like I'm in a drift car. And then I had to kind of slap myself in the face and start trying to throw some grip into it and get some good time. So it's definitely very challenging for me, but I'm having a blast, and it's nice to see a lot of friends over here in the UK and all the fans. Thank you guys for showing up and rooting us all on.
Are you pretty stoked that you kind of, I mean, you're looking at the competition, you're used to drifting where it's judged. Are you kind of stoked that you don't have to go against some of these guys out here? I mean, they're killing it out here. It's a totally different discipline. Do you like it? Do you think you'll do more of it?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. Anything that I get to do in motorsports is going to be a blast, and I just look at it as if I am making progress on the track, then I'm having a blast and learning something new.
Right on, right on. All right, so I'll step over here. Mr. I don't want to say the inventor of Gymkhana, but no, don't shake your head. I wouldn't say the inventor of Gymkhana, but I would say bringing Gymkhana to the popular culture and making it what it is today. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Ken Block, making it and bringing it popular to what it is today. Congratulations, and here we are. I say congratulations because 4 years coming from a video now to a series where look at these drivers over here. I think they have you to thank, and obviously Monster Energy creating this new motorsport. And I got to say, we have better conditions than yesterday. How happy are you to be out here and show everybody what this Hoonicorn can do?
Yeah, today's been a lot better for me in the car. Yesterday with the slick conditions were not really ideal. So today it's been a lot of fun, really watching everybody else race and being able to get out in the car, make a few setup adjustments, because we've actually never tried to do anything with this car for actual time and speed. So I made a few adjustments today, trying to get a little more time out of it. But really been enjoying it. The fans have been amazing. Thank you everybody for coming out. Thank you to Monster for putting this on. They've, fourth year in a row that they've had this. It's great to have such a supportive sponsor that's willing to do these things, and really great thanks to all these drivers that come out and had fun with us. It's a great form of racing. It's very fun, and it's great to have a good set of guys that come out and enjoy this with me.
It's really cool, obviously, to see the Hoonicorn out here, and only time it's been here in the UK was, I believe, Goodwood. It was on display before, but like you said, this is the first time competing with this vehicle because you're going to compete against the winner for bragging rights. Do you think you have what it takes to beat these guys? You've seen what they've been driving out here. You've seen the times. Do you have the tire? Do you have the car? Do you have the heart?
I hope so. We lost a lot of testing time yesterday. And like I said, I mean, today was like the first time I even tried a different spring on the car. So, we'll see what I can do. A lot of wheel spin with this car. There's so much horsepower. It's intended to go very fast and very sideways. So kind of taming it for this course is a little bit difficult. But hey, I'll do the best I can. It'll be interesting to see how it does in the race because this is the first time doing something like this with it. And really hope to put on a good show for all the fans.
Last question. Why did you give the keys to somebody named Ryan Turk for that sweet vehicle over there? And how bummed are you that you're not behind the wheel of that sweet piece of machinery?
Are you implying that that was a mistake, Jerry?
It's a terrible idea. There's an adjective called Turk. He Turk stuff. So I don't know if it's the smartest decision with that one-off body kit.
No, I wish I could pilot both these cars all weekend, but it just is impossible. So to have someone like Ryan come out and put on a good show for everybody and really drive that car to its limits, that's basically the idea that we had when we called him to have him come out and do it. But Ryan's a great guy, great driver, part of our Hoonigan crew. So really fun to have him along and fun to watch him do what he does with that car.
All right, well, thank you guys and gals. Thank you, Ken Block. Round of applause for all our drivers. You ready to see them do battle here? Gymkhana GRiD, European Gauntlet 2015. Who's going to be the rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive? Who's going to get all the cash, the crazy car, all the insanity, and the bragging rights? Is Ken Block going to get beat? Is Ryan Turk going to get beat? We'll find out here at Gymkhana GRiD, European Gauntlet. Jared Deenda, we're going to go live on television around the globe, so thank you for tuning in and watching. Let's go ahead and send it here at Santa Pod Raceway. You!
Peggy 12.
Your Need for Speed experience is rooted in today's urban car culture. Your garage is where the magic happens. Make iconic cars your own with the most authentic customization in Need for Speed history. Take a car from stock to stock plus awesome in a blink of an eye. Or you can enjoy near limitless options to spend hours creating automotive art. Visually customize your ride with the hottest aftermarket brands, including Rocket Bunny, Sabin Carbon, and Rauwelt Begriff. Equip the world's wildest parts to build your one-of-a-kind masterpiece. From side skirts to spoilers, fenders to wing mirror, tires, rims, and much more, almost every area of the car is available for you to craft. Once you're done with the parts, Need for Speed's brand new wrap editor will give you everything you need to let your imagination run free. Easily select from a range of options to create your perfect paint job. From changing the hue and saturation to getting that matte black finish you've always wanted. The wrap editor also comes with a huge variety of decals. Select graphics from leading brands or choose from a range of shapes and patterns. But show off your creativity on each area of the car's bodywork and windows. Move, rotate, and scale to turn simple shapes into a multi-layered masterpiece. You have the power to create a vehicle that expresses your personality. Performance upgrades let you max out the potential of your cars. Beef up your engine to increase your horsepower, acceleration, and top speed. Switch out parts from your camshaft to your clutch, from your suspension to your ECU, from your nitrous to your turbo. Personalized handling lets you find that perfect setup. Move the master slider between drift and grip or tune individual settings. Change tire pressures, downforce, steer range, brake bias, and more to set up your ride exactly how you like. Want a drift-focused ride? No problem. More grip? You got it. Go deep and tune your vehicle's handling for specific events. Play your own way in your own one-of-a-kind car and unleash your personality on Ventura Bay.
So welcome back to the Gymkhana GRiD final of the European Gauntlet. It has been an absolutely epic weekend here thus far, and there is so much still to come. We had yesterday's last chance qualifier. We saw some of the fastest drivers on the planet come here to compete for a chance to make it into the final here today. And what an epic lineup. We just had Gerard talking us through the entire lineup of cars and drivers that we've got out here. Not just rock stars from driving, but also our special guest drivers as well that have been down there in the buggy series. So far today here on Sunday, day 2, and the actual final day of Gymkhana, we've just had the buggies have gone all the way through into their finals, and we've just done all the seeding for the rear-wheel drive and the all-wheel drive as well. The final battle we had there from 2 of our pre-qualifiers in the all-wheel drive, Dmitriy and Matt Miller, there was a little bit of radiator fluid left out on the floor, so if anything, a little bit lucky that it happened at that moment and not earlier on in the contest. We've still got Mr. Ken Block out there lighting up his tires. They're going to be coming out later on. I say they, we've got Turk and we've got Ken Block. Giving everyone a little wave. We're on board with Ken Block right now, appearing inside his car. The other way, Ken, look to your right, brother. You are live on air out to apparently somewhere close to 100 million people. A bit of an insight into what it looks like inside Ken's Hoonigan, the world leader in Hoon driving. That thing is an absolute beast. Great to see it out here in the UK. And of course, the winner of the all-wheel drive category is going to get to go head-to-head against Ken himself. It would be a privilege and an honor to get the opportunity to race against him. And of course, we got Turk out here. We just had a few words from him and saying how privileged he is to be out here behind the wheel of the world exclusive unveiling of that Escort Mark II that we've got here, the British-made Ford, the Dagenham Dustbin, as that thing's known. An epic prize, along with everyone else that you can win here today if you make it through onto the podium. But that opportunity to race against those 2 heroes in those 2 epically famous cars is another privilege as well. Loads of things going on here. We've got a whole paddock. The pits are open for all of our fans of Gymkhana and fast cars to go and look around. You can make your way all the way around into the pits. There's a nice little bit of fencing going on there, so you can check out all of the mechanics at work on each of those cars. We've got the crazy carts out there for people to have a shot on. We've got some radio control car driving going on, and we're going to be giving away an exclusive replica of the Ken Block racing car in RC Virgin, which is an absolutely wicked prize. So a nice little bird's eye overview of Santa Pod here. You can look over to the left-hand side as we look as our viewers at the screen here. That is one of the most famous drag strips in the whole world, the quarter-mile strip. And today is a run what you brung, and we can see people driving all sorts of different vehicles. I think we just saw a Model T Ford just sending it down the drag strip there. Very similar speeds to some of our drivers in our straight that we've got here as part of the official Gymkhana track. We're seeing some pretty good. It's not as close to the quarter mile as the track beside it, but still a very fast track indeed. And you can see here most of the surface water is cleared up from yesterday. Almost monsoon weather, but last night we had a beautiful sunset and things have been drying out all throughout the day. And we are very close to the actual knockout rounds here of the final of the Gymkhana GRiD. So all still here to come. Stick with us if you are watching at home, and we're going to be back with you very, very shortly.
People like to relax on a comfy sofa on a Sunday afternoon, but it would seem some people have got a different idea. That's Ken Block, and this is Gymkhana GRiD 2015. It's gonna be amazing.
It's fun to drive because it's a huge challenge, because it's not just a matter of jumping in the car and going full speed or driving with full commitment. It's a challenge to find the fastest way around the course, so that makes it fun.
This weekend it's all about going sideways in a buggy that I've never driven before.
It's easy to spin around. You need to be careful with the handbrake, you know, and don't slide too much, get traction and get momentum out there.
And try and go as fast as possible, but put on a good show for the crowd is something that I've never had to do before.
Here what you can see is two drivers competing on the courses head-to-head, trying to get through the courses as quick as possible, and whoever gets through the entire thing and back to the start the quickest is the winner.
And of course, any motorsport, any racing is always fun because there's a chance you might win. So with the opportunity to win makes it fun. It's not so much fun if you lose, however.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk. We are here at the 2015 Gymkhana GRiD Finals at Santa Pod Raceway. I'm driving the 1978 Mark II Ford Escort that Ken Block just recently released to the world, and a huge honor to be able to drive this car and compete here for my first time at the Gymkhana GRiD. You know, this event is all about time. It's all about being fast on the track. Minimal drifting, which I've learned actually. You can't be sliding a car too much because you're just going to waste a ton of time. You don't really want to be burning tires too much. It's more about just the grip and getting to the next obstacle, getting around it as fast as you can and on to the next. You know, we take off the start line. I'm launching in first gear, up to about third down the straight, and then there's a line painted for right before the first turn where you have to initiate into oversteer, and then you come around that apex, and you have to transition back around to a little figure-8 section where you do about a 280-degree turn, and then you on to the next, to the midsection.
After the figure eights, you get to the midsection of the course, which is arguably one of the most technical portions. A series of sweepers and J-turns. You want to just try to dial the grip in as quickly as possible and use your handbrake to just get around the cones and barrels as quickly as you can. You come into the final section of the course, which is donuts. So you're coming into this box at a decent rate of speed. You have to do a complete 360 or 1.5 times around the one donut box. Now you're very close to these obstacles, and if you move them a certain distance, you're going to get a penalty on time, which you don't want. So you want to be extremely careful and just leave yourself enough room. After the first 360 donut box, you want to exit with as much grip as you can. You go around the next set of donuts, which is the big tires. You're doing a 720 around there. Get it to the finish line, get your time, and remember, you have to do this twice perfectly to be able to move on to the next round.
Hello world and welcome to Gymkhana GRiD Santa Pod Raceway. We have a beautiful day in the making of a great event. I'm Jared Dienda, and with me, beside me, is just a legend. Introduce yourself, who you are.
My name's Eddie Temple Morris, and I am a petrol head and non-expert host, but glad that you're here with me. And man, I'm so amped to be here.
Well, I think you're gonna play the role of just like an amped fan. I don't want to say a newbie because you're far from a newbie. Like you said, you're a car guy, a petrol head. But you got to think, Gymkhana GRiD is only 4 years old, so you're creating new fans every day, and hopefully right now we're creating some new fans, educating, dropping some knowledge to them because we have an action-packed day. Take a look at this. What do we got?
So we got the timetable right here. We've got the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, all-wheel drive quarterfinals and semi-finals. And what's happening? What's the next?
Rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, third place playoffs, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive finals, and then remember, because basically we're gonna have a 1, 2, and 3 in rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive. The winner goes against either Ryan Turk if you're rear-wheel drive, or go against Ken Block, the head Hoonigan charge, if you're the all-wheel drive winner. That's basically like a video game. It's a hero battle. You finally get to go against Bowser if you're Mario, right? So look at this amazing spectacle track.
So basically the whole day has been, it's like a competition to get to race against the legend.
Exactly. Legendary cars, legendary drivers, and just because, yeah, the Hoonicorn is sweet, it has 800 plus horsepower, it's this all-wheel drive 65 Mustang, it's a crazy anomaly, hence the name the Hoonicorn. It doesn't mean that he's going to automatically win, he's got to earn it. But again, it's bragging rights that are up for grabs.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not just the power that wins. It's not a Santa Pod straight race in a straight line. You've got the lighter, more nimble cars that sometimes just get around those corners faster.
All right, let's walk through here. Our top 16. Round 1, Adam Elder versus Shayne Lynch, but then again, Adam Elder versus Shayne Lynch, Dean Newport Hall versus Baggsy, Hadley Fulbrook versus Sean Franklin, Danny Cross versus Dmitriy Illyuk, Richard Dolby Smith, our Rads going against Rob Woodford in that Miata, Marco in that Toyota Corolla, that underpowered 150 horsepower against Liam Doran, Dan Firmagera, and then Mike Newland. Then look at that, Luke Woodham, who is our defending, I might add, Gymkhana GRiD king. Then we have, again, quarterfinals, round 1 winner versus round 2, round 3 versus 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's too easy. Advancing on to the semifinals, you have the qualifier winner 1, qualifier 2, 3, 4. They go against each other. You can see that. And then you have our semifinal 1 winner going against our semifinal 2 winner for the finals. And who's going to be up top? You go against Ryan Turk. Now, this guy competes with the best of them in Formula Drift and across the world. He has an internet-famous show called Turked. Now, it's a verb. He can Turk things. He can Turk people. He's an amazing dude, and he's driving an unbelievable car. What is that car exactly? Have you seen this thing? I showed it to you earlier.
Yes, this is an American legend, but in a car that will evoke so many memories, especially for people my age. I think they call it the Dagenham Dustbin. And this is a tricked-out Ford Escort. This is a Ford Escort that is probably least like an original Ford Escort that rolled off the Dagenham line than has ever been.
It's really cool. I mean, even the smallest details, like the trunk hinges, or the boot, as you'd call it, right? The boot hinges are carbon fiber. Just those small little details show you that this car is next level. It has a one-off body kit from K-Mora and the Rocket Bunny kit. But you know what? That's later on. Right now, this is the appetizer. We're going to build it up to a bloomin' onion, or similar to our Chinese dinner. We kind of start off with a small appetizer, and then boom, it was an insane battle. So here we go. Our first battle, Dean Newport Hall, and it looks like he is going against Baggsy. So Baggsy coming in here, and you know, we'll see, because both these guys are really drift specific. You know, we've kind of walked through some of our previous rounds, and those that have shined have found this perfect compromise between you know, drift and grip. So these rear-wheel drive vehicles. So we have Baggsy here, and
Baggsy's from Essex. A great car culture, especially sort of modified car culture in that great county. And Dean Newport Hall from Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, Dean Newport Hall, again, he won the Irish FBS qualifier, which is the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint. So he won that, so it qualified him to compete here at this European Gauntlet. Here we go, Eddie and those fans watching across the world. Baggsy gets the jump out of this drag race start. Now they have to initiate. You can see that line there on the asphalt. Baggsy does just that, wraps it around the large Corbeau seat, made for even a big guy like me, right? All right, Eddie, so we're wrapping around the bollard, coming in through the barrel alley. Now remember, they need to navigate a particular direction, Eddie, and fans watching at home. So here, going out to that checkered flag, they'll zigzag back and forth. So it starts with the checkered flag, the double barrel, coming into the Samco, and we're watching Eddie Newport Hall right now, so there he is. So I'm walking you through Baggsy's run, but Eddie Newport Hall, he's just a few steps behind. So now coming into the spin cycle, this is where if you're a little wet, it's going to dry you off. We had a little bit of oil there on track, so that is actually absorbing. That's an absorbing compound that will pick up the oil and the fluids, making it not so slick.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
As Baggsy rounds it out, brings it on home. Okay, so also I got to point out, Eddie, you see him stopping in those white stripe block right there?
Yeah, you've got to stop in the block there, otherwise it's a penalty if you overshoot, right? A 2 second penalty, right?
A 2 second penalty, but there are the unadulterated times given the penalties. So 1 minute, 0.5, 1:04.30 as one of our officials waving to his mom, and Baggsy there is obviously. He had that 1 minute time, a decent run there.
And that 1 minute time seems to be that's the line in the sand to try and beat, right? A time underneath 1 minute is a hot time.
It's the sub 1 minute is what we saw earlier today. We saw as you know, as low at times as 56.5 in the rear wheel drive. That was Adam Elder. He was the guy to beat. He had a 56.5 and a 57.5. So Eddie, remind the fans as far as, you know, you have one run in lane one and then lane two.
Yeah, because you've got exactly mirrored courses. So you just literally just do it and then swap and then do it again. You add the times together and the cumulative total, the lowest time wins.
All right, so who's advancing on? We start with 16, work our way to 8, 4, and then we have the finals, and of course the hero final. So there's the race result. You see I always call him Baggsy. So looked like he didn't even have any penalties as opposed to Dean Newport Hall. He did have some penalties there, so that even contributes more to a deficit. Here we go, Eddie. All right, so Dean Newport Hall there in what's called lane 2. It's the furthest from our announcing tower, but for those of you watching at home, he's on your left, and Baggsy is there on your right. As you got to close your door. You got to close your door, Baggsy. Come on, it's go time.
Lock it down, man.
Send it as they get a little smoke in their face, making things a bit more dramatic and exciting. Nice initiation by Baggsy. Now again, this is a purpose-built drift car. What are you seeing as a fan? Are you seeing kind of him flourish, or do you think he's getting a bit lucky as Dean Newport Hall's kind of making some mistakes?
Well, it's just such a great combination of muscularity and pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah. So all right, so here we go, pirouetting. Yeah, look at that, they are tit for tat here. Oh, but Baggsy, you see him swing wide. You see him slow his RPMs down, and he slingshots out of the double barrel checkered flag. All right, zigzagging through the course, and look at this. Dean Newport Hall, quicker to the spin cycle. Here comes Baggsy.
He's getting very intimate with that pile of cans right there.
The spin cycle sends him out into the tractor barrel. All right, Eddie, here we go. We're narrowing it down. So Dean Newport Hall fights back. But remember, he also had those penalties, excuse me. So we'll see what kind of gap. No penalties there for the box. All right, so now the pressure's on. The stakes are higher. All right, so what do we got there?
Again, we're at 1 minute, just over 1 minute, and again, just over 1 minute with 3 seconds over. It's pretty close.
Okay, so we do have our flagger down on the line, and it looks like we're going to see some penalties here, and Let's take a look at this again from the start, Eddie. You see Baggsy there. It was a good effort from him, and again, just some of that powder, that dust. We like to call it kitty litter in the racing world.
Kitty litter.
Yeah, it picks up. It's kind of a liquid absorbing compound or powder. Like
it's a detergent, isn't it? It's basically washing powder.
Right. All right. So here we go. Again, our first battle, our head-to-head in the top 16. Loser sits to the side and grabs a Monster Energy along with our fans. How you doing? You guys are on television right now.
Say hi.
There you are. How are we doing? Our fans cheering them on. It's, it's a bit brisk. You're seeing a little bit thicker jackets, but it's better than being wet like yesterday. We have great ideal conditions out here today.
It's a perfect day for it, and we've got a beautiful sunset happening, as you can see from all those lovely orange faces.
Yeah, right. Look at this. The Monster Energy double-decker. The fans are strewn about. So there it is, 202, 204. So look at that. Baggsy gets the win. He has a smaller time. And there it is. Baggsy gets the win, 202.58 to 204.58. Baggsy gets the win. That Westlake Monster Energy S13.
Yeah, only 2 seconds in it.
And look at that. That's the difference there. You're seeing that a small, deduction or a penalty was the difference there. It was only 0.2 seconds.
And there was some nice sportsmanship there, a little handshake going on there. It seems like it's a real family vibe here. It's a family atmosphere.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they want the bragging rights. They want the cash. I mean, there's cash up for grabs. There's prizes and the honor of going up against the hero cars and hero drivers of Turk and Ken Block.
But it's nice because it's not like a boxing match where they're kind of where they're doing each other down. They're shaking hands and being friends. Everyone knows each other. It's a small world, right?
They know everybody's seeing them. They're in the public. No, I'm just kidding. of course. And yeah, you'll see them obviously grabbing pints and grabbing some Monster Energy after this and grabbing a good time because this is just a growing sport. And there's fans that are born every day adapting. As you said, it's just this culmination of so many different things. Nimbleness, the muscularity. I mean, it's all of it, right?
Yeah, and you say fans and developing and growing worldwide fan base. The audience for this worldwide is millions upon millions.
Oh yeah. Most definitely. So here we are. We're advancing on. We're seeing the number 14 of Sean Franklin drop into position. And the number 14, going against Hadley Fulbrook. So Hadley Fulbrook, we're getting up close and personal with the R33 of Sean Franklin. And
so Sean Franklin's one of the last chance qualifiers, right?
Yeah, he was one of the last chance qualifiers. As yesterday he fought for it and earned it. He got to the top 4. We actually took 5 vehicles because one of the cars was a no-show. So, and then look at this, Hadley Fulbrook, he steps up because of a Monster Energy driver of Buttsy Butler. He had to retire. So let's fill that spot and get another a young gun, if I may, into the Gymkhana GRiD show. So it's cool. So two gentlemen that are kind of fighting for it, really trying to make a name for themselves here at Gymkhana GRiD. What do you think? Purple or the blue? Hadley's in the blue. He's got the Smurf car, right? Or you got the...
Well, if we're just on color, I'm in purple trainers, so I go purple all the way.
All right, I'm with that.
Plus, I'm kind of smiling that the purple car is sponsored by a chiropractor, which is something that possibly you would need after something like this. The G-force that these guys pull is quite spectacular.
Perfect, right? All right, there's Hadley Fulbrook, excuse me.
Oh, he's just underpowered into that.
Yeah, a big mistake there. Might have misshifted as he comes around the bollard.
But you never know, you can make a mistake early, but then in this game, you can just get really intimate with those maneuvers and catch up.
All right, so right now, Franklin out front in that skyline. You can see counter course.
That comes off the factory floor as a 650 horsepower vehicle, out of a 2.5 liter engine. So when they modify them, these are frightening amounts of power.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Well, Fulbrook, look at this. They're just exchanging blows here as Fulbrook, Hadley, even with that mistake, I didn't see him hit anything. I mean, we obviously have 2 eyes, but you can only focus on one thing. So Hadley Fulbrook, even with that mistake, kind of balking, it would be a term, around that Corbeau seat, he made up some time there. All right, so as you can see, this is the opposite end of the course. We have fans strewn about the Monster Energy VIP Tower. Let's take a look again. So Fulbrook gets the jump out of the drag race. Franklin left in the dust.
Yeah, he really did. He was toast on that start. But then, around the Corbeau seat, it's almost as if he stalled.
Franklin around the tractor tire, brings it on home.
And into the end zone sideways. Stylish.
Touchdown. American rules football, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Fulbrook, bit of an advantage if you're just going by time, but penalties will be assessed and we'll get the results. Here we go. So the second half. So look at that. No penalties. We're seeing 101 and 104. Franklin with 104. That's just about 3 seconds behind, and no penalties.
Yeah,
so,
Hadley and Sean keeping things very tight. Well done, gentlemen.
All right, here we go.
Here we go again.
All right, Hadley Fulbrook out the gates. Quick, nimble. Nice job with S14, that number 12 vehicle. A lot cleaner around that Corbeau, but he does have a wide swing. But is he setting himself proper for the bollard? Nice job. Around the arrowed bollard. Into the gas lane alley. And then shooting all the way back to the double-decker checkered flag barrel. What do you say, Eddie? Fulbrook gonna get this thing?
He's got a nimble style, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's and what's good about his setup right now, you're not seeing a lot of smoke come off his car, and he's not getting completely counter-steered out because he's not completely drifting. Yes, the car is being thrown around sideways, but he's not just fully throwing it out perpendicular to the natural racing line. Not seeing any penalties. We might have a clean full pull from both of them, but Fulbrook crosses the finish line first, but it ain't over till this fat guy sings. All right, Rich Franklin brings it on in. We see them both hard parking, profile. Make some noise if you would at home and here in the building. 59, so we're seeing the sub 1 minute.
We've broken that 1 minute barrier. That's a sexy time, 59.9 and 105. That's not too shabby.
No, not too shabby at all. Let's walk us through again, Eddie.
He really gets out of the trap like excrement off a digging implement.
Oh, man. Eddie Temple Morris, everybody. Eddie TM.
I'm keeping it family.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, there it is. Hadley Fulbrook brings it across. I really didn't see anything stand out that would cause for an additional 2-second penalty, but we'll see. And there it is. There are the times. No penalties. So that means Hadley Fulbrook is your winner. Hadley Fulbrook in that S14, the Smurf vehicle, the number 12, advances on to the Great 8. He advances on to the Great 8.
While Sean Franklin can take solace in the fact that he had 0 penalties in 2 rounds. So well done, man.
Yeah, definitely. Franklin, I'm looking for, some big things from him in coming years. He, unfortunately he had a ghost riding with him. I don't know if you saw that, but he had
I guess that's right. He's got his passenger seat is from the Scream movie. Yeah.
A little startled there. Fans of all ages, young and old, guys and gals.
Now, who's in the number 8 car? Who's this?
That is Dmitriy Illyuk. Dmitriy
Illyuk. So, and where's Dmitry from? Is he from the Ukraine or somewhere like that?
He is from the Ukraine.
And so he's got this weirdly castrated looking car that looks a bit like a slipper, missing the back bumper, and it makes the car look completely skew-if, but he was looking very good in qualifying.
Yeah, Dmitriy Illyuk, he's a fun driver, and this is a dedicated drift vehicle. It's a dedicated drift build, so he wasn't exactly the cleanest or the fastest in qualifying or in seating, excuse me, as he finished 13th overall. But Danny Cross, he seated in 4th position, and I'm telling you, he is one to watch. He was really hot last night. He's one of the drivers that came from the LCQ.
Yeah. And so is that deliberately missing that back bumper, or is he just a rubbish parker?
That's kind of it's a deliberate thing. It's a little arrow. You're not getting the wind. If you have that bumper skin, that's going to cause you to catch some wind like a parachute. So look, there it goes. He doesn't have that parachute back there. As Dmitry shoots off, they go past that initiation point where it's required for them to drift. Whoa, Dmitry!
And he didn't shut his door. Dmitry, shut the door, man. Lock it down.
Dmitry.
So he's multi-skilling, driving, getting extremely intimate with those turns. And that door opening again. Do you think he's just hot?
Yeah, right, just airing it out.
Oh, and he's got a penalty there.
A huge penalty for Dmitry. And I would have to say, And he's got to be suffering right now because when that door opens, I guarantee he's going and grabbing for it too.
Yeah, it must really get your concentration.
All right, so Danny Cross there on the other side, the DC Autos UK S14.
He's tight around those giant tractor tires.
Yeah, he is one to watch, man. I'm telling you, he's going to be a ringer. Nice job, and as unfortunately the Ukrainian driver Dmitriy Illyuk in that Monster Energy S13 eventually brings it in and throws open the door.
And Dmitriy is from the Ken Block school of smoke from the rear tire. You know, Ken Block famous for making more smoke than you'd see in the average Los Angeles race riot.
Easy, you know. Well, yeah, and unfortunately for Dmitriy Illyuk, like I said, the cars are kind of stacked against him. This is a purpose-built drift car. Like I said, we saw earlier that of the previous driver there, Hadley Fulbrook, and he didn't throw his car as sideways as Dmitriy is.
And here we go. We're watching the guys again, watching Dmitriy basically run a race with his car door open. Absolutely stunning. And there he is getting his penalty, just nudging that with the front near side. He's just one turn behind. And here he comes with the door open, showboating with loads of smoke coming off the rear tires.
Oh, you gotta love it. So, all right.
So just one penalty for Dmitriy.
Yeah, he hit that barrel, and that was a hard hit.
Yeah. Danny came off clean.
Okay, so
they swapped, and we're going again.
All right, here we go. Danny Cross, Dmitriy Illyuk. Danny, get the jump. Good initiation. See, I'm telling you, Dmitriy, I feel like he's getting a little too sideways. He's getting styly, which is great in drifting, but it's scrubbing a lot of speed. And with that smoke, that's creating more friction, right? So smoke, create this friction, that's because he's losing grip. So versus Danny Cross, you're seeing him not as much angle, keeping a little more, in line with the natural racing line, and less smoke.
Yep, he's not larging it as much as we say.
Exactly. All right, so as Danny Cross, we'll see if he can cross the finish line first. He has 0 penalties on his first run. Dmitriy brings it into the spin cycle.
I've noticed that a lot of these cars, especially on the front wheel, have a really serious camber. Why is that?
The camber, it's setting you up for more angle, and angle is the biggest thing. They'll have camber, just to set the car up. They'll get the poke out, they'll get the wheels out. Oh, look at that.
Dmitriy just loves it. It's like a battlefield when he's driving.
Oh, look at that. Style and profiling.
Perfect. They've both come in at exactly the same angle, and there we go. 106.4, I presume, for Dmitriy, and 1 minute dead. Right there, that's a good time.
Yeah, Danny Cross crossed the finish line first. Remember, he has 0 penalties. We saw the penalty from Dmitriy. Let's take a look at that overhead shot there, Eddie.
Almost neck and neck out of the trap.
Yep. And there's Danny Cross. Nice, clean. Like I said, look at Dmitriy. I mean, if this is a drift competition, you see him yanking the brake there. Might go blind if he keeps doing that.
There we go. Danny coming in first. Coming in sideways. He's a very precise driver, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, both these guys had good execution on the second run. Dmitriy, the door obviously throwing him out of his game. I mean, a door opens on you when you're going down the road. And look at that, Danny Cross, Dmitriy Illyuk. And Danny Cross gets the win. Less than 2 minutes of his accumulated time. Danny Cross, number 58, advances on into the semifinals.
Well done, Danny. Under 2 minutes and totally clean.
Nice job, Danny Cross. As our fans continue to watch, like I said, fans of all ages see that M-claw on the fans, young and old.
Yeah, it's nice to see the kids out here too as well. Hello.
Got her Santa Pod jacket on.
Watch her. You're enjoying it, are you?
And her Ford beanie. Yeah, of course. She's psyched. She's seeing the Escort Mark II. She's seeing the Hoonigan. Oh, man, what do we got here? I'm seeing something get wound up.
Yep. There's some serious tire warming going on as the fans look on, wave at the camera, and enjoy the atmosphere today. And so we have lining up, it's a car that looks like it's just going out for a Sunday drive with the top down. It's what we call an MX-5 and what you would call a Miata.
Right, yeah. So I'm seeing Rob Woodford going against Richard Dalby Smith. So Richard Dalby-Smith, and Richard Dalby-Smith, again, last night in the wet conditions, he seeded #1 and he finished #1. He got the overall win, so he is one to watch, but so is Rob Woodford. We opened up the LCQ to 5 spots. We eventually took 6 because of Buttsy Butler unable to run, but Rob Woodford, he was the final 5th spot yesterday, and then obviously 6 with Hadley Fulbrook advancing on.
So Rob's in the MX-5, right?
Rob is in the MX-5,
yes. In the Miata. So you've got to fancy, in something that's as tight and limited as this, you've got to fancy a maneuverable little rear-wheel drive sports car like that. And so they are neck and neck out of the trap and turning at exactly the same time.
Yeah, that's Richard Dalby-Smith. Rads, as he's known to his friends. And Rad's coming to us from Buckinghamshire?
From Buckinghamshire, yes, that's right.
Thank you. Look at this, they're neck and neck coming down the gasoline alley. Now coming in.
The handbrake locking the back wheels as he goes into these turns.
Richard Dalby-Smith, a bit of a jump as they approach the Samco. You can see it's a zigzag. Those are real hairpins, but now when it comes into the spin cycle, that's where they're pirouetting. They're doing a little rock and roll ballet.
This is the part of the course that we call the washing machine, because they're going around like a spin cycle. And that MX-5 looking like it's enjoying it. Very fluid around the washing machine section.
But look on the other side in lane 1, Richard Dalby-Smith. You see him just there in the background. I'm already done with that, man. I already crossed the finish line. As he parks it comfortably, and Rob Woodford just slides it in. Sub 1 minute, 59.96. A 59.96 for Richard Dalby-Smith on his first run.
And Rob not far behind, 104, not too shabby. He's going to hope to improve on that in the slightly less muscular MX-5.
And Rob Woodford, he did throw a turbo at that MX-5, so he's running a little bit of horsepower. I thought he was NA, and obviously you perk your ears up when you come out of this glass box of emotion, and you hear the turbo spool up. So there it is officially. No penalties were assessed. 104 to 59.
I have to tell everyone, that, ladies and gentlemen, that Jared Deanda is from San Diego, so we're going to get a lot of Anchorman. We're going to get a lot of Anchorman analogies, and that's a good thing.
I'm not even mad. I'm quite impressed. Not even mad. Not even mad right now. As Rob Woodford comes around, they're tit for tat right now. No, Rads got the jump.
Oh, that's tight. That's tight.
Yeah, his driving preciseness is really good. I'd like to see him with a little more horsepower and really see how he'd shine. So again, Richard Dalby-Smith, Rads, he finished 3rd. He qualified 3rd in seeding. Rob Woodford, he finished 14th. So you got to think there's a few seconds when they're running independently, but right now it's all about advancing on.
Nice Miata, that MX-5 again, tight around the... Well, actually, no, he just loosened up there a little bit.
That's the curse of the commentator.
But I think he's...
Yeah, as we take a look at Woodford, we go on board. Yeah, he pulls it out.
And the MX-5 has done it. Rob, well done, mate.
Woodford.
Rob Woodford comes in sideways. He's coming exactly 180 degrees, looking at his competitor, and in at 103. So he did improve his 105 time on the last one.
Now we got to take a look at penalties, Eddie.
Yeah, you never know, because the fat lady hasn't sung yet, and the fat lady might have some penalties to add to this.
Now remember, Richard Dalby-Smith at a 59.96, a 104 for Woodford. Woodford did cross the finish line first on this second go-round of this battle. Yeah, look at Richard Dalby-Smith. Yeah, that was crazy. So, like you were talking about, that light nimble car, we're going to see that later with Marko from Croatia. He has that little Hachiroku, which in Japanese it stands for A86 or 86, excuse me. The A86 iconic car, and there it is.
There we are. Clean round for both Richard
look at
and
that.
Rob.
So, Richard Dalby-Smith, that's a DNF. That's a did not finish.
And so explain to me, why did that happen?
He might have, we'll get clarification on that. We'll go to the officials, but I have to assume that he did not go the proper direction on the course, or he made a major mistake and didn't go with the flow and the proper line. We'll get clarification on that. So that means Dalby-Smith missed the checkered barrel.
So yeah, you could basically get lost on this course. If you do the course wrong, then it's a DNF. You did not finish.
I mean, I don't know about you. I have a terrible memory. So I would immediately, my mind's like a wide erase board. I just forgot who ran. But if doing this course, I mean, I would forget where to take the turns. I mean, it's that you have to think about that because you see the course overhead, but then when you're down on the ground, you're at eye level with these barrels. Are you gonna remember, Eddie?
Well, man, I got lost in a chair before now. So, and also with all the adrenaline and everything, and probably the energy drinks coursing through your veins, and you with your door open some of the time, you obviously your mind can wander and you can get things wrong. You've got to make real snap decisions.
Most definitely. So clarification that Rob Woodford advances on its semifinals. Richard Dalby-Smith's knocked out, and here's our next battle. Liam Doran coming to us. He's the British bomb in this S13, the number 27. This is his first go-round in Gymkhana GRiD in a rear-wheel drive car. He competes in the World Rallycross competition. He's going against Croatia's own Marko Palžin, and Marko drove 27 hours to get here and compete. Obviously, Liam Doran, didn't drive as far.
So Liam Doran is from Chatham in Kent. So being from Chatham, he's used to a weekend fight.
Oh man, and knowing Liam, yeah, he's ready anytime. That's the name, the British bomb. Liam Doran around that black barrel, kind of a slow crawl out of the black barrel. Now watch this. This is what I'm talking about. Marko's not as tight as he's been previously, but he gets really tight to the tractor trailer tires. Let's see if he can tighten up. Liam, getting loose. Marko made up so much time earlier throughout the day. See that? See how he caught him up there?
Yeah.
There was too big of a gap in time from Liam to Marko, but Marko still made up the time. Look at that, 1 minute flat for both of them, but just what was that, thousandth of a second?
2 very sexy times. The boys will be pleased with that, but looking to improve and break that 1 minute barrier on the next one. So they swap.
All right, let's take a look at this again. So Liam got the jump, and we knew that. I mean, you're looking at a 165 horsepower Toyota Corolla.
And Liam he's no slouch. He's got 4 X Games medals, 2 of those gold as well.
Yes. And Liam Doran, he's a fierce competitor. He's been racing in rallycross. His father's racing rallycross, and he has a long line of go fast blood in his system.
Yeah.
Let's flip-flop, get him to the other side, lane 1, lane 2. Oh, Liam Doran does suffer a penalty, so that's a 2-second addition to his 1 minute flat time after the first run.
So Liam is going to be looking to do this one clean to make up.
Oh, Marko.
He's come straight out of the trap with that lovely emerald green paintwork.
Okay, so yeah, they might
he's either come out of the trap faster than anybody else.
Yeah.
But if he's jumped the gun, literally, then he might have a penalty for that.
Liam Doran, strong out front, like you said. Maybe this is payback. You know, we had our festivities last night. We had our buggy race. Liam goes to the finals. He goes against Luke Woodham. Luke got the jump, and I would say he almost jumped the light. Liam was up in arms about it, but he was still handed the defeat. As right now, Liam Doran is currently absolutely, yeah. Look at Marko's gonna smoke him here. Watch it. Oh, and Liam!
Oh, Liam just kisses the giant tractor tires. He's surely going to pick up a penalty for that, and he definitely lost some time.
My goodness, Liam Doran potentially tapped the light for certain. He hits the tractor tire, and Marko, look at this guy. This guy is awesome. He's a presenter. We had a great conversation. I haven't met him prior, and he could talk your ear off. He's a really hospitable guy and a really kind gentleman. Again, drove 27 hours. 165 horsepower. He won the Austrian round of the Fueltopia barrel sprint round, so that qualified him to compete here. So that shows you he ain't no slouch.
There's no slouches here. So there's surely got to be a steward's inquiry about that. Yeah, there's got to be a steward's inquiry about that initial takeoff. I noticed that drivers often say that they're not driving, they're piloting. And they're piloting these vehicles because they're, I guess, closer to rockets than they are to cars. So there we are, Liam jump. Did he jump the gun? We don't know. We're going to have a look.
So it's when they break the beam is when the time starts. Just a little clarification there because, yeah.
You see Liam just kissing the giant tractor tire, so that would definitely be
a little more than a kiss. A little more than a kiss.
That was a friendly tap.
I call them hate taps because nobody loves the love tap. But definitely a penalty. We saw one penalty for Liam, which advanced him 2 seconds above Marco.
Liam's amazing start would have been equalized.
And look at that, 1:58, so sub 2 minutes for Marco Pallegin, and Liam Doran gets handed the loss. So Marco advances on as quickly we get on to our next battle. Car number 69, that's Mike Newland. Mike Newland from the South Coast. And then we have...
Mike Newland caught a crap straight away.
And Dan Firmiger with the 1UZ V8, the Nissan V8 under the hood of a Volvo. And
so am I the only one here that's surprised that there's a Volvo here?
200, what did he say, 270 horsepower and throw 100 shot of nitrous at it, 370.
So this is, correct me if I'm wrong, the car that spent the most time in the garage here, the most modifications of any car here. This is an incredibly tricked out vehicle.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, it's, I don't want to call it novelty, but it's interesting. It's different, you know, and I think it gets style points for that. But what's great is it's competitive. Right now, he's out front.
They're both going so tight in the spin cycles of the washing machine section. Look at them, both so intimate with the tires. And there must be just a second between them. Let's wait for the times. Just over 1 minute for both of them. They'll be very pleased with that, but looking to improve on the next one. So there's Dan Firmiger getting ready in this incredibly modified Volvo.
So see where I had to, oh, look at that. So
both clean as a whistle for Dan and Mike.
Yeah, but look at that.
Oh,
that's a DNF. Mike Newland. That white box is crucial. I was just going to bring that up. No matter how clean you are, you got to run the right course.
Right, yeah.
You know, you got to tick all the boxes before you can cast your vote. All right, so Mike Newland. Team Japs 69. Now he's currently sitting on a DNF, so we're seeing, look at this. We're seeing Rob Woodford, he advances on in that Miata, the MX-5. Marco Pallegin, you know, these under-horsepowered cars, it just goes to show you, it's not all about brawn.
Yeah, it's not weightlifting. No. You've got to have that combination between muscularity and precision and a lightness of foot.
CrossFit.
See, look how intimate he's getting with those tires. It's incredible.
Yeah, nice job by Mike Newland. But remember, he has that DNF. So, I mean, he would essentially need Dan Firmiger to make a critical mistake. So 101 and 59, so 2 seconds separate them. But Mike Newland sits on that DNF. Eddie Newland would basically need Dan to have a DNF as well.
Right.
And then it would default to their first time, and yeah, man. So I think it's Dan's got it in the bag.
Dan's surely got this one in the bag.
So as we walk through, you're seeing Newland. Nice job for him
with his police lights. So tell me, Jared, what is that massive air scoop on the back of that Volvo? It looks like a massive air scoop.
Yeah, a lot of... Okay, so look, Newland again, so he was incorrect. So it's combined results, so the DNF kind of just bulks it out because Dan Firmiger gets the win, and for clarification, he was incorrect on that Samco Urchin, the Asterix, the Asteroid. Well, now it just crashed into his planet. Mike Newland's out, but Dan Firmiger is in that Volvo, so that scoop a lot of the guys run a lot of their cooling essentials on the back of their vehicle. You know, it gets more lines in the car, more opportunity to cool down, as well as you're getting that flow through the car and through all, you know, keeping it cool, as well as in a lot of drift cars, they'll move those components back because sometimes you'll hit the front end, all the, you know, you got your engine, you got your intercooler, you got all the cooling stuff, and sometimes you want to move that to the back so it's out of harm's way.
Right, yeah,
also, weight distribution. You got to think about weight distribution as well if you're nose heavy.
Yeah.
So there's a few different, you know, schools of thought. Next up, here we go. We are seeing that is Smokey. That is Paul Smokey Smith.
So you're getting a driver's eye view here.
Look
and you
at
can
this.
See how easy it is to get a lapse of concentration and just go round the urchin wrong and end up getting a DNF.
All right, so we're riding on the roof. We're holding on for dear life here. I'm Jared Dean. I'm live from the roof of Luke Woodham's car.
This is like one of those, what do they call it, a media drive-through?
Yep. So Luke Woodham right now, he is our defending Gymkhana GRiD champion from last year, that Monster Energy S14.
You can see Luke getting really, really close to that urchin, and hopefully he went round it the right way. Now let's see how close he gets to the barrels in this spin section, in the washing machine section, going over the detergent that was put down to combat the oil that was spilled during qualifying. He's keeping things nice and tight.
And look at
he's
that.
in a few seconds ahead of his competitor.
So nice run there by Luke Woodham, and a different perspective as you could see the sun quite a few hours away from. What are we looking at sunset? Do you know, Eddie? Obviously, you being a resident here in the UK.
Well, I'm confused now because we gained an hour yesterday,
Oh,
didn't we?
yeah, we did. We did gain an hour. And I appreciate that extra hour of sleep this morning.
Yes, after the wine that I bought you, I'm sure you did.
I appreciate it, buddy. Wine bottle. It was a wine bottle. I slept extra well. Luke Woodham, we go in the cockpit of Luke Woodham. His eyes are focused, and then, hey.
Hello, Luke.
Yeah. Luke Woodham got a smile on his face. That's great. And like you said, the camaraderie among the pits, it's cool. It's a growing, emerging sport. And Luke Woodham has really cut his teeth. And look at that.
Luke
He's
Woodham,
cut his time down, 57.94.
Very nice. Luke and Paul, both clean slates on that one. Both did the course in exactly the way that it should be done. And they've swapped and they're going round it in mirrored fashion.
All right, Luke'em out of the gate. Oh, Smokey, that's like 4 obstacles he just hit on his side. He's out of camera. He's obviously on lane 1. We're focusing on Woodham right now. But just to let you know, Paul Smokey Smith, that Japspeed S15, he took out a few obstacles. That's going to be a large deduction.
And Luke is such a consistent driver. Isn't he the most consistent driver in Europe this year?
Yeah, he's really just created this. You know, it just comes down to seat time, and he's really just got a smile on his face. He's learning every day. He's surrounded himself with great people, great teams. You know, I saw when Baggsy went by and he won. He was over there giving him thumbs up. And a lot of these guys travel all over. Shayne Lynch, Baggsy. You know, not only are they on the Monster team together, but they're friends. So, you know, you got to be all ears in an emerging sport like Gymkhana and even drifting. But look at this, Luke Woodham. Smoking Smokey right now. Unfortunately, Paul Smokey Smith, 2012 BDC champ. It looks great, but right now you don't want to smoke him.
Yep, it's looking like the more smoke that happens, the less speed happens.
Yeah, because you're losing that traction, you're losing time, you're losing that forward momentum because you're losing grip.
Wow, it looks like a battlefield out there.
Oh,
and
so much fun.
57.8, that's a really nice time. Gotta be happy with that.
And just an FYI, a lay of the land right now, this is our final battle of the 16.
So you saw him take out some cones there.
Yeah, Luke Woodham, very quick, nicely wrapping it around the tractor tire barrel. So, again, we are seeing...
Did he go around that 3 times just to cause
oh, yeah.
some more smoke?
Oh, yeah. No. So there's like I told you, those 4 obstacles Paul Smith hit. Luke Woodham gets the win. Luke Woodham gets the win and advances on to the 19, or excuse me, advances on to the 8.
And with
number 19.
And with a cumulative time of 1:55, that is a really sexy time. And we have the quarterfinals next. We're through to the quarterfinals, ladies and gents.
All right, so we are
So we have Adam Elder versus Baggsy, and that's our next race, the first of our quarterfinals.
All right, so again, our rear-wheel drive quarterfinal.
You can see the lights have come on the course now.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really dramatic. You're going to want to stay tuned, stay here if you're here in person, bundle up, grab a Monster Energy, and grab a good time. Again, Jared excuse me, I don't even know my own name. Jared Dienda and Eddie Temple Morris.
Eddie Temple Morris.
That's your name, right?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Jared.
You repeated your name.
Yeah, that.
Eddie Temple Morris. I like how you've said sexy and intimate. You're making Gymkhana just maybe not a little adult, family oriented.
I'm just sexing it up, you know.
All right, so Eddie Temple Morris, Jared Dienda giving you play-by-play. We are now officially in the quarterfinals as Baggsy does it for his poppy, the Westlake Monster Energy S13. As Baggsy from Essex.
Baggsy, interestingly, a former Chippendale in a popular Essex night spot.
That's somebody.
Is that somebody winding me up?
Yeah, winding you up. So.
Okay, well, he definitely won the King's European Championship in 2014 and the 2010 British Drift Champion.
All right, let's talk about it, because Adam Elder, he's making his debut here in head-to-head competition because he had a bye because of Shayne Lynch had to retire from competition. But right now, Baggsy has the jump on Elder, a.k.a. the Terminator. He is our reigning 2015 Fueltopia Barrel Sprint champion. He also won the FBS qualifying round to qualify for Grid, so he was preceded. He didn't need to go to LCQ. He qualified and he finished, he finished overall #1. So here we go, Elder. Here goes Baggsy into the spin cycle. Oh man, look at him. Look at him trying to keep on both cars. We can see both cars. You're watching Adam Elder, the Terminator.
Yes, in the Terminator car. Is that because every time it crashes, it just comes straight back?
Yeah, I'll be back. And there goes Elder, brings it in before Baggsy. Let's see if any penalties were assessed. What do you make of that run? I mean, we're oh, look at that, 2 seconds.
2 seconds in it, less than 2 seconds. And at 58.61, you've got to be happy with that time, breaking that magic 1 minute barrier.
And right now, Baggsy's hoping that Elder had a mistake, potentially hit an obstacle, getting a 2-second penalty. Baggsy had the jump, but when push came to shove, Elder pushed his car around just a tad cleaner. 2 seconds cleaner, let's add that. Yeah, Elder very clean. But let's see if there's something we just didn't catch here on this Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet course. No, so there it is, a 2-second gap. Can Baggsy make it up? He needs to get the jump and continue to keep it clean.
Yeah, let's keep it clean, boys, for the second run. Such a lovely paint job on that Terminator car.
Yeah, definitely is Adam Elder, like I said, got a bye here into the quarterfinals because Shayne Lynch's Japspeed 370Z was unable to compete. Wow, Elder really throwing it out. A lot of smoke. Baggsy tighter, not as quick. So compromising some angle to be potentially a little faster. Both of them mirroring. Look at that overhead shot. You're seeing Baggsy a tinge out front.
Yeah. Baggsy's keeping it just a little bit tighter. You see him initiating that handbrake turn around there, and another one. It's like a figure-of-8 section of the course right there. Very complicated figure-of-8.
Yeah, zigzagging through the course into the spin cycle. Remember, Baggsy needs 2 seconds and he needs to keep it clean. Is Elder gonna take out Baggsy? Here we go, the home stretch. One more turn and burn for Elder and Baggsy. Elder gets across the finish line. Any penalties assessed as Baggsy safe at home. Oh man, look at that.
2 very good times, 59.6, got to be happy with that one.
So that's a 3-second gap, given that if there are no penalties, we'll see where that lands, where who's going to advance on. Is it Elder
I didn't see any penalties in that, but we'll see now.
No, I did not see any penalties. Yeah, lane 1 looking quicker from the start. And around that tractor tire barrel. Eddie, I think we got a clean battle.
Yeah, and the monster car keeping it just a little bit tighter around the tractor tires.
Well, that's what he needed to do, but look at this. I'm seeing Baggsy light up his tires, and that might be his swan song. Let's make it official, and there it is. Adam Elder gets the victory, but a celebratory or a defeated burnout as he exits stage left.
A commisatory burnout.
There you go.
Did I just invent a word?
A commisatory burnout. Those are tears. Those are tears. Too soon, Eddie. Too soon.
We can smell the smoke in the commentary box. It's great. What a great atmosphere. Like a battlefield now.
Hanging out with Wiz Khalifa right now. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so we're advancing on. So one driver already in the semifinals, the Terminator. He'll be back in the semifinals, Adam Elder. Now,
so we have Hadley Fulbrook versus Danny Cross in the next quarterfinal.
Yep.
And that is our next race, ladies and gents.
This should be a good match because you look at the vehicles. This is a very popular chassis in the drifting world and quickly becoming a popular chassis in the Gymkhana and barrel sprint world. You look at Luke Woodham, he has an S14. He's our reigning Gymkhana GRiD champion. And look at these guys, both in the same chassis. Again, Cross and Fulbrook. And Cross was one to watch last night, but Hadley, if you look at him, he just took out Sean Franklin, who he's nothing to bat an eye at as well.
It's nice to see two cars that are almost the same, because then you just think, well, it's down to the driver, isn't it? Because the playing field is level. That's what you think, but of course there's so much trickery under that bonnet.
Yeah.
You never know, one might have the edge.
Well, Danny Cross had some unfortunate fate. He popped his engine, he blew up his engine about a week ago, so he has a borrowed engine in his vehicle right now.
Well, they were certainly almost identical out of the trap and into the first corner.
Go Cross.
They are mirroring each other exactly so far. There's hardly anything in it.
Yeah. Cross just a slight edge.
Cross has got a microsecond ahead.
Can he cross it? Here we go as Fulbrook into the Samco. So Cross still just gaining more ground as they continue through the course. Bringing him on through. Look at this Cross, Eddie.
You think Danny's ahead, he's just a fraction ahead, but just in this last section, if you can get closer and tighter into those tractor tires, you can catch up. We've seen that in qualifying. Didn't work that time, but still very, very close. Let's see how close they were, and let's see if there were any penalties.
Jeez.
Both under a minute. That's a very sexy time. They've both got to be extremely pleased with breaking the 1 minute barrier. Let's swap them around. And let's have some deja vu now.
All right, walking us through here, you see Danny Cross, then Fulbrook. Like I said, not going for the full drift. They're kind of gripping. They go around through that zigzag, the center course. They're just whipping around and trying to get as much traction as possible to slingshot around those barrels. You start with the checkered flag barrel, you go around the Samco Urchin, and then you go around the single black barrel into the spin cycle.
And both Hadley and Danny keeping it clean, and that's what they're going to want to do again.
So now look at this.
Not such an even start this time.
So Fulbrook gets the jump. Danny Cross out of the Corbeau seat, mirroring each other, taking a look at both cars, but as we are taking a look at Fulbrook.
Hadley still just nudging, he's just nudged ahead, but Danny Cross, I think, is catching up a little.
All right, so Fulbrook, yeah, looks like Cross is.
Danny kept it very tight around the Urchin.
Oh man, it's gonna come down to the wire. 1 second separates him after that first run. Here comes Cross and Fulbrook. Fulbrook enters the tractor tire barrel before Cross. Can he gain some time? Oh, doctor, look at this. Fulbrook brings it on in. So if that's clean, Fulbrook's gonna get it. Or no, man. Oh my goodness.
And they've both broken the minute barrier.
It's gonna be fractions of a second. As Danny Cross had that 58, Hadley Fulbrook 59.
Neither my maths nor my memory are good enough to sort out who's going to win this one. It's going to go down to the steward's inquiry.
So take a look at this. Like I said, they were ripping around the spin cycle. Then when they came into the tire barrel, that's where Danny gained some ground. An exciting battle.
The two cars that are running the same chassis, and they really were neck and neck through almost the entire course.
And both sub 1 minute, which is great.
Yeah. So whichever one of these fine drivers, pilots, loses this, they're still going to take solace in the fact that they had both gone under 1 minute both times and both clean on both. And so Danny Cross has won that one. Well done, Danny, just by less than a second.
Yeah, Danny Cross, less than a second, gets the victory. Danny Cross gets the victory and advances on into the semifinals.
So we have a shape to the semifinal now.
Well, we have two winners in there, and now we have 2 more battles in the quarterfinal. Because we worked it down from 16 to 8. We're trying to work towards 4. Already in, Adam Elder and Danny Cross. Marco cracks me up, this guy. He gets out of the car, throws his driving cap on. Marco, wave to the crowd. Marco, they can hear you. No? Okay. I feel like next time I see him, he's going to bring me gifts. He's that kind of guy.
Yes, the MX-5 really fast out of the trap on that one. And you've got to expect a car like that to be really tight around the corner. So let's see if Marco can catch him up.
All right, so Rob Woodford, Marko Palazin from Croatia. This is a great battle. So you're not seeing a Nissan. You're seeing Hachiroku Toyota Corolla. This is like autocross in the States. Do you know what autocross is? Do you have autocross here?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Okay, it's like car parks, to line up the cones. These are 2 very popular autocross cars, but they're getting the back end out. They're obviously rear-wheel drive. We're in the rear-wheel drive class, so it just goes to show you, run what you brung. Gymkhana, it opens up the doors for so many different platforms, so many different chassis. Nice execution around is Woodford and Marco. Look at Marco.
Yeah, Marco really caught up in that one because Rob was ahead of him at the start, but Marco absolutely had a brilliant round there.
As we take a look at Woodford and Marco on the finish line. Rob Woodford definitely raising some eyebrows out here.
So Marco, I'm presuming, got a little bit more horsepower in that.
No, I would say he has less.
Really?
I would say he has less horsepower. That's why you see Woodford get the jump. He's got the turbo. Woodford in the Mazda MX-5, he has a little more horsepower. He's got turbo. This is a naturally aspirated 4AG. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was more tricked out than that.
No, 16 valve, naturally aspirated Toyota Corolla.
It sounds like a minicab car.
It's adorable. Let's just call it what it is.
That's the kind of car you take your kids to school in.
Yeah, I mean, fast and quick and wrapping around some poles. 102 to 56, Rob Woodford. So Marco, man, that's a big gap there.
Marco with a sexy time.
Yeah.
Under 57 seconds and both clean. So Marco and Rob out again. Rob always quicker out of the trap, but what we saw last time was Marco just got into it and ended up a few seconds ahead of Rob. So let's see what happens this time.
So take a look at Marco's technique. He's not doing a lot of drifting. Look at his actual bobblehead helmet. He's bouncing around in there. That means he's losing some traction. He's hopping around the track. So he's not drifting as much. He's gripping a lot more around the track versus drifting. That might be a key strategy as, oh wow, Woodford, a wide swing around that checkered flag barrel.
Yeah, he's got to have lost a half a second on Marco there.
Marko Palazin coming into the spin cycle, and that's when you need to spin it around. When he goes into the hairpins, he just flicks it, whips it around, and slingshots out.
Yeah, and Marco has, again, caught up with Rob up to the spin cycle section, and he's going to pull out of his 2 turns and come into the end zone.
The Croatian crusher brings in the Corolla and takes out Rob Woodford. Unbelievable technique.
Oh, Jared, the king of alliteration. That was absolutely masterful.
Unbelievable there from, again, Marko Palazin and Rob Woodford. Again, some under-horsepowered cars by comparison to the rest of the field.
This is it's the hair of the tortoise, isn't it? Marco just bides his time. Rob is always out of the trap faster. But by the time they get to the spin cycle section, Marco's caught up. See, he's just gone into that a little ahead of Rob. in the naturally aspirated Toyota.
Yeah, such a great execution. Like I said, technique, that might strike, you know, that might catch some people's interest. And they're like, wait, I don't need to just completely drift around these obstacles outside of, you know, outside of that mandatory drift. So Marko does suffer a penalty, but he still gets the win because of the big gap. Yep. So Marko Palajian from Croatia grabs the victory over Rob Woodford. Marko is now in the semifinals.
Silky skills from the Croatian crusher there.
Dude, Marko, an absolute terror out here in that Hachiroku. All right, this should be a good one. Luke Woodham, our defending Gymkhana GRiD champion, going against Dan Vermeer. So Luke continuing the jovial Woodham style. As that is not Dan Vermeer, that is Luke Woodham. We're inside the cockpit.
Hey, all right, Luke.
Focus,
yes.
Focus, double thumbs up.
Thumbs up from Luke. He's stoked. He's the defending champion. He's up against the look at that heavily cambered Volvo there.
Yeah, you gotta love it. It's a lot of fun seeing just the variety of vehicles. But Luke Woodham, does he have what it takes to beat that 350 horsepower, I believe it was exactly?
Well, he's certainly got a positive mental attitude, and that's got to help.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Dan Vermeer and Luke Woodham. The final battle of the semifinals. Again, the final battle of the semifinals. As we will see the rear-wheel drive finals continue after this, or we'll see the finals. So we won't stop until we see who wins.
And of course, we're getting the cockpit view from Luke Woodham's car, seeing him take that first corner. It's so exciting riding with him, seeing how close he gets to the giant chair and seeing him get very tight into the giant toilet roll or whatever that is.
Oh man, Eddie, killing me. All right, so we're seeing Dan bring it around, and there's Luke Woodham, a little bit of a hesitation there, out of the checkered flag, double stack barrel, out of the Samco Asteroid, as we are riding once again on the roof of Luke Woodham.
And you can see, especially in this light, you can see how confusing it could be.
Right.
Spinning around, and you can, with some of the DNFs, the did not finishers that we have, you can see from the cockpit view how easy it is to get lost, even in a little car park like this.
Yeah, Woodham putting it down right now. So Adam Elder. Oh, the Volvo looks like he's having another tire issue. That back left, he called that competition timeout earlier in today's festivities, and I don't know if he has another competition timeout.
Yep, you can see that you've got a punctured near side rear tire, and he did that in the qualifying round. So I think it was the same tire.
Yeah, it was that back left corner. So
it's interesting that they're running quite low tire pressures, you can see, to get more grip, and that might be having an effect on what's going on here. So what happens? Does he get a timeout and get to put a new tire on?
All right, so Dan Vermeer with a 50. No, that.
So we've just heard that you get one timeout for each stage of the competition.
Okay,
so presumably for this next stage of the competition, he's got a timeout, so he's going to go and get a new tire.
All right, so
all is well and good.
All right, so Luke Woodham waits. Let's see what moment for Dan and his Volvo. You see it? Looks like he's rotating around. Is it at this point? Yeah. Look at that.
My God, he's running on the. It's a
ghost tire.
That is an X tire. It's running like a train.
So an invisible tire there. The Nankang tires popping off.
And he's still managing to control that car, even on 3 wheels.
3-wheel motion. Ice Cube making a little cameo.
That is some skill right there.
Yeah, nice job by Dan. Unfortunately, you know, he obviously had the slower time. That's you're going to need all 4 tires.
Yes, that would help.
Yeah, it's kind of hypercritical. But Luke Woodham, you know, we failed to kind of acknowledge Luke Woodham, a sub 1 minute time, a 58 from Woodham, and the Monster Energy Japspeed S14. Now, remember, Eddie, this is our final battle of the quarterfinals. and forging our semifinals. So already in, Adam Elder will go against Danny Cross, and Marco will go against the winner of this head-to-head battle.
All right.
Taking a look. So taking a look at, again, our time schedule. We have an action-packed day here.
So Luke Woodham just waving to the crowd. He really enjoys his work. Isn't it great when you do a job that you really, really love?
All right, so we're up here waiting for our next action. Let's throw it down to our girl on the ground, Kiri, who's with the famous Nic Hamilton.
That's right, I am down on the ground with the famous Nic Hamilton. Now the weather is a little chilly outside, so Nic's taking a bit of solace inside. Now it's been an incredible day, hasn't it, Nic?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been a fantastic event. really, really proud to be a part of it. You know, it's something completely different for me, completely new, and it's something that really keeps you on top of your game in terms of a driver. You know, learning how to drive these things against so many talented athletes. So it's fantastic to be here. Really happy to be a part of it.
Now enjoying your touring car season, but we did just see you out in one of the buggies. What do they like to drive?
Yeah, it's a completely different discipline to me. Obviously, I'm used to a BTCC car, which is front-wheel drive, and now I'm driving an RX rallycross car, which is rear-wheel drive and not modified either. So it's quite difficult for me to get my handle on it. But yeah, no, it's good. It's what keeps you sharp and hopefully makes you a better all-round driver. You know, driving this circuit at Gymkhana, it really helps. You know, learning how to control the car sideways and try and get some donuts out of it. But yeah, no, really enjoying it.
I bet you did by the smile on your face. Thanks so much for talking to us.
No worries, thanks.
So there is Kiri, trackside with Nic Hamilton, while we wait for, I think it was Danny F to get a new near-side rear tyre on his Volvo, and I think he has done that, and we are going again.
Here we go, so the
Mirrored
second
fashion.
Second half of this battle, Luke Woodham in lane one. Now we're riding in the cockpit. We're seeing his handiwork here. Let's see how he grabs the awesome handle. There it is.
Oh yes, the awesome handle, or the wand, as we call it in the UK drift circles. Going around the corner on the wand.
My friend Toby Moody calls it the fever lever.
The fever lever. Well, you can see they're on mirrored tracks, and they mirrored each other exactly. It was like a Rorschach ink blot test or something.
Nice, well put. What does it look like? What kind of emotions do you feel when you look at this?
What are you feeling now? What are you feeling, Jared?
Rorschach test. I see a lion. And the lion is Luke Woodham right now, so Dan trying to fight back.
Both so tight around the cans.
And remember, Dan did finish, but he did have a penalty, and he had quite a big gap, so he's going to need to finish before Luke Woodham, and that's not going to happen.
That is not going to happen.
Luke Woodham shuts the door on Dan, and that ever so unique. Oh, wow, he's backing it in now.
Well, he had to, didn't he? I think he knew he'd lost, so he's just going to large it at the end.
We were talking about that Back to the Future reference and the Mr. Fusion intake there on the back. That's what he was doing. Where are we going? We don't need roads. He skipped the tire because he was going to catch air.
Yeah, he's just showing off his flux capacitor that he's got on the back of that thing.
Right, exactly.
So, Luke Woodham, a smiley boy, being overlooked by the monster girls there. Hello.
Hello, ladies. As they're staying warm up on top of the Monster Energy Tower, they're cheering on Luke Woodham. Do you think Luke Woodham won, ladies? Did he get the win?
Well,
say hello. So there's Luke Woodham out of the gate.
Really fast out of the trap, yanking on that wand there, showing us his silky skills.
And yeah, Dan unfortunately loses that tire, maybe loses some momentum from that. I mean, not just physically, but mentally, and preparing to go against our defending Gymkhana GRiD champion. And it looks like that will potentially be a wrap for him. All right, here
and
are
again,
results.
you get some nice sportsmanship here. And here comes the result. Let's see what happened. Both clean, and Luke Woodham goes through 156.66. Dan at 2:08. So we now have a full shape to our semi-finals. Jared, do you want to take us through them?
Most definitely, I'd love to. Our four drivers in the semi-finals: Adam Elder versus Danny Cross. And then the Croatian crusher, 27-hour drive, and here he is, under 200 horsepower, Toyota Hachiroku. Marko Palagin from Croatia goes against our defending Gymkhana GRiD champion of Luke Woodham. Man, I mean, if you would have seen all the drivers list, I probably would have said Luke Woodham, but Cross and Elder obviously defending champion. This should be fun, but I gotta say, Cross, he's the Terminator. His eyes are on the prize. He came from the future to defeat everybody here.
Yep, and I think, have we got the Terminator running now? Is that the...
Yeah, this is the Terminator. That is Adam Elder there on the right, and Danny Cross in the orange S14. Now it's another S14. Look at this. Like I told you, there's 3 S14 chassis in the semifinals. What does that tell you?
It's, well, that it's a damn good car.
It's a dang good car. All right, so Danny Cross, little shiny monkey winking a gun, the DC Autos UK.
Does he keep the bonnet open to keep it cool?
Yeah, cool, and yeah.
Semi-final one.
It's usually because cool.
All right, semi-final one. Danny Cross,
Adam Elder. Here we go.
And they are neck and neck out of the trap with the Terminator car maybe just a fraction of a second ahead into the first turn.
Nice job by Elder, as we're seeing Danny Cross dance with the devil with that Corbeau seat. Getting a bit close.
And Danny has been so consistent today through qualifying and through all of these stages.
Can Elder get taken down?
Oh, and I think Danny had he caught a crab there, so he's going to be a second at least behind now.
Oh, wow. Elder, look at that. He's having some issues there. So Elder way back. Cross already in the spin cycle. Elder just wrapping around and finishing the zigzag. Nice job into the washing machine. Count them 1, 2 as they go around the 720. What do you say, Eddie? Is Danny Cross going to take down the Terminator?
Yeah, the Terminator looks, well, surprisingly fallible and unrobotic. He's proved himself human. The Terminator has proved himself human.
He is.
And coming at 103 behind Danny Cross's 59 seconds, 59.7. So he's crossed the magic minute. He's got to be pleased with that. But Adam is going to be kicking himself for catching a crab, and he's going to be hoping to improve on the next one, and he surely can.
And you saw Elder fast out of the gate, but it was the checkered flag barrel that gave him a bit of problems. That's where he scrubbed a lot of speed. Danny Cross, he already parked it. He already grabbed a drink by the time Adam Elder finally got across that finish line.
So we've got a DNF for poor Adam.
Yeah, that's what I said. I figured as much. I was focusing on Danny Cross when I looked over and saw Elder. It looked like he doubled back. He missed the checkered barrel. So Elder missed the checkered barrel. He thought if he went around it at minimum. So right now, Elder sitting on a DNF. Danny Cross sitting pretty. As long as he kind of navigates this course, you have to think that that Cross is going to advance.
Adam Elder is going to be hoping and praying that Danny touches something or gets something wrong just to equalize this.
Yeah, he basically needs a DNF in order for Elder to move on. Remember, the winner goes to the finals, and then the winner of the semifinals goes to the final, and then we have a consolation bracket for...
Oh, and he's clipped another one to the Terminator.
Oh, no, you know what? I take that back. I saw Cross hit a cone, but it seemed that Elder knocked it over into his course, so I don't think Cross will be penalized. So
no,
great effort.
Not. That would be an act of God. No, an act of
improper.
An act of Adam Elder.
Yeah. Okay, so Elder.
So Danny Cross, it looks like he's got this in the bag. If he could just not hit anything and find his way to the end zone.
And Elder brings it across, but I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 for sure, 4. I'm seeing 4 potential cones that have been knocked over. So yes, Elder does finish first with a 58.2, but I'm going to see 2, 4, 6, 8 seconds added to that.
Yeah, the Terminator crossed the line in a sexy time, but the Terminator took out some cones on the way.
But he'll be back.
Yeah, of course he will.
In the consolation battle for third. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this at home and here in the building, Sanapod Raceway. We are live. There it is.
Adam again with a DNF. He's going to be gutted about that.
Danny on a cumulative time of 2 minutes. And we go back trackside to Kiri, who was just with Nic Hamilton, and she's with our last winner.
That's right, Danny Cross through to the final. Congratulations, 2 clean runs.
Thank you so much. I am over the moon. I'm just so stoked.
Now going into the final, can you keep 2 clean laps?
Yeah, no problems there. I keep the clean laps. Just whether the car will hold up, it's been brilliant all weekend. So we've had such great support out here from everybody as well. It's been fantastic. So really looking forward to the finals now. Come on.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Right on. Thank you so much, Kiri, and congratulations, Danny Cross, going to the finals. Like we said, you need 2 clean laps because, you know, if you come in here and you knock anything over, that 2 seconds can quickly get you the loss.
Yeah, really. It helps to keep things clean. You know, you can perhaps it's wiser to just not large it so much and just keep it clean and hope that your competitor is going to make a mistake.
Something about, there's a UK term about beans. Don't give it all the beans.
Don't give it all the beans. Or here's another one for you, welly. Beans equals welly.
Okay.
So James was talking earlier in the commentary this afternoon about giving it some beans. You can also say giving it some welly, which I think comes from Wellington boot, throwing a Wellington boot, possibly.
Give it some welly. I like that. All right. So Danny Cross, he is in the finals. Who's he going against? Is it going to be the Croatian crusher, Marko Palajian, or Luke Woodham? And he's continued. This has got to be a good luck shot. Oh, well, that's new.
Luke
that's
Happy
new.
Woodham.
Yeah. Luke. There's a snake in my boots. There's a Croatian crusher, and he's the nicest. He's the Croatian kindest crusher.
Yes,
he kills you with a smile.
The crusher versus Mr. Happy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, both of them are just jovial fellows. So here we go. Marko versus Luke Woodham. Marko there on the right in this signature Hachiroku from Croatia. Luke Woodham out of the gate. So
Luke has absolutely slaughtered the Croatian crusher out of the gate. He was a couple of seconds ahead.
But you got to remember that the time starts when the line is broken, the digital line. It's not all about the stars. You can go, but so it's all about the clock.
We've seen this happen again and again, where somebody comes out of the trap really fast, but then the guy that's behind just focuses and gets into it and wins.
And Marko's that kind of guy.
Yep.
We've seen Marko gain a lot of ground when it comes to the double spin cycle. You see the double barrel, and he comes out of this like a shotgun. Let's see.
But Luke has gone into the spin cycle slightly ahead.
Yep.
The Croatian crusher has caught up a little in that naturally aspirated. Is that a Toyota? Yes, it is.
The Hachiroku coming on. See, look at how much ground he gained.
So tight around that giant tractor tire.
Remember, Luke got the jump, but it's when you break the line, you know, the kind of the laser beam, when you break the traction beam, tractor beam, they're sucking them in. So
I think you're still in Terminator world.
I know, right? Sorry, all my pop culture stuff is getting mixed up here.
60% of the time you work every time.
100% of the time. All right,
so there is the Croatian crusher lining up.
As Andy Lapuka and all the fans look on, there it is, 50. Look at that.
Look at that.
0.02 seconds separate them.
Wow.
0.02. I told you, Marko, the Croatian crusher, fights back because Woodham had that gap. Is Marko going to take out our defending Gymkhana GRiD champion?
Yep, the champion has got somebody hot on his tails. The champion is being worried by the Croatian crusher. Let's see if he can keep his focus and hold it down and keep the Croatian at bay.
Love it.
And here we go. So he's out of the trap fast again. But as we've seen, that's not an indication of who's going to win. When we getting that exciting cockpit view from our former champion, yanking on that wand, jerking the steering wheel, making it look so easy, Jared.
As Luke Woodham comes through the gasoline alley, look at Marko's going to gain some ground. Will he? All right, so Woodham looks like he is a little quicker out of the checkered flag barrel. 0.02 seconds separate them. You don't want to see a penalty. This is when you don't want to mess up. One of the tightest battles we've seen so far. The winner goes to the finals and goes against Danny Cross. Who's it going to be? The loser goes against that of Adam Elder.
As
Here we go.
Into the tires and that nasty.
Come on, make some noise, Santa Ponin at home.
And Luke brings it home. Fractionally ahead of the
But
Croatian
hold on. 58 and 57, lane 1.
58, 57, but are there any penalties? Because it ain't over until the Fat Lady is sung, and when the Fat Lady sings, she's usually singing about penalties.
All right, let's take a look at this again. So it's when that laser beam line is broken, that's when timing starts. So Woodham working the wheel. Nice job. Around that checkered flag course. I didn't see any penalties. All right, there's our fan, Baggsy. Sorry, buddy. There's Ryan Turk. He's waiting in the wings. Still, look, grab a monster, buddy. Grab a good time. Is that Buttsy back there as well? Ryan Turk, he's waiting in the wings because he's going to do battle against the winner. So he's looking at the competition. Look at this.
So both of the boys have kept it clean, and that being the case, Luke Woodham has gone in by a fraction.
No.
Less.
156. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
by less than a second.
There you go.
Luke Woodham has taken it. So the Croatian crusher has been crushed by Luke Woodham, who is with our very own Kiri at trackside right now. Here's Luke and Kiri.
Luke Woodham, defending champion in the final against Danny Cross. That was close, less than a second between you.
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome. I really enjoyed that. I mean, this event's amazing. It's what makes it so good. When you're neck and neck and you're looking over the other lane and you're thinking, oh, you know, if you make a mistake, you know, and so on and so forth. But we were neck and neck, and yeah, really, really enjoyed that. So fair play to everyone coming out here. It is amazing to be here in front of a big crowd. Yeah, and we can hear you cheering inside the car. So let's hear some cheers.
Defending champion, can you take it in the final?
I am. Yeah, I want to.
You've got it. He's determined.
Kiri with Luke Woodham, last year's champion and this year's finalist. You've got to fancy him as a
favorite.
Yeah,
he's a favorite. I mean, what's great about him is you see the smile. I mean, all the guys have a smile on their face, but Woodham wants it. He's driven. He's motivated. You follow him on Instagram, and a lot of these drivers, they're the final set. The final set, he's stoked. He's going to be on the podium. He's going to grab one of these awesome. Do you see the trophies? Did you see them?
The trophies look like something that would be given in some kind of heavy metal competition. I would expect this trophy to be picked up by at least Iron Maiden.
Yeah, or it's a prop from 300, the movie. So.
On the subject of Iron Maiden, what are these girls dancing to?
DJ P Soup dropping some beats over there. I think they're just trying to stay a bit warm because obviously I got a flannel, I got jeans, I got thermals on. They're in hardly anything.
Monster girls, yeah, well, we can't see the goosebumps from here.
Right,
they're looking fine.
All right. and Shayne Lynch, the other monster girl
so
up there.
The girls are getting warmed up for the all-wheel drive quarterfinals that we've got coming up next. So just as a reminder, we've just had rear-wheel drive.
Yep. All right, so yeah, the rear-wheel drive now onto the all-wheel drive action. This is the top eight, and it looks like we are seeing up here on deck. We're seeing that of looks like Dmitriy. That is Dmitriy Shribny and James Stefan, the team 1340. The car number 35. So Dmitriy Shribny, he's the guy to beat. He was he won last year. He's originally from Ukraine. Now he's living here in the UK. And he's the UK winner and also the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint 2015 champion.
So definitely no slouch. Now we might as well change surely change all-wheel drive to just Battle of the Subarus, because that's to all intents and purposes, that's what it is now,
right,
isn't it?
Up until they have to go against the Hoonigan of Ken Block.
Yes,
so,
of course, that incredible modified 1965 unique, one-of-a-kind Hoonigan, a 1965 Mustang that you would normally expect to be in black and tan livery, just chugging down the highway towards Tijuana.
Right. Or it would be obviously the signature green. It's in the movie Bullet, right? As it's something like that. Well, he changed things up quite a bit, and as we are getting set here again, Dmitriy Shribny, James Stefan, excuse me. All right, here we go. Dmitry, the guy to beat.
So Dimitri's in the luminescent orange Subaru. Oh no, that's the other one. This is James Stefan in the luminescent orange car, in the 35 car.
Yep, the high-vis vehicle right now wide around that barrel alley.
Oh, pulling the handbrake into that turn.
Now watch how these cars navigate around, especially the spin cycle. They're all-wheel drive, so that means obviously all the wheels are spinning. They all have power versus our last class. Only the rear wheels have power, so definitely different around the spin cycle. Oh, Dmitriy, a wide swing, very uncharacteristic from Dmitriy, but maybe set himself up here. He's still, see, look at Dmitriy having a tough time rotate.
Yeah, he's kind of, it's like almost he's lost his concentration going into the spin cycle.
Or he's lost some power. He, you know, I asked him, because I was, you know, saw him in Madrid last year. I've seen him here at Santa Pod, and I said, hey man, what did you change? Anything? He says, bigger tires. He just wanted bigger tires. But
so Dmitriy in underneath the 1 minute barrier, 59.7 seconds. And James Steffen just outside the minute. Let's see what's happening as regards penalties. We think they've gone through clean, but we never know. Let's see.
As Shayne Lynch and the Monster Girls continue to party, these guys are partying on track. James Steffen in that bright orange high vis. And like I said, very uncharacteristic Dmitriy Shrivny having some difficulty navigating the track. Leaving a window of opportunity for James to fight back as he is only separated by just about 3 seconds.
But Dmitriy, even with that loss of power or loss of concentration, in at least a second ahead of James. So they swapped around, they kept it clean on the last one. Dmitriy in first underneath a minute. And he's going to be looking to break that minute barrier again. James is going to be looking to definitely break that barrier to beat Dmitriy, and they are neck and neck as they go into the first corner.
James, Dmitriy in lane 1. I'm not really seeing any large advantage to either lane. I mean, they're obviously mirrored courses, but I'll tell you, lane 1, it seems to have older asphalt, and also we have that kitty litter, quote unquote, on the track. But I'm not seeing any major advantage from lane 1 to lane 2.
No, the playing field's level, as we looked at qualifying early this morning, and lane 2 was definitely wetter than lane 1, but that's burned off in this lovely sunshine that we've had today.
Dmitriy Shrivny, oh man, having difficulty in the spins. Oh, and a huge mistake
so
by
James has taken out the barrels.
Dmitriy now finding his rhythm around the tractor tire barrel.
Dmitriy nice and fluid round the tractor tires, and James obviously gutted about his rear end clipping those barrels, and that he came in, his car almost looked as if its shoulders were slumped as he came into the end zone there. And we're looking at the barrel, the dent in it that's been taken out, and Dmitriy once again broken the minute barrier, similar time to last time, 57 seconds.
Yeah, so 57 and a 102. As long as it's clean, Dmitriy should grab the win.
We didn't see any penalties from Dmitriy, but let's have that confirmed by the closer scrutiny of the judges.
Remember our next battles, we continue on here in the battles. Oh, look at that. So James does suffer that penalty. There it is. Dmitriy Shrivny gets the win in the SCR Gymkhana Subaru. As you said, the battle of the Subarus. Car number 70 gets the win. Dmitriy Shrivny forging our semifinals.
So that was it was a front end. It was a front end nudge, and then he kicked it away with his back end. It's almost as if he was doing that deliberately.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that definitely not deliberately. He knew he needed to keep it tight, but just too tight.
And our director getting a beautiful shot of the.
That's the moon.
Looks like, yes. Well, I was going to say, is it full? Was it waxing, or is it waning, or is it full? It's certainly full or very near.
Yeah, it's again a beautiful day, a little brisk, but the track stays hot as we continue on. And Jake Archer entered into that's the moon.
Yeah, just reminding me what planet that was. That was. Eddie, what planet are you on? That's the moon. We're on Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Not the sun. That's the moon. All right, so there's Andy Stevens. Andy Stevens had some words with him during the break.
Andy Stevens and Jack Archer.
Jake Archer. And Jake Archer, He is one to watch. Here we go. Jake Archer coming in, Kamikaze, Subaru wagon. And the ESL Subaru on the other side in lane 1.
Ah, yes, this is the Kamikaze Subaru wagon that we saw being so tight in qualifying. And it brings a smile to my face because I just think, well, that's a car that you take your kids to school in.
Yep. But no, take him to the racetrack.
Well, you'd certainly be quite shaken up if you did it like this.
Yeah, right. There's definitely some videos out there with kids ripping around. And here comes Archer around the final zigzag barrel. But look at that.
So far, they're mirroring each other.
Yeah, we're seeing Stevens really apply some pressure here. And Stevens, this is his first competition in dry conditions in this car. He's only driven this car 2 times before in the wet. He's prominently a rear-wheel drive vehicle owner. But look at that right there at the end.
It was all one on the last tractor tire. They were mirroring each other exactly right up until the last tractor tire. But then the 62 car just kept it a little bit tighter. And so he's in under that magic minute.
Andy Stevens.
That's Andy Stevens.
Andy Stevens, just about a second separated him. But I got to tell you, knowing Jake, knowing Jake, he gets really fired up. He needs to stay calm. He needs to stay focused. With that minute, he just needs to keep it clean.
So let's walk you through this, and you can really see how the 2 cars mirror each other through the course, right until the very last obstacle, the giant tractor tires. And Andy Stevens in that blue car, in the blue Subaru, just kept it a little bit tighter going through those giant tractor tires. And that tightness on that very last obstacle meant that he had a second on Jake. So as they mirror each other and go into the next, into the mirrored next event.
All right, here we go. Coming down into the first turn. Remember, they do not need to initiate in drift, similar to that of the rear-wheel drive vehicles. They do not need to initiate past that no man's land. Nice job by Archer so far. Oh, look at that, Stevens, a bit of a jump on Archer.
And again, they're mirroring each other exactly. And let's see what happens in that last spin cycle, because that is where this battle is lost and won. And we've seen that battle lost and won many times today.
We saw that with Marco.
Absolutely.
That's why I say you need to keep your focus.
They've both gone into that, into the barrels exactly the same.
Identical right now.
They're separated at birth so far, but actually...
Oh, Jake getting a little bit of a jump.
A little bit tighter on that last one, so they've mirrored each other.
Oh, and cones. Insult to injury for Stevens. Stevens hits 2 obstacles. That's going to be a point, or excuse me, 2-second penalty, I believe ×2.
Ouch, double ouch. So that was interesting. They mirrored each other exactly in the first rendition, and then exactly in the second rendition, and even to the point that one car just won it on the last. It was Andy that won it at the very last spin cycle on the first revolution, and then Jake who won it at that very same obstacle, having mirrored each other exactly.
Here we go.
But are we going to have some penalties?
No.
No, it's judged to be clean and almost identical, but Jake just in a fraction of a second earlier. So let's see what the cumulative time tells us. It's been so close between Jake and Andy on this one.
And there it is. That was the accumulative time you threw me out there.
Sorry,
so Jake Archer gets the victory. There was a lot to process. I think we're more baffled that there wasn't a penalty, because I thought for sure that them hitting the cones, but
the girls are not looking baffled at all.
No.
They're looking extremely focused and blowing us kisses.
There you go. So Jake Archer advances on. There was no penalty. It was after the gantry.
So Jake must be gutted, because that was just so close between Jake Archer and Andy Stevens there.
Getting psyched here.
There's some serious tire warming and larging and... What is it called when you're doing this? Is that called just hooning?
Just doing some burnies, doing some circle burners.
Some serious donuts.
Warming up some tires. Did some Brodies, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, Hooning and Hoonigan. Lewis Jones and Jonathan Bucky Buck, simply known as Bucky. A lot of these guys running one headlight, no headlights at all. Not mandatory here in Gymkhana in the barrel sprint.
As soon as you said that, he switched them on.
I know, right?
You just gave him a little flash there.
So, Bucky about to throw it down there in that that sky blue kamikaze vehicle, and then Lewis Jones, also another kamikaze vehicle. And Lewis Jones was the guy that in the LCQ just owned it. He absolutely dominated the competition and won the whole thing last night. So now here he is fighting to get into the semifinals. And back to the action here as Lewis Jones. He is in that lane 2 as Bucky. A little slow crawling here from Jones. Now it throws it out there. Get some smoke created.
Lewis Jones keeping it fluid there in the kamikaze Subaru.
In the other lane there, just taking a glance over. Bucky had a mistake around the bollard as he left the Corbeau seat. You can see the green and black arrowed bollard. He had issues with that.
So it looks like Lewis Jones is fractionally ahead of Bucky at the moment. Let's see what happens on the spin cycle, because as we've seen before, the race can be lost and won or regained at this point.
So Lewis Jones out front, nice job. And one more turn. Now, I mean, you compare these runs to our previous runs, and unfortunately, they're really going to need to step up their game if they want to take out, you know, somebody like Dmitriy or Jake Archer.
Yeah, those guys are hot today, as hot as the rear tires of almost every car that we've seen here today.
And also another driver that was pre-qualified, Matt Miller. He's in our next head-to-head competition. So you see 101 and 104. So Lewis getting the better time there.
So both of the boys, Jonathan and Lewis, have kept it clean, both hovering around the 1 minute and both looking to improve on that in their mirrored run now.
All right, here we go. Lewis Jones now there in lane 1. Good execution on the sweeper into the Corbeau seat. Nice job there. So look at that, Lewis, about a 1 second difference.
Yeah, Lewis keeping it nice and tight, and he's as ahead as he was in the last one, as we see him initiate that little handbrake turn and another one in the figure of 8 section of the course.
Is Lewis going to bring it home? Nice flick into the spin cycle.
He's quite wide around the barrel there.
Big mistake over there on the other side in lane 2 from Bucky.
Oh dear, poor Bucky. He's lost concentration there, and he's surely going to be out now.
Yeah, that's going to seal the deal for Lewis Jones to get the victory unofficially, but we'll find out shortly.
And poor Jonathan Buck just lost it in the last section of the course there. The driver's being waved away. And here we're looking at Jonathan Buck, looking at what happens to make him lose concentration. And yeah, he just had a moment there, didn't he, Jared?
Yeah, it was just a total, man, just such a bummer for him. But man, Lewis Jones showing you why and how, and continues on his success here. And there it is, Lewis Jones. Lewis Jones gets the victory and advances on to the semifinals.
Yeah, Lewis Jones, he's rocked it with a couple of times that are outside a minute, proving that if you just keep your head down and don't make any mistakes, that is one way of advancing. Of course, it doesn't work every time, but 60% of the time, it works every time.
There's another one of those famous San Diego film references.
San Diego.
Santiago. Santiago. Where'd you get that? The last quarterfinal coming up. This is it. It's on deck. Matt Miller versus Dominic Flitney. Dominic Flitney and the ESL Subaru rounding out that team. See if he can fly that Flitney flag into the semifinal. Here we go, but he's got to get past Matt Miller in that Kamikaze Japspeed Subaru. All right, coming to the Corbeau seat, wraps it around. Eddie, you got to think that also, you know, yeah, we have the big floodlights coming on. They look stylish, they look good, but it's getting darker quicker. So these guys really need to focus.
Yeah. Oh, and we've got a bad nudge there from Matt Miller in the Kamikaze car. Front end nudge, so he's going to be hoping to make a really, really good time to somehow make that up. And he's going furiously, frantically into the drums and the spin cycle section. And he's going to be hoping that Dominic Flitney is going to be also making a mistake. But Dom has been very consistent through qualifying today.
Dom's been very precise. He's performing surgery on the track, and just as I say that, he has to throw on the reverse lights. Not just the lights, but put the car back in reverse as he had a major flub around the tractor tire barrels. Oh, man. So both of them having some mistakes. I don't think it was I don't think he hit the tractor tires, but with our naked eye, you know, where he was, his back end was facing us.
I'm feeling Dominic Flitney's bright pink fluorescent tires. I've got some trainers that color.
Yeah. All right. I have to gather, Eddie, that you have trainers of every color.
No, just in the pink and purple spectrum.
Okay.
That's how I roll.
Oh, that's your.
I've been rocking the pinks for about 10 years now.
Okay, that's your
since
wheelhouse.
my first, since my first Nike Vandals.
Got it.
We're walking through now and seeing what happened.
Just right about here.
So yes, he just overcooked. He just overcooked it, didn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't hit it, so that's a good thing. Oh, look at that.
But
so,
that's made a level playing field. But
yeah.
Matt came in a lot quicker. So we're looking at 101 for Matt, 108 for Dominic.
So 108, 101, here we go. Let's alternate the courses, the lanes. Matt Miller in lane 1, Dominic Flitney in 2. Miller gets cooled off. Now here we go. As Flitney brings it around the Corbeau seat. Nice job by Miller, but it looks like, oh man, they are neck and neck. Miller approaching the checkered flag.
Just mirroring each other around this course. I think that Matt Miller might be just a fraction of a second ahead. Oh, and Dom, poor Dom, despite his amazing tyres, has made another mistake. There must be a lot of pressure at this stage of the championships, but oh dear, and another mistake. They're mirroring each other in every way. One of the drivers makes a mistake, and then the other one, rather than getting smug, makes a mistake as well. We've had several losses of concentration, or just little moments in this. I think we're going to have to see it.
Wow, look at that. They're backing it up. They're saying, get on out. Let's see what we got here. Flitney and Miller. And remember, Miller had that large advantage, and Flitney with that about 7-second gap after that first battle.
But there were a couple of little moments in this. Let's walk through again and see what happened. Oh, it was okay. So poor Dom Flitney nudged the checkered cone there, and going into the giant tractor tyres. It's just underpowered through that. And so with
right, Dmitriy Illyuk versus Jake Archer. These two gentlemen saw each other in battle last year, and these guys are just bitter rivals here on course. So this should be one for the books. Eddie, this is going to be a good one. I mean, this should be a final battle, to be quite honest. But you see somebody like Lewis Jones, he really needs to tighten it up in order to take on Matt Miller. But Matt Miller had some mistakes as well in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, a lot of these Terminator-like, supposedly robotic drivers proving themselves human today.
Yeah, I don't bleed. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. So Dmitriy Shribny, Jake Archer, the other battle in the semifinals, Lewis Jones, Matt Miller. Who's going to advance on to the finals? Which two drivers are going to the third place consolation battle?
So Jake Archer apparently blew his engine last week and had to find a new one. So he's now running on a brand new engine, and brand new engines, as we all know, can have teething problems.
Right.
He's not exactly going with the owner's handbook on running it in.
No, most definitely not. So Archer brings around. Look at Dmitriy, a big gap. Grand Canyon of a gap of time between them. Oh, but just as I say that, Jake fights back. Grabs his bow and arrow and takes aim at Dmitriy. Dmitriy, a wide swing.
And he hesitated a little through that section. Whereas I think Jake looking a little bit more fluid in that Subaru wagon.
Yeah, look, Jake a lot tighter. He's gaining some ground there on the tractor tires.
So close.
That was a great effort there by Jake, and that's where you can easily, we've seen a lot of the drivers really, you know, quote unquote, blow it.
Look at that.
Half a second.
Fractions of a second between the two of them, Dmitriy and Jake. Let's see if they had any nudges or anything that the judges might have spotted in terms of penalties. We think that they went through clean, but let's have the official confirmation.
57.3, 57.8 from the drivers, no penalty.
Two hot and clean times, say the judges, for Dmitriy and Jake. 57.33, 57.84, it is all to play for.
So let's alternate them. You take lane one, Dmitriy. All right, here we go. Dmitriy in lane one. Archer, lane two. Off they go. Archer gets the jump a little out front, but it's all pending the start line and breaking that laser starter. Jake Archer, nice job. Into that bollard. Look at that, the sun setting, a great shot here. Dramatic setting for the Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet. We are in the semifinals. Dmitriy or Jake Archer, who's gonna get it?
Well, Dmitriy seems to be fractionally ahead, but in that spin cycle section, Jake always seems to be more fluid, and that fluidity means results. Having said that, Dmitriy looking very fluid through the washing machine section.
Nice job by Dmitriy right now. See now where Jake, oh man, Jake, an absolutely, look at, he just keeps getting wider and wider. And I think that is going to inevitably give Dmitriy the victory here. It was a major mistake there by Dmitriy, or excuse me, by Jake Archer. So was that 55 and a 101? Wow, look at that 55.
That's
blazing
that is a hot
fast
time. Has anybody done that faster than that today?
We've seen, I believe we've seen some 55, 56s. I was keeping track. Yeah, Adam Elder at a no, I don't think we've seen a 55. That's the first 55 of the day.
Dmitriy, congratulations if you can hear us.
Yeah.
55 seconds, that is the hottest time we've seen today, and it's a clean time. Look at that.
There it is.
So,
Dmitriy Shribny gets the victory. Jake Archer gets knocked out.
A cumulative 153. I don't think we're going to see a better time than that. Well, I say that, but I live in hope. The eternal optimist. So now we hand down to Kiri, who is with our race winner. And if Dmitriy, well, he should have a very big smile on his face.
Dmitriy, congratulations, 2 clean laps and 1 in 55 seconds, incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I was pushing my best. I think maybe not best, but trying to compromise on the reliability of the car and my skills, and just found that perfect balance between both. So I think that's what actually led me to the victory.
Seemed like you did find the perfect balance into the final. Can you do it?
Of course I can.
Of course he can. There you have it.
So that's Dmitriy, our winner in the hottest time that we've had so far. But as you heard from the horse's mouth, might not be he might not be his best. He's gunning for a faster time, and we'll see. And he means what he knows what he's talking about. This man is the Eastern European Drift Champion of 2012. And he's had that car since 2001. Is that pretty unusual to have a car for that long? 14 years.
Yeah, no, Dmitriy, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. And Dmitriy Shibny, again from Ukraine, he's the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint 2015 champion, and now he lives in UK as he is definitely a fierce competitor. And yeah, he's had that car for some time, and you know, it's great to see him, you know, have that confidence just over time. And can you do it? Of course I can.
Yeah.
I gotta say.
All right, so a real treat before our semi-final. We are sending out, ladies and gentlemen, we are sending out the Hoonigan himself, and you're going to get a cockpit view of the most watched drifter in the universe.
Yeah, the head Hoonigan in charge, Ken Block, about to hit the skid pad, and I believe he's got his good friend Ryan Turk piloting the Hoonigan Gymkhana Escort Mark II. Make some noise, if you will, Santa Pod. We got a nice party going on as the disco ball lights up. The party continues here at Santa Pod Raceway. Man, a great show out here. Eddie Temple-Morris, Jared Dienda giving you some play-by-play action of the 4th installment ever of Gymkhana GRiD. I'm looking for some high heels and some disco music all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Well,
but let's do some rock and roll. Better yet.
All right. So are we seeing these two great cars go against each other head to head? That's amazing.
Just a bit of a fun demo. They didn't start from the actual start line, but it's a great way to just light them up and spin the track and light up some tires.
And so you're seeing muscularity versus something a little more balletic. Your friend Ryan in that Escort.
Right. I mean, it's just two different breeds of vehicle. You know, the iconic vehicle, the Escort Mark II, which has such a great racing heritage, especially here in the UK, and obviously with WRC and rally car. And that car was developed to be a rally car. Ken Block loves that car. It's his personal car. He wanted to do something unique with it. So with the growing sport of Gymkhana, he built it up. But that Hoonicorn, you know, you look at that thing, 845 horsepower, the first ever purpose-built all-wheel drive Ford Mustang, performance Mustang, I might add. If you want to check out that vehicle, Gymkhana 7. Gymkhana 7 is the feature, and
so that's incredible. That's the one where he starts off in a warehouse in LA with the car literally chained up, and then he just wheel spins, and you'll see more smoke than your average war. And then the chain breaks, and he just rips through LA, taking in some landmarks that you would know very well, Ryan.
Wow, yeah, it's the whole video and the video series overall was just an idea of Ken Block and one of his associates, and said, hey, let's do this fun video, and it's just totally spiraled into just making him an internet star. But not only does he do that, I mean, there's more Americans that have been on the moon that have scored points in WRC. Just to give you an idea, I mean, you know, obviously, you know, there's great racing heritage from the Scandinavians and Finnish, and I mean, you get a lot of, you know, European drivers that do well in the WRC, and Ken's just had an affinity for rally for quite some time. And then, like I said, this iconic car, built this thing up to compete in Gymkhana, and Ryan Turk, one of the best drifters in the world, he handed the keys to him metaphorically. Obviously, he doesn't have a start key, he has a push start. Yes. But you got to check out that vehicle up close and personal, and it's quite a treat for this to be aired around the world. And look at that, the Hoonicorn and the Mark II under the lights and blowing their own flames, and just added some more fire.
Thanks, Jared. And apologies for calling you Ryan 30 seconds ago.
No problem. No problem, Steady Eddie. Yeah, look at that.
My God, the amount of smoke that car is generating. But then you think with the 875 horses under the bonnet, it's probably hard not to generate some smoke on a surface like this.
And Ryan Turk behind the wheel of that Escort as we go inside the cockpit. Ken Block. You can see, look, he's currently in first gear according to his heads-up display, or not heads-up display, but his digital display. You can see that big hood scoop out front, and it gives the old Houdini. First you see him, now you don't. Make some noise if you will. Ken Block, the Hoonicorn, Ryan Turk, and his Escort Mark II. two unbelievable blue oval machines. I mean, Eddie, you know, when you got called for this gig, hey, you want to do this thing? What? What is this? Like, you know, and
yeah, this is my first one. Well, I was aware of what drifting was, but I've never seen anything like this. And I can see that there's the broadcast is going to get, there are going to be some new fans, and I'm going to be one of them. New fan number one. I'm definitely coming back for some more of this. It's amazing.
Well, you got to love it there as Ryan Turk looks like he is out in the middle and he is posturing. Look at that.
Oh, the disco ball is cascading light across this arena. We just had the most beautiful sunset, and now we've got the light shining on this Death Star. Yeah.
All right, looks like Ryan Turk rocking a Bernie as Ken Block gives you a few. Ryan Turk, Escort Mark II filled donuts.
There's some pyrotechnics going along on the outside of this venue. It's like it's almost
Armageddon-ish.
It's like Mad Max.
Yeah. Reveal him. Reveal me. That thing, the cockpit filled with smoke.
My God, I've seen less spinning in a Carl Cox DJ set, a 4-deck mashup set. That's incredible.
Oh man, look at that thing, the cockpit filled with smoke.
My God, I've seen less spinning in a Carl Cox DJ set, a 4-deck mashup set. That's incredible.
Oh man, make some noise here in the building, and obviously you at home, hopefully you set your DVRs, you're recording this, and thank you for being part of history here. Gymkhana 2015 installment, who will be our overall champion, and then of course, you know, who's gonna go against these guys. These are obviously the smoke show, but again, the magicians out here on track as they will do battle for fun against the winners of the respective class. Ryan Turk and that S-Lock will go against the winner of the all-wheel drive class.
Yeah, two such interesting cars, and two cars that are so far away from what they were.
Escort Mark II will go against the winner of the rear-wheel drive class, and Ken Block will go against the winner of the all-wheel drive class.
Yeah, two such interesting cars, and two cars that are so far away from what they were when they rolled off the production line in one in Detroit and one in Dagenham here in England. So we've still got a lot of smoke happening. A lot of smoke happening here, and we've seen these two absolute legends in these two cars that are so far removed from what they were when they rolled off their production lines, pulling more donuts than a New York police convention.
That is an understatement. That is an understatement. Far from the factory fit and finish from these vehicles, and we are going to advance on into semifinals when Ken Block exits stage right. We are getting our semifinals continuing. Lewis Jones and Matt Miller. We got an update. Matt Miller did call a competition 5-minute timeout, and with just 3 seconds left, he broke a boost hose and he got it to the start line. So he was ready to go. So Miller and Jones will do battle in the semifinals as Dmitriy Illyuk waits in the wings as we're still riding with Ken Block. GoPro camera as look at that, just get a full view of Ken Block in his pit.
Yeah, and this pit view and the fact that we had your update about the broken line. Let's hear it for the hard-working crews.
Yeah.
Because, you know, these superstar drivers would be nothing without their hard-working crews.
Yeah, most definitely.
Same as us. Let's hear it for our crew on this great broadcast. So, semi-final 2, all-wheel drive, battle of the Subarus. Who have we got lining up?
We have Matt Miller and Lewis Jones. That's Lewis Jones there. Like I said, look at the mood lighting. We're not trying to set the mood here. Obviously, we just saw the disco ball, but you know, you're gonna want to need some headlights here in this situation. You can see the party continues. We'll get everything set back up, but you definitely, obviously, want to see where you're headed. So Matt Miller, Lewis Jones, the winner going against Dmitriy Illyuk in the finals. Matt Miller in that kamikaze vehicle with the crazy wrap, Lewis Jones in the more subdued white vehicle with the kamikaze on the side. So both could say, you know, the Kamikaze Subaru, and you wouldn't know which one, but...
Yeah, we've proved today time and again that the loudness of the paint job has no bearing on the speed of the car or the largesse of the driver.
Most definitely not, and Matt Miller, he was pre-qualified coming into this competition as he won a previous round of the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint Series. So, here we go, the other half of the semifinals. Who's going against Dmitriy Illyuk? We're about to find out.
We're in spooky green lighting, making it somehow look even more tense.
Just waiting for which one of these monsters of a Subaru is going to get the victory here and go to the finals. And away they go. Oh, look at that. Miller already suffering a little bit of underperformance, and he was the one that called the competition timeout and just made it to the line with 3 seconds left.
Lewis Jones keeping it fluid around the giant bog roll.
Good execution there. Oh, and Matt Miller.
Oh, Matt's shaking his head there. I think he's just pulling out now. He's shaking his head. He's gutted. He's had some kind of a problem or
Yeah, the universal head signal of frustration inside a race car. The shaking of the head. That looks like it'll be all she wrote for Matt Miller.
Oh, and he's thrown his helmet down in disgust.
Oh, man, and he's just got to see his Kamikaze teammate of Lewis Jones finish out the course, and it looks like that'll be all for Miller as he already called his competition timeout within this round.
So Jonesy through, and through flying solo. Let's walk back through that and see what happened to Matt, because we missed that here up in the commentary box. Let's see what happened in Matt in the number 7 car. Was it a problem with a car, or it seems to be a problem with the car? It's lurching. It looks like some kind of a gearbox problem, maybe.
Well, he obviously had a cracked boost hose earlier, so it could be just something fell loose there, and when the car loses boost, it's going to lose a ton of power, and it's just going to be down on power. So unfortunately for Miller, you know, it's just something that can't be fixed. So I assume that, and there it is. Yeah, there's a DNF for Miller. Lewis Jones with a 1:03, which isn't the fastest time. Like I said, if Jones, you know, well, look at this. Jones is going to the finals.
Jonesy's kept his head down, and poor old Matt had, well, a technical failure. Like a costume malfunction at a big awards show. With these cars, there's so much going on under the bonnet and elsewhere, and there's so much to go wrong. So a technical failure means that Lewis Jones has rocked it and goes through to the next round. Okay, so is he going to just race solo now? The answer is yes. So we've got the rear-wheel drive playoff now to look forward to. Adam Elder now lining up. Battle for 3rd place, this is. Adam lining up with Marco. Marco's in that naturally aspirated Toyota, proving that you don't need a turbo or a supercharger or any of that fancy stuff. A good, reliable car with a good, reliable driver. And here he is, battling for the number 3. Adam and Marco, poised. Adam's in the Nissan S14. The marshal's just letting them know some vital information before they start. And here we go. And we are racing in the battle for 3rd. Adam Elder takes the first corner just ahead of Marco. in that Terminator car, that beautiful paint job of that Terminator. Keeping it tight around the giant loo roll, as I like to call it. Keeping things quite fluid. And he's still fractionally ahead of Marko.
Yeah, the Croatian crusher just keeping it consistent. Remember, going for that third position. This is the final podium spot to earn one of those weapons of mass destruction, as he destructed all the field except 2. As Marko brings it in around the double barrel into the spin cycle. Remember, he gained a lot of time here.
Yeah, Marko proving that Marko actually, both of them, look how tight that is. He's almost dancing with those giant tractor tires. That was like BBC on a Saturday night. That was Strictly Come Dancing. He was pirouetting around those. It was balletic.
All right, so there we are seeing
it. Both of them with sexy times, 57 and 56. Hopefully both boys keeping it clean. Both such tight drivers in the spin cycle sections. They were, my gosh, they could have just, they could have kissed them.
And there's the times, 56.58 for Adam Elder and a 57.63 for Marko. No penalties assessed on either side. So some clean racing. Look at that, 56 and 57.
56
it's amazing
and 57. And so in the mirrored next round in this battle for third, it is all to play for. They are pretty much neck and neck going into this. And we're off.
Here we go, send it. Elder, Marko. Look at Marko, I just love the open face helmet, the kind of vintage looking livery, and the bright red gloves. Just keeping it calm, cool, and collect, like Mr. Bean on a Sunday morning.
Adam in that Terminator car, always fast out of the track, but Marko, the Croatian crusher, just keeps his head down, he keeps focused. He's a real no-nonsense driver, and with the tightness of his cornering, you just never know what might happen. You can get ahead of him, but he will just come back at you.
Yeah, look at that, Marko. Elder looks like he's slight advantage over Marko right now. And Marko comes around into the spin cycle. Elder exits it, expedites the first portion of the spin cycle. The double barrel shotgun. Is Elder gonna grab the final podium spot? Well, he grabs the finish line first. Whoa, and Marko, this is the first time we've seen that.
Yeah, this is the first time that anyone has overcooked on the end zone. Marko just chomping at the bit there, sniffing the stables. A Gymkhana is an equestrian thing, isn't it?
There's a lot of horses.
Exactly. So when you're on
These guys
a horse,
are cowboys.
when you go horse riding as a non-horse rider, you get on a horse that you don't know, and as you do this sort of this course, and as you turn around, the horse sniffs the stables and goes really fast. Right at the end, it sniffs the stables. That's what happened.
Oh, so Marko, a little bucking Bronco there. So look at that, 156.47. And Adam Elder with a 154.91 grabs third place here at Gymkhana GRiD, the European Gauntlet 2015. Adam Elder putting it down, and you know what? He lived up to it, the Terminator, but unfortunately, just he had two more gentlemen that were just a little faster.
Yeah, and that his horse sniffing the stable and just getting there too fast didn't help.
Okay, our next battle here, our next race, we're gonna revisit that of third place.
Jake Archer and Matt Miller.
Thank you, took the words out of my mouth. Look at Marko, look at that, still some jovial, the Croatian crusher. Hey, he earned a nickname, you know, and I don't just give those out to anybody.
Look, there's a man who loves his job. He didn't win that, but he's still absolutely loving it. And
yeah.
he's out there like he's celebrating, like he's just won the lottery. So Kiri, who is talking to everyone trackside, is now with our last winner and third place man, Adam Elder.
Adam Elder, congratulations, you're on the podium. It's third place 2015. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good. Shame I didn't get the top battle, but yeah, I'm really pleased with that, and I've got fastest time for the day, so yeah, good result today, good result.
Fastest time of the day, 56.5. I heard you shouting it, you're very happy.
I'm very, very happy as well, yeah, to know that I can actually put the time down. I just got to deal with the pressure, and next time I'll be here, and next time I'll hopefully take the first.
Fantastic, congratulations.
All right, well, look at that. Adam Elder, he's stoked. Like you said, I would have loved to go for the victory, but I'll settle for that. And again, thank you to Kerry getting all the nitty-gritty down there in the pits. So we are, again, revisiting the all-wheel drive category. Jake Archer, Matt Miller. Who's going to get the victory here after Matt Miller? Unfortunately, is the car 100%? Is he sick? Did he go see a doctor about it? Did he check his cough? Did he tell him to turn sideways? So we'll see. Matt Miller.
Did you just say check and cough?
Jake Archer, Matt Miller. Jake Archer's been running really strong. He had some mistakes here and there, but Archer and Miller, they are about to go toe-to-toe for the third place, the final podium spot here at Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet 2015. And away they go.
Here they go, neck and neck.
So Matt Miller there in lane 1. The Kamikaze, you can see it there. It's the sedan versus the hatchback or the wagon.
And he was so fluid around the giant chair and around the giant toilet roll there, almost mirroring each other.
He's looking.
Matt is just fractionally ahead in lane 1.
Yeah, Matt looking like he definitely is hitting his stride, looking a lot more comfortable, looking confident. The car looks to be running good. Little loose, breaking to the traction there. Look at him, tit for tat, coming to the spin cycle. Matt overcooking it, almost hitting the wall. Oh boy. And look at these guys, both Kamikaze teammates. They want to take each other out. This is barroom bragging right here. Barroom bragging rights going down. Oh, did
Matt looks like he's about a second ahead of his Kamikaze stablemate.
More horse talk. More horse talk, huh?
Yeah, I can't stop with the horse analogy. So we are at less than a second apart at Matt on 59 and his stablemate Jake just on a minute dead. So the sun's gone down really fast. It seems only just like seconds ago when we had that beautiful sunset.
That was the moon, Eddie. That was the moon.
Well,
I'm kidding. Which one was that? Is that? No.
Yeah, you've got me confused as to which planet is which now.
59.33 from Miller, 1 minute 56 from Jake Archer. No penalties assessed.
Yes, both boys keeping it clean. That's the way we like it.
Using their spurs, getting back into the start gates, and away they go. More horse talk. All right, so we are about to get this going on the other half. Jake Archer. Oh. So, unfortunately, Matt Miller has forfeited this race. Jake Archer gets handed the victory. Jake Archer gets third place here at Gymkhana GRiD 2015. He's gonna rock some all-wheel drive circle burners spot on a dime. As Jake Archer Matt Miller forfeits the race. So Jake Archer gets third place here at Gymkhana GRiD 2015. All right, so now let's go back to rear wheel drive. And down in the pits, of course, Kiri is with our third place finisher, Jake Archer.
Well, Jake Archer still smoking. Congratulations, third place finish on the podium. You must be pleased.
Yeah, it'd have been better to battle Matt with great mates, teammates and everything else, but I'm just glad I made it through the end of the weekend, to be honest, after blowing my engine up last Sunday. I hadn't drove the car until Friday morning, first thing with the new engine. It's probably about 180 horsepower down the normal engine, so I'm just glad we made it to the end, and I'm glad that I took a podium and third again.
You can't complain, you can't complain.
No, not at all. a podium's better than nothing. So third, it is what it is.
Certainly is.
I just want to thank Andy for lending me the engine. Thank you.
Thanks. There you go.
So there's Jake Archer with that lovely Birmingham accent. You've got to love that Birmingham accent. So we've got the big one now. Here it is. Tell everybody what this is
The
now.
finals are set. Here we go. Danny Cross. Can he upset our defending Gymkhana GRiD 2014 champion, or will Luke Woodham go back-to-back here at Santa Pod Raceway? 4 years it all began for Luke Woodham. We made our way over to Spain, to Madrid, and now here we are back in the UK, and Luke Woodham flying that Union Jack. Can he take it to the top once again? Danny Cross, he really wants to get in his way, and I know he will have a huge smile on his face. And Luke Woodham, does he break his tradition? We saw him in car, he's all thumbs. Here we go, make some noise, Santa Pod. All right, Luke Woodham, nice and clean into the sweeping turn.
Luke Woodham is always clean. He's such a clean driver. I hope I haven't just jigged him with the commentator's kiss of death.
Well, Danny Cross would love for you to do that, as we are seeing. Look at this. Now,
They are
that's what I'm saying.
mirroring each other exactly, aren't they?
Luke Woodham doesn't have headlights. I don't know how he is doing. He's driving by muscle memory.
I tell you what he's doing. He's using the force.
Oh, snap. Here we go. So Luke Woodham around that Samco Urchin, the asteroid, whatever you want to call it, coming into the spin cycle. Nice job. You can see on the other side, Danny Cross. Look at that. Danny, they are neck and neck, Eddie.
Look how tight that is. He is just very, very friendly with that giant
Archer,
car,
a little bit of a flub
and
there.
look at them. They mirrored each other all the way. It's going to be fractions of a second between them. Hopefully they didn't kiss or nudge anything on the way. They're both such tight and such consistent drivers, and there you have it. 58 and 58, both with really sexy times, just fraction of a second between them. It is all to play for as we go into the mirrored round of this, the big one, between Danny Cross and Luke Woodham. Both clean, there we are, 58 dead and 58 25.
Remember, not only are they getting the victory, they're getting cash, they're getting a trophy, they're getting a crazy car, they're getting an RC car, and the winner goes against Ryan Turk in that Escort Mark II. Danny Cross a little crawling off of that finish line as Luke Woodham, like I said, I don't know if you saw it, when Luke Woodham left that tire barrel, it seemed that he straightened up right there at the end. He could have definitely scrubbed some more time.
Yep.
So here we go. Luke Woodham seems to be out front, in front of Danny Cross. Is Danny Cross going to take it to the top?
And Luke Woodham, well, we're seeing Danny there, but we were seeing Luke Woodham without his lights on. We've still not had any official confirmation that he's even got his eyes open. We think he's using the force.
Right. By the power invested in Luke Woodham, is he going back to back? Danny Cross comes out of the spin cycle. Luke Woodham. One more 360, he'll be ahead of Danny Cross. We'll see what penalties are assessed and who gets the rear-wheel drive victory here at Santa Pod Raceway.
Luke, the force is strong in you.
Oof. We'll see if he's gone to the dark side here.
So they were 58-58 before and 59-59 right now. They are just, it's like they were separated at birth, these two.
59, so it's 58.04 on that first run by Danny Cross. 59.9 on the second. Luke Woodham at a 58.25, and there we go. So and look at those times.
Luke has just scraped it. Yes, the Jedi. Luke the Jedi Woodham, as we're going to call him from now on.
Luke Woodham with a 157.69 grabs the win as Danny Cross gets second with 158.95 and a celebration, and the fireworks ignite.
Yes.
For Luke Woodham, two-time Gymkhana GRiD champion. The celebration begins.
Woo! Well done, Luke. Yes.
No headlights, but all the excitement and all the smiles and joy in the world. Look at that. The fist pump says it all. But guess what? He's got to get back in the saddle. More horse analogies because he's got to go against the pony that is the Ford Escort Mark II. Look at that smile of Luke Woodham.
punching the air now, but it's not over because he's got to go up against, yes, he's so happy, but he's got to go up against Ryan Turk in that Dagenham dustbin, and Ryan is going to be looking to wipe the smile off Luke's face.
And that is purely for bragging rights as Luke already locks it up. Luke, lock it up, Woodham. As Danny Cross, hey, you know, hats off to Danny Cross. He was, you know, Danny was an LCQ driver. He finished 3rd overall yesterday in LCQ. He fought for it through the rain. And you know what? Let's just go ahead and throw it down. We saw the smiles. Now let's hear from our winner, who Kiri is with now.
The celebrations have started, Luke Woodham. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you ever so much. I really struggled to see, I'm not going to lie. The lights and that were amazing.
You didn't have your lights on.
Oh, well, they actually broke. But yeah, anyway, we had to go over that. But yeah, it's, I've actually won this twice in a row now, and I don't think anyone else has done that. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And well done. Danny Cross, his driving is amazing. He's come on so far, so quickly. So
2015 champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the first man to win twice.
Boom, double deuces for Luke Woodham.
And thank you, Kiri. I wish you'd asked him if he'd actually had his eyes open during that. We need official confirmation that he's not just using the force.
There it is. So our finals are set here in all-wheel drive. Dmitriy Shrivny, Lewis Jones. Our 1, 2, and 3 is set for rear-wheel drive. Luke Woodham, Danny Cross, Adam Elder, your 1, 2, and 3. We already know that Jake Archer grabbed 3rd, unfortunately, with Matt Miller's retirement. But Dmitriy Shrivny, originally from Ukraine, now living in the UK, hence the Union Jack flag in his corner. And Lewis Jones, obviously from the UK as well, who was another driver making his way through the LCQ yesterday. So fighting through the rain, getting all wet, and here he is. He got #1 yesterday, and now here he is in the final, going for all the marbles. Here we go, send it here at Santa Pod Raceway. Dmitriy Shrivny out front, SCR. Gymkhana, purpose-built vehicle. Lewis Jones in that Kamikaze Subaru. Nice job by Dmitriy. He started out kind of cold. I told you he was a threat and started out cold, but slowly been turning it on, pouring it up. Now remember, the winner of this goes against Ken Block in the Hoonigan.
Yep.
Oh, Dmitriy. Look at that, way out front of Lewis Jones. I mean, like I said, with Jones, he really needs to step up his game, especially going against somebody like Dmitriy, and that confidence too, right?
Yeah, it's all about the confidence and your positive mental attitude here.
It's all about that PMA as Dmitriy brings it on in. Remember, he was asked, can you win? Of course I can, says to Kiri.
Yeah, he was looking to improve on that fabulous time that we saw before, and he's in at a very sexy 57.5, with Lewis Jones in at 1 flat, which is no slouch.
One more battle for cash, for trophy, for prizes, and then 2 more battles for bragging rights.
Yes.
The hero battles. Look at that. No penalties. 1 minute flat for Jones. 57 seconds for Dmitriy.
Jonesy and Dmitriy keeping it clean on the first one as they line up for the mirrored battle to see who is going to take this year's title of all-wheel drive.
Here we go, send it, Jared Dienda, Eddie Temple-Morris giving you the call here. Gymkhana GRiD, European Gauntlet 2015, all-wheel drive finals. Dmitriy Shrivny, Lewis Jones.
Dmitri's so tight around that giant chair. Jonesy keeping his head down, taking his time, stuttering a little bit. It's like maybe he's lost confidence.
I mean, he knows who he's going against. Dmitriy Shrivny, a force to be reckoned with. He's won here before. He's you know, he knows who he's going against.
Dmitriy driving like a man possessed.
You know, Dmitriy Shrivny, he comes in as the Fueltopia Barrel Sprint 2015 champion and UK winner, as he has one more go round, and it's gonna be his unofficial. Oh, and look at that, Lewis Jones. Nose is in to the tire barrel.
Lewis Jonesy's going to be gutted with that. But Dmitriy was driving like a man, absolutely possessed in this final. And Jonesy just seems like he had a moment, lost a bit of confidence. Yeah. Oh dear.
That definitely cost him there.
That's going to cost him the final, unfortunately. We are conjecturizing at this time, but we will get official confirmation. Yes, there you go. 2 penalties for Lewis. So there is our all-wheel drive champion. Congratulations, Dmitriy Shribny.
Dmitriy Shribny, the celebration begins for him. Dmitriy Shribny grabs another victory and defeats Lewis Jones with a time of 154.44 as Lewis Jones. Man, look at that. That's a huge gap as far as time. 17 seconds, near 17 seconds, just shy with the 2:11.79. Dmitriy Shribny grabs first, and he's going to go against Ken Block. And man, was it Dmitriy that had the 55? It was Dmitriy that had the 55.
Dmitriy has had the sexiest time of the whole day so far. So that's going to give him an extra smile, and that's got to surely worry the big man in the bragging rights final.
Oh, for sure.
So we're going to hand down now to Kiri, who is trackside, with one Ukrainian who has got to have a very big smile on his face.
Dmitriy, congratulations, 2015 champion, going up against Ken next. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I was waiting for it for years. Yeah, well, I just want to say thank you to everyone who made this event possible. And, well, thanks to my sponsors, organizers, to all the drivers, everyone just done the perfect job. Maybe I said I was confident, but I wasn't. But I'm confident against Block.
Well, you did an amazing time out there, so you can do it against Ken, do you think?
Well, Ken is a great driver. I mean, I respect him in any way. So I think it will be a very good showdown. So, you know, I'm looking forward to race. It's just a pleasure to be next to him on the same grid. That's why I was battling these guys, not to beat Ken. But we will see what happens.
Fantastic, congratulations.
Thank you, Kiri. Привет, Dmitry. Меня зовут Eddie Temple Morris.
What?
And I'm with Jared Deander.
What was that? Where did that come from?
Hello, Dmitry. My name is Eddie Temple Morris.
Wow, good for you.
That's pretty much my only Russian.
That's all you got?
That's pretty much all I've got.
All right. Another horse analogy. You're a one-trick pony. I get it, Eddie Temple Morris. Well, so this is it. We have our hero battle. Our winner, Luke Woodham, is going against Ryan Turk. Now, both these guys drift outside of doing Gymkhana. This is Ryan Turk's first four go into Gymkhana or driving like this. He's fourth place in drifting in the Formula Drift Championship, and now he's piloting this Gymkhana Hoonigan Escort Mark II.
Okay, here we have a huge battle for bragging rights. It's the big prize, Ryan Turk versus Luke Woodham.
Ryan Turk in that Hoonigan Gymkhana Escort Mark II. Luke Woodham grabs the cash, grabs the prizes. Can he grab the bragging rights of beating Ryan Turk in that really epic Escort Mark II? Here we go, send it.
So here we go now. Ryan Turk, a really nimble, light-footed, tight driver in this incredible Escort that is, it's a Mark II Escort that's been given a giant steroid injection.
With the haunches, with the obviously physical demeanor, and then a 333 horsepower original. It's a Millington Ford Escort engine that's just been modified. Looks like they are neck and neck as Ryan Turk. There you go. You're seeing Luke Woodham around the checkered flag barrel. Ryan Turk into the Samco Asteroid.
They are like twins. They are just, and of course, here we go.
Only thing is Ryan Turk has headlights.
Yeah, Ryan Turk has got the advantage of not having to use the force.
Oh,
look how tight he is there.
Ryan Turk flawless on that spin cycle.
You've got to think with a driver like that, in a car like that, driving as tight as that, he's got to be so difficult to beat.
Ryan Turk taking down Luke Woodham there. We'll see what kind of penalties are assessed or will be given.
Now that's the first. It's unusual seeing Luke Woodham coming in second.
57.09, a 57.09, and a 59.3. Let's walk us through it here, Eddie.
So here we go. Look, see the carbon fiber It's the muscular Escort Mark II with those flared wheel arches. And he's in there just about 2 seconds ahead of last year and this year's champion, and therefore record holder here at the Gymkhana.
you got to think, Luke's a little exhausted. Yeah, he's probably running off adrenaline, but Ryan Turk, he you know, did some burnies, did a demo, ripped around with Ken Block. He's been chilling all day. So here we go. Here's the second half of this hero battle. Turk versus Woodham. Escort Mark II versus S14.
Yeah, and as Jared said, Luke is running on bravado now.
Yes, which could be good or bad, but I have to think Turk's been he's been chilling all day as well, outside of some demos here and there. This is the rear-wheel drive hero battle.
And are we in with Ryan now in this? Is that the passenger, or are we in with Luke? I think we're in with Luke.
As Woodham brings it in, they are again mirroring each other. Now watch this spin cycle. Ryan Turk, I saw him in practice earlier. He hit the tire barrel yesterday, but today, man, he was just flawless. So here we go. Looks like Turk's got the jump on Woodham.
Turk so characteristically, look how tight he is. That is the most intimate we've seen anybody be with those giant tractor tires.
So Turk finishes. Oh, Woodham do a slow burnout crawl across the finish just for some added flair. He just knows it's in the bag. Oh man, let's see. Hey, hats off. Look at that, 57.4, a 57.4, and a 103 for Woodham. Mathematically, obviously, Woodham has a larger number, Ryan Turk, but penalties. I didn't really see anything. It's hard to see in the dark. There are any cones or the cans.
I think Luke knew it. They're both clean. So
and there it is,
Drift legend Ryan Turk has brought in a clean 154.56. That is an absolutely blistering time. I think that's the fastest time we've seen all day.
Unbelievable run there by Ryan Turk. 154.56 defeats Luke Woodham's 202 as Ryan Turk, his only true battle today, and he's undefeated. Ryan Turk's undefeated this weekend.
My gosh, yeah. Ryan got so close to those giant tractor tires. I think he could have just leant out of the car and licked them.
Right? I mean, he was absolutely unstoppable.
And the only way that Luke Woodham could, the only thing that he could get on Ryan Turk this time was just to create more smoke. It was a very, very stylish finish, the most stylish finish that we've had. But my gosh, Ryan Turk left Luke Woodham for dust in that last bragging rights final. So,
are you ready?
So, are you ready for the huge one? This is the battle of the monsters. Well, the battle with the monster, Dmitriy Illyuk against Ken Block in that incredible Hoonigan Mustang.
This should be a fun one to watch. Ken Block, Dmitriy Illyuk. Dmitriy said, you know, he might not have been, you know, he said he was confident in that interview prior to going to the finals. Can you beat him? Yeah, I could beat him. But now, going against Ken Block, he's even more confident. Like we said, that bravado that Luke Woodham has, I think Dmitriy just adopted that from Woodham.
Yeah, Dmitriy definitely. He's a lot of this must be about timing as well. It's not about sort of shooting your bolt too early. You've got to sort of time your greatness and save the best till last. It's a crescendo, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's just great to see just all the drivers and just building up here and the vehicles. Obviously not so much variety in the all-wheel drive as the Subarus were just so dominant, but it's great to see. Now here we go, Ken Block, can he hold it down in the Hoonigan?
So this Hoonigan, for those not in the know, a 1965 car that has been so tricked out and modified. It is the only all-wheel drive at 845 brake horsepower. Just imagine that. This is beyond Bugatti Veyron territory. Incredible.
Watch this thing rotate on those 1552 wheels, Pirelli tires, staying warm. Around the bollard is Ken Block, the head Hoonigan in charge. Mirroring each other as they go down Gasoline Alley into the checkered flag double stack barrel. Look at the tachometer. working its magic as Ken Block pulls his copper-colored e-brake.
You've got to fancy Dmitriy in the slightly more maneuverable Surely car, and I think he's just slightly nudging ahead of the great man.
Look at this, Dmitriy Shrivny getting the jump on the head Hoonigan in charge. Can he take down Ken Block? Dmitriy crosses the finish line first. Whoa, coming in hot. Those brakes being put to the test.
Dmitriy got a tiny, maybe couple of inch overhang there in the end zone, but I think you're allowed that, so we're okay.
56.1.
Wow. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 2 very sexy times.
So KB 56.86 and Dmitriy with a 56.1.
So let's have a look at them again. Obviously the raw horsepower, the 855 horses under the bonnet, got the great man Ken off the blocks faster. But Dmitriy, he is no slouch, and he is just nudged ahead of him because his car's just that much more maneuverable. Ken has got more car to get around that complicated course. Things are so tight, and both boys have kept it clean. So both of them in at 56, which is phenomenal. So they have swapped, they are mirrored. We are looking at bragging rights final. All-wheel drive, Dmitriy Shrivny against the mighty Ken Block, who is out of the block first, as ever.
All right, so here we go. The open face helmet showing you the expressions on KB's face.
And the explosions around the track, it's amazing here. The atmosphere is incredible as fireworks, Roman candles are cascading across the track as these two cars are mirroring each other. The great Ken Block is actually, his horsepower has got him out first and he's slightly in front, but Dmitri's always worrying him.
Remember, just about 0.7 seconds separate Dmitriy and Ken Block. Can Ken Block go faster in and out of the spin cycle? Right now, they're about mirroring each other. Ken Block with a bit of a sloppy swing, now brings it into the tractor tire barrel. Ken Block, is he looking over to the other side as Dmitriy brings it wide? Ken Block brings it in. Can he grab the traction?
Front
no!
of Ken's car.
Dmitriy, whoa! Coming in hot as Ken Block getting a little loosey-goosey there in the Hoonicorn. And if you didn't have enough horse analogies, right? 845 ponies coming at your face.
Wow.
That's hard to stop, regardless of how big your brake rotors are.
Yeah, there's some silky skills and balletic moves from the crew there to avoid that incredible car.
Well, I know even for fun, Ken would love to get the victory, but I think it was a victory overall for everybody here in the building. Sanapod Raceway, as he's taking a shot here, you could see Dmitriy Shrivny. He's going to be stoked on the other side. Ken Block going to step out of this 845 horsepower Hoonicorn. Would you please make some noise as he steps out of side of this beast of a vehicle, the monster. Head Hoonigan in charge, Ken Block. Up front and close and personal, and there it is. Dmitriy Shrivny defeats Ken Block by just about 1.5 seconds. Man, Eddie, that was awesome to watch.
Amazing, and once again, that was won right at the very last one, and we'll see them. And Ken always comes out of the block first. With that amount of horsepower, you can't not. But then look, he came into that very last obstacle, and Ken was actually, the front of his car was sniffing those giant tractor tires, and he came into that first. But Dmitriy, just with that edge of maneuverability, just pipped him, and Ken obviously very keen to get back into the stable there.
So much fun down here again. Dmitriy Shrivny, Ken Block. So the party and the disco ball continues. It's on. It was such a great day, so let's throw it down to the men of the hour, Ken Block and Dmitriy Shrivny.
Well, what an incredible day. Ken, what a way to finish. Dmitriy, we'll get to you in a second, but Ken, a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Great racing with all these guys. The course was actually really good once it kind of dried out, but really good job to this guy. He kicked ass. I did the best job I could out there. This car is a little big for doing this, but I did the quickest time I possibly could out there, and he beat me, so good job to him. And hopefully be back, do a little setup work on this thing, and try and beat him next time.
Well, first time you've raced it in the UK, so what was it like?
First time I've raced this car at all. Everything that we've done with this car has all been about the filming and the demos and all that sort of stuff. So today was the first time I actually made a suspension change to this car to try to get some more time out of it, but just didn't have enough time to really play with it and get more out of it. But, you know, I'm not making excuses. This guy did a great job. All the drivers did an amazing job. It was fun to watch everyone and fun to watch this guy, man. He's quick.
Certainly was an incredible weekend, but Dmitriy, it would seem that this weekend is your moment. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone who came here. I want to say special thank you to Ken Block for, as I say, to bring this event into the world, you know, because if not him, we wouldn't be here. So, thank you.
A man with very few words, but you certainly don't need many to show the performance this weekend. So you are the 2015 champion, and you had the hero battle in the bag as well.
Yes, sir. So, sorry, I missed the part. I think my mind is just blown at the moment.
Just say yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Just say yes, indeed. Now, Ken, can you sum up the weekend for us?
Well, you know, it was a really good time. Great to race with all these guys. Amazing that all these fans come out and are really knowledgeable and really enjoy watching us race. So thank you, everyone, for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for talking to us, guys. Well, that was Gymkhana GRiD 2015 from down here.
Thanks, Kiri. She's been an absolute trooper. Let's hear it for Kiri. So she was with the great man, the mighty Ken Block, and Dmitriy Shrivny.
Yeah, I have to say the mightier man this evening.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you never know how it's going to go, and he took that right at the last moment. He was tighter than the north end of a southbound swan.
That's pretty tight. That's real tight. That's very, very tight.
So it's been an incredible day. I mean, as a virgin to this incredible sport, I've had such an amazing day. I've seen, as the back of your T-shirt says, piston punishing. I've seen a lot of piston punishing. I've seen gear bending. I've seen turbo thrashing. It's been a really exciting day, and such a family, such a great vibe as well between not just the people, the drivers and the pilots, but everybody around. Huge smiles on faces here.
Yeah, like Ken said, the fans are really educated. They're knowledgeable about the vehicles, the cars, and the scene here in UK and around, you know, Europe. I can't wait for this to really penetrate different parts of the globe. We were in Madrid, you know, the previous 2 years, but I'm really seeing Gymkhana GRiD grow and expand outside of Europe and UK and Spain, and obviously, you know, just all over. I can't wait to see this really expand. So Monster Energy and Gymkhana GRiD is truly a sanctioning body, an event that really will grow by leaps and bounds for coming years. So it's been a pleasure, obviously, working with Kiri and you, Eddie, and getting to educate you on obviously the sport, the cars, the builds, the uniqueness, and the run what you brung attitude. Because obviously you being, you know, in music and being a petrol head, run what you brung, right?
So we're going to go back down to our trooper who is out there in the cold with, tell us who she's with.
Ryan Turk and Luke Woodham.
I am indeed. I am with Ryan and Luke. Well, Luke, we'll start with you first. The smile has not gone anywhere. So you're now two-time champion, 2014, 2015. The grin's not going to go for a while, is it?
No, that's here to stay. That was a really close battle. And it's really dark out here.
And with no lights, it doesn't really help.
Oh, they broke. No, it's awesome, and it's a privilege to drive against these drivers. And yeah, really enjoyed it, and this grin is going to stay.
Well, talking about the hero battle, Ryan, that was the first time you raced that car as well, so what was it like?
It was phenomenal. I was just trying to get comfortable in the car all weekend, and I knew I had to put it down against Luke, who's been just super consistent and on point and laying down some of the best times of the weekend, and I knew I was going to have to pull out all the stops, and I usually perform a lot better under pressure, and it wound up happening. So I got to thank the Hoonigans and Ken for bringing me out, my first Gymkhana ever, and you know, it couldn't have ended on a better note. And thanks to Monster for putting on such an awesome event, and all the fans that showed up to support all the drivers here today.
Well, it has been an incredible event. If you could sum it up, because obviously yesterday pouring with rain, what a way to finish today though.
Yeah, it was. we battled the elements here with the cold and the wet, and almost hitting a couple walls myself. And it's just the drivers had to push through a lot of elements, and it's just you got to experience those pressures to make it feel that good at the end of the day.
Now, Luke, if you could sum up the weekend, how would you?
Words can't describe it. To do this again, it was like a dream a couple of days ago. Yeah, now it's happened, so big smile.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So there we are. Ryan, the Tightness Turk, and Luke, the Jedi Woodham. Ryan, the Tightness Turk, and Luke, the Jedi Woodham, with Kiri at trackside. And so Luke Woodham, a record breaker now.
Yeah, the two-time Gymkhana GRiD winner, and just he's growing up to be a fine young gentleman, and it's just great to see him. And here's that S chassis vehicle, and I think for those fans that are watching or aspiring Gymkhana racers, you got to think that the Toyota Corolla is a serious option with that Croatian crusher of Marko, just sitting outside and not getting a podium spot, but earning a lot of respect from his racers in that Toyota Corolla.
And massive respect to Ryan Turk, because that boy has come from normal drifting, right, into this Gymkhana category. So he's not used to this. This is something that he's not used to. He's coming into this blind kind of thing.
New type of event. Obviously being in UK, that foreign element, new vehicle, maiden voyage in that vehicle, getting handed the keys to such a beautiful vehicle. I mean, a one-off body kit, one-off car. So a lot of pressure on Ryan Turk's shoulders.
He's a hell of a driver, isn't he? He must be astonishing at what he actually does.
I mean, he actually does this. I mean, it just being a pilot, just getting more seat time. That's why I think really Luke Woodham, he does compete in drifting as well among a lot of these drivers. But preparing your vehicle to be a Swiss Army knife, to be in drifting, to be in Gymkhana, that's what really shows you who the professionals are and who the winners are going to be. And I think Luke Woodham just had the best package: his mind, his weapon, and his machinery. And it seems that he put it all together here for the overall deal.
Amazing. And another shot of the beautiful full moon reminds me that this is the center of the universe for any man, and it usually is a man, that has ever pulled a handbrake turn in a Sainsbury's car park.
Well, yep, as we are getting set for our podium ceremony, just again from yesterday to today, our fans, the lights, the fandemonium, as I like to call it, it's just really cool to see the all-wheel drive, the progression from 4 years ago here at Santa Pod Raceway, and the Santa Pod Raceway 4 years ago, going to Madrid, seeing the variety of drivers, and I really, truly hope and believe that we will be seeing Gymkhana GRiD in other countries and other places.
Yes, more power to its collective elbow. So we've had fandemonium, you've heard from the man himself, and I think we've had some very sexy driving. I think you could probably say we've had some Hoon Tang.
Oh man, that was off the charts right there. That's good. I love this. Man, you want to come to the States and just announce you got some, I don't know if that would make it on.
You can have that one for free.
All right, that one's complimentary. Compliments. All right. So well, thanks Eddie TM. As it would definitely aim to please. It was definitely a people pleaser. As this event was just some really fun driving, and as it progressively dried out through the day, the fans stuck around, endured the cold. And I have to say, Marko was really a great moment here, but also right out of the gate, or excuse me, not out of the gate, but here, put an exclamation point on an exciting day for rear-wheel drive was Turk and Woodham.
We're just seeing a nice little montage now. Some of the great moments that we've had today are highlights, if you will. We'll see some triumphs and maybe a few disasters too.
Yeah, that Woodham and Turk battle was really fun, and it just goes to show you, like you said, the seat time for Woodham took him to the top, but when you get Turk, who's a force to be reckoned with, he could definitely ruin your day. So I'm sure it was definitely it's going to be a bragging moment tonight when we party back at the hotel or find a pub, right? So look at that, rolling through the sparks. The Escort Mark II gets a shower of sparks.
Yes, absolutely perfect.
As we saw the Hoonigan and Dmitriy Illyuk, the Ukrainian, and you throwing out your actual Russian to him, and that kind of flipped me for a script. But I'm sure, as Ken said in the interview, he's not taking anything away from Dmitriy. He's saying that car wasn't purposely built for competition, but it was purposely built for doing awesome things, and it did just that. I think people, even you this morning seeing that car, I think you were a bit baffled on how amazing that piece of machinery is.
Oh, it's jaw-dropping. I mean, I had to pick my jaw up off the tarmac when I was near that car.
I mean, from the arches to the wheels to the details inside, those are the things that I think really just make a car turn into a masterpiece, or something that just transcends being a car. It's a piece of art.
And it's got those little scrapes and scratches that give it character.
Well, he got a few this weekend, and I'm sure he's not going to be super psyched on that, but he's still a busy man. That Hoonigan still is not done for the season. He has plenty of things planned for the event, or excuse me, for the rest of the year, as we are getting ready for our Gymkhana GRiD podium ceremony. And we have some very unique trophies to give out, some cash, some prizes. And man, Eddie Temple Morris, Jared DeAnder here. It's been a pleasure, man. And I'm telling you, the party does not stop here for Gymkhana or for us tonight, this evening.
No, certainly not. And I'm just blown away. I thought I'd seen everything until I saw a 150-mile-an-hour tractor.
Yeah, right.
No, not tractor, lawnmower.
Lawnmower.
I saw a 150-mile-an-hour lawnmower today.
Yeah, no big deal. That's cute. Remember, keep the conversation going at Gymkhana GRiD, hashtag Gymkhana GRiD if you're watching at home or in person. Thank you for joining us here at Santa Pod Raceway for the 4th installment of Gymkhana GRiD. And these gentlemen definitely worked it out, from all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, and even the buggies, who we didn't air on the TV program, but we saw some major stars out there, including Nic Hamilton, Shayne Lynch, Steve Peat, 3-time mountain bike downhill champion Liam Doran. He's a 4-time X Games medalist. Andre Villa, who's used to doing freestyle motocross on 2 wheels, he grabbed the wheel of these buggies. And then Riku Takho is our winner.
European battle. There can only be 3 people up here on the podium. We're going to start with the all-wheel drive category. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise. Put your hands together for 3rd on the podium, Mr. Jake Archer. Congratulations, thank you, buddy. In 2nd place, once again, I'm going to ask you guys to go absolutely crazy for Mr. Lewis Jones.
So Jake Archer, unfortunately, he got kind of handed that victory there in 3rd place, but it seemed that he's still excited about it. He's like, oh, 3rd place again, but he's still here on the podium.
You're up on number 2.
Yeah, still stoked. It's noticeable, actually, that
Ken,
even the losers have huge smiles on their faces.
Award the trophy to the number 1 spot.
So there we have that heavy metal trophy.
There is only one man that can stand atop the top of this podium. Please make some noise for Mr. Dmitriy Illyuk. Congratulations. Thank you. And to award the trophy,
me again,
Mr. Ken Block, the man of the hour. And my clothing definitely isn't waterproof.
Well,
so
there
I
you go. Dmitriy
Illyuk,
Lewis Jones, Jake Archer, and Ken Block awarding. Look at those medieval Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiDs, these gladiators of Gymkhana GRiD, and the all-wheel drive class. Dmitriy Illyuk, again, Lewis Jones and Jake Archer.
So yes, the heavy metal trophies have been given, and Dmitriy Illyuk got the axe that Jared wanted.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, he got the helmet. 2nd place was the axe. And 3rd place was the sword. So I wanted the axe. So if I would have defaulted to 2nd place. I want to be Lewis Jones right now. But only thing is, I carry my luggage. I don't check luggage. So I would basically, I'd have to forfeit it because I couldn't take that on a plane. That's a weapon. Something, a prop from the Model 300. This is for Sparta. Oh man, look at that. 5,000 pounds. don't know if he's crying or if he's got champagne in his eyes, but obviously that's going to change things for him a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely going to buy a few more tires, isn't it?
Yeah, tires are definitely a hot commodity around the pits, but you know, looking for more horsepower, because from last year to this year, I asked him, you know, what have you changed? He said bigger tires. So, you know, it obviously worked out. Maybe throw some more horsepower, throw some, you know, more tires at it, like you said. But you know, this he's figured out the equation of the all-wheel drive class because he's been here before.
Drive category once again. These guys have battled all the way through to be here.
We are going to make our way onto rear-wheel drive.
Adam Elder.
Here comes our rear-wheel drive winners, and there it is, Adam Elder,
rear-wheel drive category.
the Terminator, grabs third.
And I think if we can find him, we're going to get a man called Ryan Turk to give away the awesome trophies.
Locating our victors here for third, second, and first place in the rear-wheel drive class.
Adam Elder? Adam?
Has anyone seen Adam Elder?
Adam Elder just maybe celebrating a bit early.
He must have known he's gone through into the. We've announced him. He is here. He's
Adam Elder, last seen with a magnum of champagne, heading into the sunset.
He is here. Mr. Adam Elder, congratulations, third place in rear-wheel drive category. Get yourself up there on the podium. Bewildered by what's happening today.
Adam hiding his obvious disappointment at being third.
It was hotly contested. Hey, Ryan Turk's coming out here with the trophies as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Mr. Danny Cross, runner-up in the rear-wheel drive category.
Danny Cross, somebody who took it from the LCQ all the way to the top. So a great effort from him. Again, had to fight through rain, had to fight through the conditions, even a popped engine just a week ago, and he grabs second place as Ryan Turk presents him with that trophy.
A hatchet made out of a conrod. And finally, there is one man who's going to take this top spot, and it's a second win for him here at Gymkhana. Absolute legend. He's been with us since the very beginning. He really is the poster child of what can happen from grassroots all the way up to this top level of racing, and he's grown, as has the sport of Gymkhana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the 2015 winner of Gymkhana for twice in a row, Mr. Luke Woodham.
Luke Woodham grabs the victory back-to-back and gets that top podium spot. Again, he's going to get cash, he's going to get prizes, and he's going to, look at that smile. Signature Woodham smile as Ryan Turk gives him the trophy and the cash.
Absolutely, the signature Woodham smile, but made even wider by the fact that he's a record breaker, the only pilot that has won twice.
For the 2015 rear-wheel drive Gymkhana champions.
And there it is, the smile says it all. Woodham grabs first, Danny Cross second, and Adam Elder grabs third here at Gymkhana GRiD, the European Gauntlet 2015.
And of course,
this is
obligatory champagne spray.
There you go. You can see again the kind of Adam Elder, a little bit of hesitation there. Oh man. Given how cold it is, I don't know if I would want to be sprayed by champagne right now. And their Elder.
I don't think he's got any choice right now.
Yeah.
But, you know.
As we take a look once again, the rear-wheel drive celebration of Ryan Turk and the all-wheel drive hero battle of Dmitriy and Block. Well, that's a wrap here, Eddie. Thank you so much, man.
Yes, it's great to work with you, and a huge shout out to all the crew here. It's been an amazing day.